And I looked, and behold a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. No, this isn't Sunday school class. This is Darksiders 2.
Greetings, horseman. I've been expecting you.
In the first Darksiders, the horseman called War was framed for jump-starting the apocalypse and causing the extinction of the human race.
All creation trembles, and at the center of it all stands your brother.
Now it's up to baby brother Death to pull his bacon out of the frying pan.
Bring mankind back from extinction. Madness.
First things first, the game is big. Darksiders 2's geographical area is an order of magnitude larger than the first game.
Sounds like a challenge.
Death is a tough hombre. As you plow your way towards your goal, abilities and weapons open up to you like an ever-growing bouquet of death.
I'm not here to put you out of your misery. Not yet.
Sure, it seems a little silly for a supernatural being of immense power to use a gun, but it's also silly for him to talk without a mouth, so get over it.
I don't follow your reasoning.
Combat is heavy and brutal, but Darksiders 2 isn't just a hack and slash. Puzzles and platforming keep you moving, and the RPG-like character development asks you to make real choices that affect Death's growth.
Wisdom ain't like teeth. I've plenty left.
While the world of Darksiders may play fast and loose with its Judeo-Christian source material, make a note, kiddies, Strife and Fury are not horsemen of the apocalypse, neither is Pestilence, but I digress. The characters are interesting and do a nice job of tying together all the action. Who doesn't want a demonic entrepreneur as a buddy?
Fresh merchandise.
And with the competitive Crucible modes, New Game Plus, and random treasure drops, coupled with online item trading, there are plenty of reasons to dive back in when you're done.
Maker's beard. The rumors are true.
The gameplay has depth, but sometimes runs a little thin on explanation. And when you're in the thick of things, it's hard to keep track of which terrifying beast is you. The clean design and satisfying gameplay make this the perfect title to pick up before the heavy hitters drop this fall. Darksiders 2 makes a sale with a 4.5
Fresh merchandise
out of 5. After the harrowing events of Splinter Cell Conviction, Sam Fisher is back with a new lease on life in Splinter Cell Blacklist. Sam's now the leader of the newly formed 4th Echelon, and looking pretty good for a man of 55. Must be on the same training regimen as Tom Cruise. While what we've seen so far of Blacklist is pretty heavy on the action, Ubisoft assures us that stealth and subterfuge are still a major part of Sam's arsenal. This demo actually starts with Sam in disguise, bringing a wounded enemy to a triage tent. The subterfuge doesn't last long, though, as Sam uses his mark and execute ability, introduced in Conviction, to take everyone in the tent out in the blink of an eye. Mark and execute has been upgraded a bit, and Sam can now perform the execution part while on the move. This is called killing in motion and allows you to mark targets and take them down on the fly with greater freedom of action than before. Remember, you're still undetected if the guy who detected you is dead 2 seconds later. More traditional stealth methods are on display as well, such as quietly cutting through tent fabric to sneak up on guards, and using a body to lure guards into a pool of water, making them a prime target for a shocker bolt from Sam's crossbow. Of course, being the boss of 4th Echelon means Sam calls the shots from the field now, so he can decide for himself the best time to go loud. And even call down support as required. One change we're a little wary of, though, is Sam's voice.
Looks like an armed escort pulled the deed out.
After nearly 10 years as Sam, Michael Ironside has handed off the role to Smallville's Eric Johnson.
Just the man I'm looking for.
It's a little weird not hearing Ironside's gravelly tones coming out of Sam's mouth, but the new voice does fit with the younger, more dynamic Sam we're seeing in Blacklist. So far, Splinter Cell Blacklist seems to be an interesting synthesis of classic stealth and modern gameplay improvements. We'll find out if it adds up to awesome when the game comes out on March 29th next year. Coming in at number 5 is the Rat from Battlefield 3. Believe it or not, failing a Rat QuickTime event will result in death. And that is a first.
Yes, it is. Number 4 is Rat in Rock Band 3. Okay, technically they're not real rats, but one member did die of a horrible disease, so that's close, right?
Aww.
No? Okay.
Coming in at number 3 are Mole Rats from Fallout 3. It is fun to make their heads explode. Also, if you look hard enough, you can find unsanctioned mole rat races in the wasteland.
Ooh. Our number 2 pick is the giant rat from Dark Souls. No joke, when this undead, poisonous beast comes running at you, you're probably going to poop your pants a little bit.
But the number 1 rat in games is Splinter from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Come on, developers, he needs his own game.
It's hard to think of a name in gaming with a longer history than Atari. The original company was founded 40 years ago, which is longer than Pitfall Harry's insurance policy. The company got its start back in 1972, when Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney started their first company. One of their first games was a monster success. Pong blew people's minds and pulled in a lot of quarters. $3 million worth in the first year.
Pong is so simple, yet it was so immediately addictive to so many people that I think it showed that people wanted this kind of interactive content.
Atari teamed up with Sears to release Pong as a dedicated home console. It was another massive hit, ringing up $40 million in sales.
Let's remove the historic value to it, like it was really the first game that people were playing in their homes.
Over the next few years, Atari went on to release some of the greatest arcade games ever. And in 1977, the company released the VCS, later renamed the 2600, with a retail price of $200 and a library of 9 games. By 1982, companies like Intellivision and ColecoVision were competing with Atari's 2600, and failures like E.T. the Extraterrestrial were a spectacular debacle. According to legend, Atari buried thousands of unsold copies in the New Mexico desert. In 1985, the Nintendo Entertainment System basically took over the home market. Atari never really regained their lofty success thanks to costly failures like the Lynx and Jaguar. But people still love Atari's classic games. And to celebrate their 40th anniversary, they've released an app for the iPad called Atari's Greatest Hits. Trying out the app is free, but you'll have to pony up $9.99 to get access to 100 classic Atari games. We had a lot of fun with Atari's Greatest Hits, and you can play it too because it's available on the App Store right now.
True Blood's Janina Gavankar. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Hi.
Okay, Okay, so you play shapeshifter Luna Garza. Now, what's going on with your character this season?
Oh, so much is going on. Well, I mean, right there, that was a good example because you were talking about shifter tempers. You will see a side of Luna that is not so nice this year.
Oh, you have a temper.
I mean, I think we all do. Also, you have to remember that she's like her ex-dead baby daddy was I know, it's complicated. It's very complicated, I can't even say it. But he was a wolf and she was a shifter, so for her to have ended up with an alpha, there's got to be some extra thing going on with that chick, so you'll see some of it.
So you are a huge gamer, as we know. Do you have a gamer temper?
Oh, yes. God, I didn't even think about... Yeah, I do. I do. It depends on what I'm playing, and it depends on whether it's co-op mode. It depends, like, there's the self-hate, and then there's also the con... Yeah, there's definitely, like, there's some gamer temper.
Okay, so what game brings out the most gamer temper?
Oh, well, okay, Assassin's Creed, basically, like, it took so much work for me to get to 100% sync on the entire game. I'm not
Did you get every feather?
Hell yes. That was the easiest.
Oh, you're a better woman than I am.
Easiest. No, I'm all about finding every little hidden thing. That is what it's about. But
you're a collector.
I'm kind of a collector. I'm also a completionist.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so then that brings out your temper.
That makes me angry.
Yes, because you have to have every single piece.
I have to. Otherwise, what's the point? I mean, like, games are interactive movies, so why don't you interact?
Okay, so do you finish...
Sorry.
Why don't you interact, people?
Why don't you?
Do you finish every game that you pick up, or just the ones that you love?
No. I either don't give a, or I really care. So it's all or nothing for me.
Okay, so then now you're definitely an Assassin's Creed girl.
Yeah, big time.
And you're excited for the new Vita title, also.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, people laugh about, who cares? I don't care. I love Assassin's Creed. I love everything about it. And female assassin, I may or may not be trying to make a costume for Comic-Con right now to be her.
She may or may not.
I'm not going to be specific about how I'm going to pull that off, but I may or may not be trying.
All right, well, I can't wait to see that. Do you guys play games on set during downtime? Is that something you guys do?
I mean, I do.
Now, do you have consoles there, or are you a portable gamer there?
No, I'm a portable gamer there. But we don't really actually have that much downtime on the show. I mean, it really is like this. And there's so many of us that we don't work every day. So it's not really the kind of thing where you're camping out. It's not that kind of show. You're really there for like 14 hours, and the crew is killing themselves, working as fast as they can, and then it's sort of on to the next.
Now, let's talk about consoles. Like, are you console agnostic, or do you have a favorite console?
Absolutely. I don't care about what console it is.
You're being so good about not swearing.
I'm a little angsty today. I don't know. I think it's because of that little True Blood clip. I'm like thinking about tempers. But yeah, I think it's all about the game. I don't care what I'm playing it on.
And do you feel the same way about handhelds?
Yeah, I do. Again, I mean, I just kind of, I'll pick up whatever to experience whatever the game is. I mean, I played Lumens on my PSP, and I still have my PSP, so I can play Lumens and finish it all the time. It's like the best way to fall asleep, where you're just like, up 9999999. Right, that's what I...
Okay, are you... Now we're getting to the controversial questions.
Oh.
What do you think of the Wii U? Is that something that's interesting to you?
I didn't check it out.
No?
I don't know why. I was like the only person who... Well, okay, I saw a demo or whatever, but probably because you guys played it and I saw it on G4. But I didn't like have a personal experience with it at E3, so I don't really know. But I mean, I'm interested to see what they do. You know, Nintendo doesn't suck, and as far as they live in my heart, they have a happy place in there. So yeah, sure, I'm down to try it.
So you still have that kind of nostalgia factor for it?
Yeah, sure. I don't even feel like it's nostalgic because I wasn't allowed to play video games growing up. So basically, when I think about the Wii in general, I think about two things. One, Zelda. Not Twilight Princess. Zelda.
Yeah.
Twilight Princess is the
one on the first one that came out of the Wii.
Sorry. I think about Zelda, and I think about Resident Evil 4. That's what I played on the Wii. And that was fun.
Those are good memories.
That's a good memory, and it wasn't that long ago. So, you know.
Okay, so we were actually both recently on the same show, the Top 100 Games show. There is one game that we both happen to love, so let's take a look at that clip.
Okay.
There are games that make you jump through hoops, and then there are games that make you jump through, well, everything.
Portal is the best game on the planet. For so many reasons.
Okay, I actually...
Thanks. Thanks for that. Thanks.
No problem. Okay, so I actually wrote a review of Portal 2, and I called it one of the greatest games I've ever played and one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah, I agree.
So I actually completely agree with you. I think Portal 2 should have maybe been the best game on that list. Where would you have put Portal on that list?
Well, I mean, number one was Super Mario Brothers, so, you know, you have to, like, start with history, right? So I get it. But I would put it at 2.
That's right. Okay, so what is it about Portal that fascinates you?
Okay, well, you know, the whole new idea of you know, just the portal in general had never been done before, right? I mean, it definitely took me. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I don't understand that I can go through that wall and get. I can't. It took me a second, which was embarrassing. But then after that, I was like, I'm a genius. I have figured out the portal, and so. Awesome. Also, the big part of it that's fantastic is the humor. The humor aspect is the best.
Now, were there any challenges that stumped you? Did you go to walkthrough? Did you ever go to a walkthrough?
I don't want to admit that I looked it up on YouTube. Man,
so...
I don't remember what level, or, I mean, it wasn't even a level, you know, it was like towards the end of the game, right? But, yeah, one of them. Definitely one. Yeah, 1.5.
I'll accept a half. I'll accept a half. I'll
no,
accept,
because
like,
you have to be like, oh, it's that, and then you just stop. You just stop it, and then you feel like you figured it out.
You totally figured it out.
I definitely am a genius.
Now, who do you? I agree. And that's the great thing about Portal is that you finish it and you're like, I'm the smartest person that ever lived.
Yeah.
But they do such a good job of actually giving you the tools that you need to solve the puzzle. Like, you never feel like you don't have the tool. Mm-hmm. That's the genius of it. Mm-hmm. So we agree.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay, so you actually created some fan art for Portal.
I did. Oh, God.
Nerd!
Hey, come on. You asked me here for a reason. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, I did. So the cake is a lie.
It is a lie.
It's a lie. And so I decided that my loft needed some art, and by art I mean a 4 feet by 6 feet tall canvas print of something that is like a spoof on, you know, Keep Calm and Carry On, that whole thing with the crown. So now I last week made The Cake is a Lie poster that is now getting printed, huge.
That is going to be an awesome addition.
To my loft, yes, absolutely. I'll tweet a picture
and
so y'all can see it.
What game are you looking forward to most this year?
Oh, October, Assassin's Creed 3.
Assassin's Creed 3?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah. Absolutely, big time.
Big time. Me too. Thank you so much for stopping by.
No problem.
We loved having you. So sorry I ratted you out on a couple things.
It's fine.
You can catch Janina Gavankar on True Blood Sunday nights at 9 p.m. on HBO, but you knew that already.
If you're gonna buy Lollipop Chainsaw expecting something deep, well, read the title of the game again. The game is called Lollipop Chainsaw. Lollipop Chainsaw. Wrap that around your head for a second. Has the absurdity settled in yet? Yeah, that's exactly what the game is like, and you know what? It's not ashamed of it for a second. Suda51, creator of No More Heroes, collaborated with writer and director of Slither, James Gunn, to bring you this zombie-infested romp. It's one part Buffy the Vampire Slayer and one part anime ridiculousness, with plenty of grindhouse gore to round it out. It's silly, it's lowbrow, and entertaining in the way B-movies can sometimes be. Most of the time, you're just laughing at the game's many completely over-the-top moments.
I'm a mother freaking
This absurdity is one of the game's strengths as well as one of its weaknesses. Dialogue generally ranges from corny to bad.
If it bleeds, I can kill it.
Occasionally, you will get a gem from Nick.
What's your favorite color, Nick?
Blue? No, green.
Awesome. I love learning about you.
I f***ed up. It's yellow.
For a torso-less character, he's probably one of the game's comedic saving graces.
I'm happy I don't have a bladder. Otherwise I'd be pissing myself right now.
The characters are definitely shallow, and while some will talk about whether the game is sexist or not,
Welcome to my bedroom.
we really didn't get the sense that Suda51 and James Gunn were trying to demean women. They just didn't know how to come up with a main character that was better or more interesting than what they had.
Hey, her! Don't be looking at my skirt!
So what you get are cliched stereotypes and teenage humor regarding Juliet's chest.
Oh! Ah!
The combat is not necessarily terrible, nor is it necessarily good. You'll find a few good moves here and there, like bisecting a zombie in half, but you never unlock them fast enough to feel totally satisfied. Fortunately, the boss fights are still pretty fun and engaging. Overall, Lollipop Chainsaw is not going to change your world, but if you love zombie horror and accept the game for what it is, namely a ridiculous, sometimes certifiably crazy B-movie action adventure, you just might enjoy it. It gets 3 dancing Nicks out of 5.
Ever since announcements of a new Tomb Raider game first began surfacing in 2011, die-hard fans of the series have been anticipating a reboot to the famed franchise. And while the game has been delayed until early 2013, Square Enix is ready to start revealing more about what's in store for Lara Croft.
This time around, we've taken a different step. We've wanted to show you more about the character, more about how Lara evolves and how she becomes, and she will become, that action-adventure hero that we all want her to be. So this is very sort of personality-driven. Lara will go through this massive arc throughout the game, and we really believe that we have to set the foundation so the player kind of participates in that journey.
I hate tombs.
So the growth of Lara and the experience that she gains and how you learn about it throughout the game is a very important asset to us. She's starting to come of age, she's getting a little bit stronger. She has that dramatic and traumatic moment, that sort of the turning point in her character. With that, you have to have all of the gear and you have to have the skills and the abilities to get you to that point in time.
Completely unarmed, Lara will explore the hostile terrain, set up base camp, build and salvage basic weapons, gather food, and ultimately try not to get killed.
At this early stage, we give her very basic tools of the trade. So her prying axe so that she can open doors, she can open up casks, and we start to understand that now she's just scavenging around, she's trying to find salvage items to be able to improve what she's got, and then she gets her bow. It's a very important asset for us. It's an instrument that you'll see throughout the entire game.
And the game's story will offer plenty of chances for Lara to test her mettle.
The world is definitely full of mystery. The idea here is that it's an island off the east coast of France. It's like a Pandora's box for us. It's a blank canvas for us to be able to sort of set and paint a picture. So really the island is a character in itself for us. It's a way for us to be able to sort of show not just her emotional and her personal growth, but also how she's having to understand the world around her and how her friends integrate with that as well.
Lara, you're alive! Hey! Get up!
Lara Croft's journey begins when Tomb Raider hits shelves on March 5th, 2013. If you're anything like us, you loved Batman Arkham City so much you wanted to marry it. And hopefully, marrying your copy of Batman will soon be legal in California.
You're safe.
Until then, we have the latest downloadable content. It's called Harley Quinn's Revenge, and it's a continuation of Arkham City's epic storyline. Harley is pissed off about her boyfriend biting the bullet and takes a group of cops hostage. Man, these officers are like Princess Peach with badges.
Harley Quinn. Her goons ambushed my guys and dragged them towards the steel mill.
Unfortunately, once Batman heads in, he quickly gets captured himself.
It's dead cop time! Does it hurt? Too bad!
It's up to our feathery friend Robin to save the Caped Crusader.
This'll end okay. I promise.
If you couldn't tell from the deep voice, this is the older Tim Drake version of Robin. His portions of the game are a lot of fun because of new gadgets like the bullet shield. The entire story only takes about 2 hours to beat, but seeing what happens after the events of Arkham City are a treat.
What kept you?
Ever heard of thank you?
Harley Quinn's Revenge is being billed as the last chapter in the saga, and we're sad to hear there will probably be no more DLC.
And don't waste time lying. I'll know.
This one is totally worth your $10, and it's also included in the Batman Arkham City Game of the Year edition. Get it, or get ready to hurt.
Give me it, or get ready to hurt.
You're gonna pay for letting Mr. J die.
Put down the controller and pick up the iPad. We've got must-have apps for pen and paper RPG gamers. First up is a modern twist on the original dungeon crawl. For all those who prefer D&D to WoW, there's Battle Maps. This iOS app allows dungeon masters to draw their virtual worlds complete with customizable background images and a library of icons for monsters, traps, treasure, and hidden doors. And for those DMing for large groups, Battle Maps can be connected to a monitor or projector for better viewing. To keep from revealing any secrets, Battle Maps offers a switch from a world-encompassing Dungeon Master view to a player view, which restricts viewing to line of sight and places the player has been. Battle Maps is one of the more expensive apps on the App Store at $29.99, but for any serious pen and paper player, it is a must-have. Finally, we move from leveling up your character to leveling up yourself. The last entry on this list is Level Me Up, an app combining the playstyle of an RPG with the focus of a Malcolm Gladwell book. Level Me Up first asks you what you'd like to learn to do, whether it be learning to paint, breakdance, or fly a helicopter, and then sets milestone markers for you to reach by logging hours of doing things in the real world. Sure, you may be able to rock a crowd with your guitar playing in Rock Band, but when you rock out with this app, you may sell merch. So whether it's creating a world or learning to rock, these apps have got you covered. These parts, we're pretty skeptical about video game adaptations of things we love. So imagine how we felt when we found out one of the best fantasy series ever would be brought to life by the studio that made Pro Cycling Manager.
He's right. What happened?
What happened was we got a mediocre game based on a great license. It's not terrible, but it's not good either.
It's even worse than I'd imagined.
The action follows two original characters, a ranger of the Night's Watch named Moores and a priest named Alistair. They both control and fight a little bit like characters from Dragon Age, but much clunkier. The game was in development before the HBO series, so you only get cameos from a handful of the actors. No Tyrion to be found. It's bad news if you're a fan of Peter Dinklage, but on the other hand, it's good news if you're Peter Dinklage.
It's over, old brother.
That takes us to our main complaint with the game, the droning dialogue. We'd rather spend spring break with the Dothraki horde than listen to these characters talk anymore. Cutscenes feel like they're going on for hours. Characters say things that are either poorly timed.
I'm sorry, Moz, you leave me no choice. Oh,
or pointlessly juvenile.
hold your tongue, deserter. That's not what your mother said last night.
Or just downright bizarre.
Too bad. The brat certainly was a pretty boy. Soft as a virgin.
However, the overall plot of the side story is well done, thanks to George R.R. Martin's involvement. It's just a shame the dialogue comes across in such a clunky way.
Oh,
If things are so bad, what do you propose to do?
I propose that we give Game of Thrones a 3 out of 5.
Oh.
If you've played even a handful of games this generation, chances are you've played a game built using Unreal technology. Nearly 300 titles have shipped using Unreal Engine 3, making it one of the most successful and ubiquitous engines ever. From Batman to Mortal Kombat to Shadow Complex, Unreal has powered some of the biggest and best titles of the last several years.
Dun dun dun!
Now a new generation looms on the horizon, and Epic Games are ready to conquer it too, thanks to the brand new Unreal Engine 4, which has been nearly 10 years in the making. Epic's senior technical artist Alan Willard came by to enlighten us.
Unreal Engine 4 has been in development for quite a while now, since around 2003 or so. It was when we made our first mention of it. And over the last 6 months or so, began putting together a team big enough to begin working on our Elemental demo, which we showed at the Game Developers Conference this year. The big features that we're talking about with Unreal Engine 4 are our fully real-time dynamic global illumination, which also has glossy specular reflection. So any surface can bounce any light in any color fully in real time. You move a light, the light bounces off all the walls of the room and correctly illuminates everything. We also have a fully deferred render, which allows us to do things like deferred decals, much higher quality surface rendering, more intricate layers of how we actually build up our final rendered scene. We've also added support for GPU particles, so our particle systems are now much higher detail, vastly higher quantity particles being spawned, as well as our new Unreal Kismet scripting tool. In Unreal Engine 3, Kismet was used to script levels. In Unreal Engine 4, I can script not only the levels, but the objects themselves.
Epic has shown the tech to several developers who have been impressed by one aspect of the demonstration in particular.
The bigger amazement moment has been when I revealed that the entire time I've been demonstrating the cinematic and all of the features and all of the tools, I've been in the editor the whole time. We have what we call an immersive mode that gives you your real-time viewport full screen, looks exactly like the game because it is the game. It's the same renderer, the same code, the same game is playing, but you have your tools the whole time. So you can just drop down, begin making editable changes, move lights around, move objects, change script, all of that, and just instantaneously play and be back in the game.
There's still a lot to be revealed in terms of what platforms Unreal Engine 4 will support, but Alan was willing to drop a hint.
Yeah, we'll definitely be supporting next-generation consoles, mobile devices, PC, and anything else that it makes sense to put the engine on as things are announced and we know what to do, what kind of platforms we'll be shipping on. Pappy is a multiplayer-only dogfighting game, things are expected of you.
All right, I'm in.
You must have spectacular aerial battles, and you must have a rock-solid online experience. Starhawk delivers on both. Starhawk makes a valiant effort to add story and consequence to the action with limited success. Everyone in the galaxy loves them some Rift energy to power their space iPhones and space TVs. The only drawback is Rift energy turns everyone exposed to it into lethal mutants called outcasts. The opening chapters have you dropping prefab structures out of orbit and cutting through the outcast hordes in a desert that will feel like home to all the Borderlands fans out there.
Set them back to dust in ashes.
Despite genuine attempts to inject an engrossing narrative into Starhawk's single-player campaign, the result feels mostly like a 5-hour training mode for multiplayer. It's a good thing multiplayer is pretty damn great. Starhawk seamlessly blends RTS features like dropping ready-made buildings onto the battlefield with visceral action that effortlessly transitions from aerial firefights to ground combat and back again. The environments are huge and well-designed. The titular Starhawk fighters give you lightning-quick mobility that allows you to play both defense and offense in the same round. The multiplayer set favors playing the hits over innovation, but they're called hits for a reason. And mechs fighting mechs will always have a special place in my heart. Starhawk is perfectly balanced for chaos and combat. Games with good players will find you narrowly surviving Michael Bay moments every single round. Starhawk isn't as well-rounded as it could be, a limp campaign and forgettable horde mode are weak points, but we say put your money where your gameplay is, and that's exactly what Starhawk does.
What are we looking at?
A 4
Must be nice.
out of 5.
What happens when No Limits director Suda51 and horror filmmaker James Gunn get together to make a game? Zombies, cheerleaders, and rock and roll, of course.
I'm here with James Gunn. We are not talking about bashing dudes' heads in with wrenches today.
No.
Something
That's
a
one of
little
my
different.
favorite things.
One of your favorite
My
things.
second favorite thing.
First favorite thing being Lollipop Chainsaw, of
My
course.
first favorite thing is Lollipop
Yeah.
Chainsaw.
Now, as you can see behind us, the opening cinematic is playing, and I wanted to ask you, you obviously come from the movie world, and then you've done this video game as well. What's a more fun cinematic moment to make for you?
Well, for me, making this video game, I've been a gamer my entire life, a huge gamer. And so having the opportunity to actually make a video game, for me, has been a completely new experience, completely freeing, and I loved every minute of it.
What was the biggest challenge for you? When you sat down, you started making this thing, you're like, wow, I did not think that was going to be that difficult.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, I actually think in some ways it was easier than I thought. But the pure amount of man hours you have to put into it. And every time, you know, Juliet Starling gets kicked in the face, she could have one of 30 different responses. And you write all of those. And I knew all that. But it's just such an enormous amount of writing. And I wrote every bit of it.
Let's kind of talk a little bit about the gameplay.
Sure.
Walk me through Lollipop Chainsaw. Number one, what is it? And then number two, your collaboration with Suda51.
Sure.
People expect a certain type of gameplay with him, and it looks like you guys have really combined your talents for this game.
I think of Lollipop Chainsaw as sort of Dawn of the Dead meets the Powerpuff Girls. And when I first met up with Suda and Warner Brothers and we started talking about making this game, you know, what really appealed to me was this sort of interesting aesthetic to it. As you can see, she's, you know, slicing up zombies, and it's a combination of gore and these big, colorful, sparkly hearts. And I really love, and this is something that was very similar about Suda and I, we both really love this mixture of the profane and the innocent, the dark and the light, pop culture and something a little more serious. And I think that's what this game is.
So, James, you guys also brought in something pretty cool here today. We're looking at one of the boss battles in the game. So walk me through what this thing is.
This is Vikay the Viking, and he is voiced by Michael Rooker. And this is basically Juliet fighting this wonderful Viking metal dude and trying to kill him. And he gets, as you see, he'll get cut apart little by little, and different parts of him keep coming at her.
Well, the game looks amazing. I wish we could stand here all day and talk about it. You are going to have to stay here because we've changed you to that chair. But for the people at home that are really excited about this, when can they expect to get their hands on the game?
The game is coming out June 12th throughout North America and on Xbox and PS3, and I hope everybody likes it.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
I am here with internationally acclaimed filmmaker and at this point really G4 hostage, James Gunn.
I love it here at G4. This is my people. I wish this, G4 existed when I was a kid because I would have been on there all the time.
Well, thank you. And I have to tell you, they like you more than me here. So there's that.
Well, that's what I've heard.
And let's talk about why you are here this time. Obviously, as we can see behind this Lollipop Chainsaw, you brought us something really special here. It makes sense coming from the world of movies that you would message out this game with a live-action trailer, and that's what you guys have created here.
Well, yeah, that's what those guys have created. Yeah, we have this great girl by the name of Jessica Nagiri. She won a contest to play Juliet Starling, and this is one of the bits that she did for us.
Tell us a little bit about this particular trailer. What did you guys bring here today?
Well, this particular trailer, I actually haven't seen it yet, so I'm going to be there with you enjoying this. I've left my eyes virgin until now, so I can enjoy it with you as we watch together.
All right. Should we hold hands?
Let's do.
Here it is right here, the world premiere, Lollipop Chainsaw.
Hi, I'm Ken, an executive here at Lollipop Chainsaw. Here we have Rick, Steve, and Bill, 3 of the biggest LC fans around. And to show our gratitude, we're going to let you take home an advance copy here today.
Yes!
Now guys, what is it you like best about Lollipop Chainsaw?
Juliet is a hottie manicotti.
Yeah. Bill, you are absolutely right. Juliet is indeed a hottie manicotti. And because we feel so strongly about her, we've decided to include her in the special edition.
Are you effing serious? I am so gonna pwn that.
Oh my god. Thanks to Lollipop Chainsaw's engineering division, you can control her every move with this joystick. Have at it.
What can she do?
Anything and everything you want.
Whoa. Like, I can steal my sister's makeup, and Juliet can play with my and then she'll spread Dijon mustard all over our until it gets too spicy, and then stains while she does wild and nasty things with an old $5 while eating from a bowl and playing with my and my pet monkey Bobo just before I reward her. What's up, right? Ken, what's up?
Indeed, you can do whatever you like.
Let me try. Dude, you put her in Japanese mode! Give it to her! Give it to me! Dude.
Guys, please, you're all gonna get a turn. Now, we don't have a price point set today, but as soon as we do, we'll offer you years and years of fun.
Sayonara, minasan.
Thank you, Juliet. Can we clean this up, please?
It's been almost a decade since the last time we saw New York's most famous fugitive cop. Max is finally back in Rockstar Games' long-awaited Max Payne 3. The third installment of the Max Payne franchise is not a traditional kill-em-all game. The tactical movement system and weapons have both been redesigned, with an eye towards making the gameplay as immersive and cinematic as the gritty story.
Just another day at the office, huh?
Rockstar has spent a lot of time fine-tuning the gunplay in Max Payne 3, which is a good thing since Max tends to express himself through firearms. This time out, they're attempting to deliver the precision targeting of a first-person game. And Max's trademark dual wield is back. You'll carry identical SMGs, pistols, and numerous other ruthless weapons, which will unleash devastating amounts of firepower. Bullet time is still at the heart of the game design. As usual, Max will be outnumbered and heavily outgunned, so strategic use of bullet time is the key to evening up the odds and surviving. Firefights are intense at both normal speed and bullet time, A new cover system will offer momentary breaks from the action, allowing players to plan a new line of attack. But don't think Max has gone Gears of War on us. Staying in cover too long will get you killed. Enemies use flanking and charge tactics to force Max out of hiding. So keep Max moving or he'll end up dead. And final kill cameras will highlight the last kill in any shootout. Each camera is unique based on distance, weapon, and point of impact. And for added intensity, a player can slow down final kill cams at will. In addition to the expansive single-player campaign, Max Payne 3 is introducing multiplayer to the series. Along with traditional multiplayer modes, Max Payne 3 will also include a deep reward and leveling system, persistent clans, and multiple strategic loadout options. You can get your hands on Max Payne 3 when it comes out tomorrow.
The upcoming Far Cry 3 is packed with the series' patented brand of tropical mayhem, but Ubisoft also wants fans to take notice of the game's all-new multiplayer modes.
We know a little bit about it. Obviously, we showed some of it at the Ubisoft press conference last year at E3. We covered that. Here, though, at PAX East, it's all about the multiplayer. You got a ton of people waiting in line to play multiplayer. What are people experiencing right now? They wait in line. What are they getting their hands on when they sit down?
When they sit down, they get to experience basically the multiplayer playing out on the Far Cry island with all the colors and everything that we're bringing back from Far Cry 1. But they're also experiencing this extremely tight and fast, action-packed gameplay.
You better be right about this.
Multiplayer in Far Cry 3 gives new meaning to the phrase, safety in numbers.
We're really focusing on, for the multiplayer, is the team play interaction and how we reward that team play interaction. So by executing these specific features that we created, like Battle Cry, for example, that's like a rallying shout that you boost your teammates.
So it sounds to me, I mean, as far as like kind of the team cry, the rallying cry, it's almost like it sounds like a buff. So you're pulling some elements from MMOs and things like that and applying them to these first-person shooter multiplayer.
Exactly. We wanted to encourage like the pack behavior. So basically, like you're running in a group and you're buffing each other as you run. And it's like you might capture a node together, and 2 or 3 of your buddies might go down. But everyone can revive everyone. So after you capture a node, everyone just revives everyone, and you're still together in this group, and you keep buffing each other and just keep pushing on like a pack.
That is crazy.
My last thing for you, you guys have put years into this. What do you think people are going to be talking about the most when it comes to Far Cry 3 multiplayer?
I think we got some really, really like wow moments going on with exactly like the Psych-Gas, because it really does mess with your head, because you don't know who is your friend and who is your foe, and we've had some really fun moments with it. Basically meaning like it drops down, you just start hearing these crazy whispers in your ears, you don't know who's your friend, think they're on the same team, so they kind of stick together and like, oh, he didn't shoot me, and I didn't shoot him, we must be buddies. And then they run together, and then when the Psych-Gas wears off, they realize, oh, you're a pirate, I'm a rebel, we're supposed to kill each other, and it often like ends with a machete in the throat, and it's just awesome.
That sold me on the experience right there, my friend. Cool. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much for your time, brother.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
We have one last award to give out. Ooh, and this one is very special.
Here to present the award are the stars of Thor, God of Thunder, and Aquaman, Battle for Atlantis, Thor, and Aquaman.
Today, we're here to present the first ever Golden Mullet Lifetime Achievement Award.
That's because we know what it's like to make an incredibly sucky video game.
But to suck long and hard over 10 years, that takes dedication.
Just ask Lindsay Lohan.
You know, Thor, you and I make a great team. I should be one of the Avengers. Is there a spot open on the team?
Well, there will be if Robert Downey Jr. falls off the wagon again.
That guy needs one of those fancy chest plates installed over his liver.
All joking aside, we're here to honor a video game that defied all expectations. It was worse than anyone could have ever imagined.
It made me want to play my own game again. That's how good it was.
We're proud to present the Golden Mullet Lifetime Achievement Award to Duke Nukem Forever.
Balls of fail.
Best thing that we can say about Duke Nukem Forever is that you're not obligated to play it. The only way this game will get a 5 is if our scale went up to 100.
Duke Nukem? Yeah, my kid's a real big fan.
Nice try, but nobody under 30 knows who Duke Nukem is. After being delayed for over a decade, the real surprise of the game is how joyless it is. Advertisements promise a balls-to-the-wall, action-packed experience, but what you actually get is a dated mess that features twitchy moments, glitchy graphics, and if you're lucky, 3 enemies on screen at once.
What about the game, Duke? Was it any good?
Despite all the time of development, the only thing the developer succeeded in is crafting a relentlessly dull game that's punctuated by lame sexual innuendo.
So tiny. I know right where I'd stick him.
It's rare that the word pathetic can be used to describe a video game, but in this case, it applies. Duke Nukem Forever is like that obnoxious guy at work who tells really lame, unfunny jokes, and everyone just tries their best to avoid him.
I'm bringing sexy back.
Let me be clear, on those merits alone, Duke would get a terrible score. But we'd like to address one other area that's troubling, the game's creepy, hateful view of women. In one particularly disturbing scene, you come across women sobbing in the alien nest. They're naked and bound to the walls, and the implication is they've been forcibly impregnated by the alien creatures. What's really problematic and troubling is this is all played for laughs.
Duke, we'll get the weight off in like a week, we swear!
Sorry, babe. It's better this way.
I'm done with this. Here's your score. A 1 out of 5.
Come on, that was amazing. That was amazing.
Amazing, yeah.
Amazing. And you can't do that.
What? I can do that.
You can do.
Hold
Oh,
on.
please.
Hold on. Oh!
Wow. Nice grill marks. Do you see that? God, even the grill marks are slanted. That's incredible.
Because my vagina's slanted. Because
Got
I'm
it.
Asian.
Because you're Asian. Whew.
If you want to get the job done with the ladies, you need to understand them. Thankfully, Miss Anna David is here to give you the insight you need. Welcome back, Anna, and welcome back, Anna's legs. Very nice legs, Anna.
My legs feel so welcome.
Well, they're gorgeous.
Well,
All right.
thank you.
Well, now that we're done talking about your legs, I want to get right into it with a guy who wants to see exactly what he's doing.
Girlfriend always wants to have sex with the lights off, but I want to do it with the lights on. Why is she weird about it, and what can I do to get her into this?
I personally don't mind lights on, lights off. So a lot of girls mind because they're insecure about their bodies. Is that what it is?
I think it has a lot to do with
Or maybe they just don't want to see him. I don't want to look at you.
Now, that is one point of view that I was not going to take. But
it might be.
I think that there are definitely girls who are really self-conscious about their bodies, and it has nothing to do with how objectively good or bad their body is. It's how they were brought up. How, it was nudity, frowned upon. Was it shameful in their household? So I think the first thing you do is you ask her.
Yeah.
And if this is something, you can't change her. Basically, women who are self-conscious about something like that are not going to be,
But I guess maybe the more he compliments her, he'll be like, gosh, you're so hot. Like, look at your body. I love this part of you. Maybe the things that you think she might be more insecure about, like, I love how your belly just hangs over your jeans, like stuff like that.
I disagree. I don't think bellies should ever be acknowledged, even when women are pregnant.
What if they're
That's
made
what
of
I think.
pie? Mine is made of pie, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
No,
but I think
maybe
you're
you
right.
can compliment her, right?
I think,
And then she gets more
and it just, if you tell her, I am so attracted to you, I am so turned on by you, and I would just love to see it, it would turn me on even more. Try that, but if she's not into it,
Yeah, just enjoy that she's probably like going full force when the lights are off, and just enjoy the feeling.
Yeah, that's true.
That's good. Okay, so the next guy wants to reassure his lady that she's got skills.
I never climaxed from oral sex, and now my girlfriend thinks she's bad at it. I like it a lot, but I never get there that way. Is there something wrong with me? And how can I convince her but she's good at it.
Yeah, so Anna, I mean, some guys just can't. The way that some girls can only orgasm with in a certain position or masturbating by themselves. So that's nothing wrong with him, right?
There's nothing wrong with you, but I think it's interesting. I think you should ask yourself while it's happening, there's nothing wrong with you. Some guys simply can't, but what is going on with you? Are you so worried about, assuring her that she's doing a good job, that you can't be in the moment? Is it that you don't want to lose control when someone else is kind of, in charge? I mean, what is going on? Because I think it's interesting. I also think it's about the journey. It's not about the destination. And so rather than worrying...
Well, what if that's all she wants the journey to be? What if she's like, I don't want to put out tonight. This is your journey.
Well, then... Are you with Olivia Munn? Are you with Olivia Munn?
Well, look, that's your journey. Enjoy it.
Well, look, I think that it's, assure her that there's like nothing wrong with her skills, that it feels good. I think that's really important. I mean, we're a culture that's obsessed with that final bang. And the truth is, many women can attest to this, lots of stuff feels really good, even if that big bang doesn't happen. So I think remind her of that, and then do stuff that it does work for you.
But I also think it's important to tell, like for him to tell her, look, I've never really been able to orgasm that way. That way, and girls, she'll love that. She'll be like, okay, it's not me. Every girl has gone through this, and it's cool.
Even Olivia.
Yeah. Seriously, my last boyfriend. Well, thanks so much, Anna, for being here. And you guys, for more Anna David and Anna David Legs, go to AnnaDavid.com. And to get even more answers to your sexy questions, subscribe to the AOTS In Your Pants podcast. It's available anytime at G4TV.com/podcasts. What are you emotional?
The journey? Really? It's the little things you do along the way, not the final result that makes the experience. Right. Just like Disneyland. You know how the drive there is always better than the actual Matterhorn? No, wait, no, that's not right. Maybe it's like drinking beer. Raising the glass to your mouth. Oh, it feels so much better than the actual sip. But nope. Oh, here's an idea. How about we solve every other problem on Earth before we worry about the guy who can't climax from oral sex? So we'll get right to that after we tackle guy who hates donuts, football, and air. Here's the thing. The school actually claims that it's not a river of crap, that they actually, they issued a press release saying that it was a rust inhibitor, which is still toxic, but not as toxic.
That's right. That was a nut or something.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, what a relief for those kids, to not have to know that was poop, huh?
Yeah, also, the sludge, oddly enough, transferred into the school and did quite well, graduating near the top of its class.
You know what? That really says more, about our failing schools and the intelligence of the toxic poop slick.
Yeah. Oh my God, I just saw it. I totally ruined it, but I didn't know what it looked like until I just saw it. That's all. My Draco milkshake!
I want to do it.
It made me laugh. What the? You look like an extra from a Marilyn Manson video.
I think you're milkshake!
Oh, wow. Well, all right. Who's a happy clown? I swear we're 3 years old today.
You're crazy cool. Your hair's awesome. Your skin is like flawless, yet you talk like you're from old history sometimes. How old are you?
17.
How long have you been 17?
A long time.
What are you?
You know what I am.
You're dangerous.
Yes.
You're beautiful.
Yes.
Hira.
Say it. Say it.
out loud. He's a f***ing vampire! The hell are you thinking? What's wrong with you?
You kill vampires. You don't date them.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm just a helpless girl. You can fill me up, but please don't eat me. Oh. God, you're really annoying.
Here. Use protection, all right? Come on.
Down at the mall is the one who's got it all. The answer to my prayers, just 2 doors down from Sears. I was surprised, cause they mostly hire guys. She's the girl at the video game store. She's smart and she's sweet, and she knows all of the cheats. Her thumbs are lightning fast. At Tekken she'll beat your ass. She was nice to me. She helped me buy my Wii. She's the girl at the video game store. I was alone, playing by myself. Oh, the night was so long. There must be something else. Then she gave me her code. Now she's on my friend list. Oh, my heart, I hope this joy is never ending. I was alone, playing by myself. Oh, the night was so long. There must be something else. Then she gave me her code. Now she's on my friend list. Oh, my heart, I hope this joy is never ending.
You should really get the membership card. It's only $15 and it comes with a free magazine subscription.
I totally want that. She was nice to me. She's my final fantasy. She's the girl at the video game She's the girl at the video game store. She's the girl at the video game store. Yeah!
What do you want for Christmas, little girl?
Oh, I want a rock.
No, you don't. How about a nice sweater?
Woke up in an alley from a not-so-silent night. My dog and tattoo burning in the morning light. Coming off tequila and a cocaine trip. Cause that's the only snow that's falling on the Sunset Strip. Looked up at the paper, it was Christmas Day. Stumbled to my house not very far away. When I saw that jolly fat man, I just had to say, put that crappy sweater back upon your sleigh. Don't give me presents and keep your cheer. I'll tell you what I really want this year. All I want for Christmas is to rock Claus is coming, girl, and so am I. Take off your Christmas stocking now and don't be shy. I'll lay you down and fire up my Yuletide log. So take another sip of my creamy nog. Deck the halls with daisies, hang them from my walls, while I decorate your Christmas rules with my Christmas balls. Don't give me presents and keep your cheer. I'll tell you what I really want this year. All I want for Christmas is to rock, rock all night long. All I want for Christmas is to rock, rock all night long. Let me take off my Christmas robe, sit on my lap and grind on my North Pole. You are a very naughty girl. Are those presents for me? I got a Rubik's Cube, a jar of lube, a VCR, a gold guitar, some leather pants and gauger plants, cigarettes and penthouse pets, a private jet, a red Corvette, a flaming sword and leaderboard, the color black, a fanny pack, a horse for polo. Just give me a guitar solo. Are you ready for my fat man to slide down your chimney? Ho, 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 ho. All I want for Christmas is to rock, rock all night long. All I want for Christmas is to rock, rock all night long. All I want for Christmas is to rock. 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 All I want for Christmas is to rock, rock Gotta open up your now, baby.
Attack of the soul, attack.
Escaped and everybody died. If you are out there, there is hope. My name is Alice.
It's big, it's beautiful, and you're gonna love it.
Attack of the Show's Epic April. Weeknights at 7. Only on G4.
Attack of the Soul, attack.
Seoul is an incredibly late night city, like, you know, stay up all night and drink kind of late night city, and there are so many places to go to blow off some steam, so we're gonna check in and maybe we'll have a little drink. One, maybe, just one drink. One, I swear. Welcome to Seoul, South Korea, an ancient city with a modern twist, where the nightlife doesn't stop till the sun comes up.
Okay, this is Club I. Now, this is something you are not gonna find in America.
Booking clubs are places guys can chill with friends in their own private rooms, while waiters bring food, drinks, and girls.
You have these clubs, so usually groups of guys, groups of girls will come to the clubs, separately. And then the waiters will sort of like facilitate things and bring girls over to guys' tables, just introduce them.
You ever just get up and leave when you're...
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I mean, I wouldn't be in this room right now if I had left quite a few rooms.
Right.
Because it's, I think, a shyer culture, people need a little more prompting in order to meet. And I think that's, important to keep in mind when you see these kind of clubs. These are places where people really genuinely meet each other.
And there's alcohol.
There's alcohol.
So we wanted to show you all of the local color of Seoul, and some parts are a little colorful.
Sadly, as soon as our camera started rolling on the women of the night, we got rolled up on by Korea's Most Wanted, who demanded our tapes.
Uh-oh. Hit the gas.
Turns out the gangsters don't really like when you film their merchandise without paying a fee, but fortunately for the viewers at home, we pulled the oldest switcheroo in the book. Pulled our tape out of there and stuck a blank one in. Our cameraman escaped with his life, and you get to gaze on these sweet, sweet ladies.
So after our brush with danger, I thought we'd try something a little safer.
Gambe! Well, I think it's pretty clear that this is, octopus. Baby octopus. This one looks dead. Oh, it's not. Oh, jeez. You know the expression, when in Rome? Well, I'm in Seoul, so I figured if they ate it, so would I.
You ready? Not bad, huh?
No, not bad. All right. I can see where you're going with this. Seoul has been an amazing city. The nightlife is incredible. You have to come to Seoul. Bye. I'm gonna go party. Just one more.
Check it out.
It's big, it's beautiful, and you're gonna love it.
Attack of the Show's Epic April. Weeknights at 7. Only on G4.
Attack of the Show. Attack.
Yeah, I know. All right, well, let's
You
start.
don't need to pay your rent.
Let's start with the
Dragon
horror
Lady is a bitch
suspense.
anyway. Okay,
She
sorry.
is. She keeps raising it.
Okay.
Alan Wake, or
Okay.
Alan Wah, because it's not Red Dead Redemption. It's a third-person horror suspense game.
Yes.
You play a writer.
You play
have
your
a flashlight. Can we move on now? Can we move on to the horse game, please?
Absolutely not, because this game is really good. Now, I have to say that I went into this game sort of thinking the same way that you're thinking. Like, it doesn't demo very well, because you're
No.
kind of clunky, and you don't really get the flashlight thing, and you think it's going to be annoying.
It was 6 years in the making, so I think people expect the Avatar of video games, and it's
But
not.
just forget anything you've heard about in the past. It's not this open world game, but actually it's really fun. The story is very involving. If you're a fan of like Twin Peaks, if you've ever liked a survival horror game, you're actually really gonna like this game. Now, I know you only played it for a little bit.
Yeah, I can't pass any judgment on this game because
Right.
I was 45 minutes into a game that is hours and hours of gameplay.
Because at first I was like, for the first hour, I'm like, oh, I have to play this game, blah, 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 blah. And then...
Is that what you say out loud every time you pop on a disc?
I totally do.
My name's Morgan Webb, I'm putting in a game, I'm putting it
They want me to
up.
talk about it in a game break, whatever. And then I play it and I'm like, wait a minute. This game's actually pretty awesome.
Well, what was drawing you in, though?
Okay.
Was it the writing and the storyline, or was it the amazing flashlight mechanics?
You're making fun of me.
No, I'm just because, like, any game where it's like, do you really want to hurt your enemy? Well, shine it harder.
Well, no, because the enemies are basically like made of darkness, so you have to take the darkness power away with the light, and then you can shoot that. Whatever. It's not annoying.
Why are you holding a flashlight?
In case you contradict me, I can shine it upon you, and then you'll be banished.
Oh, this is really selling me on the fun of Alan Wake now. Yeah, you're right.
Whatever, people. It's a fun game.
No, compelling story, decent enough
hold my
writing, good gameplay mechanics.
Good gameplay. It's a really interesting, involved story. There's a lot of nuances. You can really interact with the world. The story is told in a very immersive way. You're never really taken out of the gameplay.
I'm guessing 4 out of 5.
Get a 4 out of 5.
Okay, all right, good.
If you like Twin Peaks, if you like Survivor Horror, buy it. I'm really, really, really enjoying it. Okay,
Okay, Red Dead Redemption, go!
Just talk. I mean, whatever. I know
It's
you want
awesome!
to.
You start off on a donkey!
No,
You're a friggin' donkey! You're riding around with friends on your donkey!
In the single player, you actually do get a horse, and you start out, and it's very story-driven. You identify with this character, you're this badass cowboy.
Or you press B and skip the entire story like I did.
I know, I was explaining to Kevin.
And I'm like, wait, I'm married? I have kids? What the hell is going on in this game?
Your daughter died, and yeah.
Spoiler!
And that's not spoiler because it happened in the first, 10 minutes of the game.
That
so
I
doesn't count as a spoiler. No, I know. You were the son of a prostitute and her pimp, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, great gameplay.
It's good gameplay, it's a good story. It's basically Grand Theft Auto on horses. So if you guys liked Grand Theft Auto and you like Wild West, also you get
I will say that I was not a huge fan of Grand Theft Auto, the latest one, believe it or not. I liked it for a couple of weeks, but I feel like they were trying to recreate a world that I know very well, that's very big and very complex. What I love about Redemption is that this isn't a world that I know. And that all that wasteland that's out there where tumbleweeds are going by, it's populated with animals and occasional people where these events sort of happen, and this gameplay feels immersive, and it feels like it's happening in the moment.
It is actually very interesting. You'll be riding through the world and some guy's going to run up to you and say, hey, they're about to hang my buddy for no reason, you have to come help. And it feels organic. It doesn't feel like this sort of time-triggered event. And that's very impressive the way they do that.
And we just saw Deadeye there, which is sort of like their bullet time, which is nice. Cool feature to slow things down.
Yeah.
I do think it's weird that, when you're collecting flowers, you are the gruffest, scarred up, I'm going to ride my horse and go lasso. Oh, look at Daisy.
I know.
Oh.
You
I'm
do.
gonna put that in my satchel.
You do level your herbalism, which is just a little bizarre.
It's weird. And so there are some hitches there. But again, multiplayer as well. The single player, we know it's going to be good. Lots of good voiceover, lots of good missions. Multiplayer, hang out with your friends, form a posse, and the gameplay will sort of emerge from that, right?
Right. Now, you played a lot more multiplayer than I did, because you got on later than I did.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't, quite frankly, it wasn't working for a large portion of the evening. But now that when it was last night, yes, you're able to hop in with your friends, you can form a posse, you can ride around from town to town and do these little experiences, or you can hop into more traditional gameplay modes and just blow the hell out of each other, which is great. What is X-Play giving Redemption?
It got a 5 out of 5.
So,
it's a really, really great game. If you weren't super into Grand Theft Auto, don't be put off. It wasn't one of my favorite games either, because I didn't really identify with any of the characters in that game, so I didn't care that much what happened to them. Whereas this, I identify with the
son of a prostitute,
the tough guy from the streets. That's like me,
Here's the issue. Both great games, two very different games, came out in the same week. I think a lot of gamers are going to have to decide on which one to get now, and then maybe which one to get later at a used price or to rent later.
I would definitely say if all of your friends are playing Red Dead, then you should get that because you're going to want to play along with them.
I agree.
But if you're a survival horror person, you're going to need to get Alan Wake, period. So
there you have it. Booty pop!
Booty pop!
Oh!
What?
That is...
We both got a booty pop in. What's yours?
It looks like...
Maybe you have to have a booty to pop it.
Yeah, I got nothing. It looks like you're smuggling...
I look like a Kardashian.
Yeah! You could...
If you're a professional athlete, I'll date you.
Hey! You could,
well, here's the thing is with these...
You could lose a Bieber in that.
the booty pops have a lining in it, so it looks like I'm wearing
that's
granny
the thing,
pants.
is that I put them on, I went over the boxers just so you could see
I'm a lady. I don't show my booty pump.
Oh, booty pop.
Pop. Pump. Yours gives you a little something.
Yeah, but they bunch around the taintal region. That's not... I'm not even kidding.
How do you feel?
Yeah,
you feel sexier?
I feel empowered as a female, Olivia.
That looks...
Let's go around the net, please.
It is scientifically impossible to get any worse than actual Bon Jovi. There, I said it.
Oh!
I said it. I said it.
You did
it's
say
actually worse. By the way, I love his song Always.
Oh, don't do this again.
And I will always love you forever.
Okay.
And always, and he's going to be there when the sun don't shine. And the heavens burst.
Like, it's one thing to like Bon Jovi. It's another thing to really know the worst song they've ever done and then be proud of it.
Did you see the music video? It was so emotional. Carrie Russell was in it. And you're
Folks,
like, oh, that's
just because Epic April is over...
Up, and then he's sleeping around, and he gets caught because he's like, cheating on his
because
girlfriend. She walks in, she's like, what are you doing? I love you so much. Why are you cheating on me?
Camera
like,
guy, you're only encouraging this crap. Stop with the slow push and cut to Pereira. Thank you. Now, just because Epic... Oh, man. You know, just because Epic April is over, it doesn't mean we still don't get unnecessarily angry about things, right, Olivia? That's right. And cut to the package, please.
It's big, it's beautiful, and you're gonna love it.
Attack of the Show's Epic April. Weeknights at 7. Only on G4.
Good news, print media aficionados. My FHM UK hitting stand soon.
Oh!
Go forth, enjoy. Yep.
Can you only get it in the UK? Or?
And by the way, can I just say, when you call me Iron Man Secret Weapon, when I said it was a cameo, that's cameo doesn't mean I'm a secret weapon. I've turned into like the Brando in Superman. Like this is,
It's like...
Cameo is just a cameo, people. But Kevin, you have
I milked the hero's appearance for all it was worth, so
yes.
I mean, go for it.
That's true. You should.
I don't normally like to plug stuff on the show, but
stuff.
Oh yeah, no, it's a really good spread in there.
Spreads, lots of,
and the photos are good too. Hello.
What's yours?
I just want to promote my circular for the Pasadena Fudge Hut is going on my blog right now. It's Kevin Perez, Pasadena Fudge Hut. Get fudging. So.
You have a fudge hut?
Yeah, if you just want to hear,
if
you just give those out at your next little appearance, you know, a couple of fudge huts. It's a pretty big deal for me, guys. So, thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Fudge hut.
From LA to Dagobah, there's no car in the galaxy too filthy for the 501st to handle. But when it comes to raising money for this charity car wash, I think it's best to leave the dirty work to the ladies.
Here we go.
Attack of the Show is raising money for charity the best way we know how. By combining our favorite geek pastime with the most scantily clad hotties we could find to wash your car. All in the name of Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Well, we're an all-volunteer organization. We have over 4,000 members spread across about 47 different countries that portray different characters. And basically, we do a lot of charity and community events. And today, we'd like to go in and see if we can get 33, 34 cars across at $10 a head and spread a little love for Make-A-Wish.
Wow.
Force is strong with this one.
It's kind of hard to not enjoy beautiful women rubbing down your car while you sit inside and watch.
Oh my goodness, all around me.
How are we doing?
Well, we're about an hour into it. We've got about 7 or 8 cars done. I think we're going to have to go ahead and have a little discussion with the Leias and get them to step it up a little.
Oh, I'll do it. I'm on top of it.
Appreciate it.
All right, girls. I hate to say it, but come on. We got to step it up a little bit. Let me see this. This is how it's done, okay? That's how you do it.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Just return to the Jedi. That is everything I need.
Sometimes you gotta use more than the sponge.
Damn! Bang it, does.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Should be a full-time business.
Where are we at now?
We're about 20 cars, but time's starting to run out. We're close. We're going to have to make a big push towards the end.
how did you like your car wash?
One of the best car jobs I've ever had.
It looks like we didn't exactly get it very clean.
You guys might have made it worse.
I know what it looked like from the outside. What did it look like from the inside?
Very suddy, curvy.
You have the right outfits on.
Yeah, good job, guys. We did it. And how much money did we raise altogether?
Over $1,000 was raised today.
Well, a big thank you to the 501st.
Thank you.
And ladies, let's face it, you did a majority of the work here today. That's it for Attack of the Show's charity car wash. Guys, may the force be with you! Woo! Don't be afraid to get wet, get dirty.
It's big, it's beautiful, and you're gonna love it.
Attack of the Show's Epic April. Weeknights at 7. Only on G4.
Attack of the Show. Attack.
What?
I don't. Never mind. I didn't know you meant the. I didn't know you meant the combustion with the green globule or whatever. It just.
Yeah,
it's fine.
is that cucumber?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
What?
Olivia, even I don't know where that's been. Okay.
I don't swallow with Kevin. They're pretty fresh, my one.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll hop in there.
It's like salty.
Oh, I have to work a little harder than she does. I swallowed.
Attack of the Show. Attack.
But that's, I think, that right there is the
Right.
perfect example of why people think motion-controlled gaming is stupid and just a fad.
Who wishes to gaze into the great beyond of gaming?
Hi. It's the ghost of gaming future.
Oh.
We've hung out before.
Hi, Morgan.
Hi. Good to see you.
Hey, Ghost.
Woe is he who dares to peer through the scrying pool of untold tales. What you have just seen, this motion control, will dominate gaming for decades!
I don't know about that. The technology's cool, but the games look really lame there.
Very.
Oh, you have no idea how lame they get. Oh man, in 2012, the biggest selling game of the year is a swimming pool simulator. It's totally stupid, Kevin.
Sounds stupid.
Sounds pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Is there any hope for the future? Or are we gonna
Look for yourselves!
Here?
Hello and welcome back to X-Play, the longest running gaming show in history.
Now, as you know, E3 2150 was this week, and it was full of shocking announcements.
It was. I mean, I think we'll all remember what we were doing when the LA Convention Center became self-aware and shot missiles at the San Diego Convention Center, starting the Great Con War. But Microsoft, oh man.
Redmond has done it again, Morgan. They have completely revolutionized the way we'll play games with their new joystick.
Well, we have been playing games with our bodies for 100 years now. Microsoft is finally freeing us from the shackles of physical activity. Now, this is truly a great leap forward in interface technology. All right, it's got sensors for 8 directions, as well as a universal action button.
And as I understand it, the joystick also uses a new way to communicate with the system, right?
Absolutely. The joystick is operated via this unbelievable tether. You do not have to worry about cluttering your living cube with more wireless signals.
Finally, we get hands-on gaming. But how are we preserved heads supposed to use this?
Well, okay, this is an issue, but Microsoft has said they're going to have mouth models for heads by the holiday season.
Oh, that sounds great. Now, stay tuned. we'll have an exclusive first look at 3 of the most anticipated titles of the year right after the break. Final Fantasy 87, Gears of War 3, and Duke Nukem Forever.
We'll be right back.
See what I mean?
That's not pretty.
No, but
No.
while we have the Ghost of Gaming Future effect, Ghost, do you mind if I ask what happens to me in the future? What's going on?
Oh, you have a podcast that nobody listens to, and I would ixnay on the autoerotic asphyxiation.
I have been telling you that.
Gotta run, guys! Oh, and beware the knowledge ye have seen, for it comes at a great price.
What is that?
Toodles!
No, what's the great...
Strong, and I played Juliet in the game Lollipop Chainsaw.
Where's my fucking body?
My name is Michael Rosenbaum. I'm voicing Nick. In a nutshell, this story is about a girl, cheerleader, who we find out is a zombie killer. She just royally kicks ass.
Juliet is a really fun character to play. She embodies the character of cheerleader and fun-loving and spirited and happy and a little bit ditzy and totally cool, as well as that flip side of someone that can take a chainsaw and cut right through a zombie and lop off a head and not be disgusted by it.
Nick loves Juliet more than anything and wants to see her succeed. He wants to survive this apocalypse or whatever, but, you know, I think he really misses his penis.
Oh, fuck!
That's the most adversity you could ever face, is a man without a penis. What's a man without a penis? What's a penis without a man? I don't even know what that means.
There's been a lot of thought gone into the writing and the dialogue.
Gonorrhea! Gonorrhea face! Gonorrhea! You've got gonorrhea face! Yay!
The writing is really great. The acting is fantastic.
Ouch! Oh, no body thing is cool. I don't have to worry about gaining weight.
Ymir, let's cut this bitch into bite-sized chunks!
Hell, that girl knows trouble like apple knows pie.
Lose yourself in the eternal, collective unconscious.
I invoke your dark forces in declaring myself God of this realm.
This is when he finds out that he's a disembodied head.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God! Oh, fuck! How am I still talking without a fucking thorax? Fuck!
That was okay. That was good. That was really good.
The nice thing about working with James Gunn is he has a really clear vision of what he wants for the characters and how they should interact.
That was pretty perfect, Tara. If you could do it one more time, but this time, not suck.
He's really easy to work with. He doesn't yell.
You're supposed to be a professional actor, so this time could you perhaps do it in a way like someone with half a fucking clue would do it? Let's try that. Go ahead.
Asshole.
Everything's just so well done that the fans are just going to have fun getting into it and getting into the gore and being a part of this crazy zombie world.
Get busy, start killing. I'm the head. Take care of me.
Let's play.
Don't you just totally hate it when your school clothes get so nasty? Those sloppy joes from lunch, that glue from art class, those sweat stains from gym class, and even the reanimated corpse of one of your former fellow students. Well, I know I have, until now. A friend turned me on to Zombie Gone, a brand new detergent from Lollipop Chainsaw, specially formulated to get out even the toughest brain matter stains. Zombie Gone works by getting deep into the clothing fiber and lifting out all the icky, decomposing human tissue that gets stuck to you after a long day of bludgeoning the undead. Only Zombie Gone will allow a sweet, adorable cheerleader to go from this to this. So the next time you need to annihilate a horde in a zombie apocalypse, the only thing that will be spared from total destruction is your wardrobe.
From Cape Town's clean to totally clean. Zombie Gone, another great product from the makers of Lollipop Chainsaw. Pre-order your copy of Lollipop Chainsaw now.
Where you from, Henry?
Sicily.
Who brought you to the States?
Mussolini.
Will you buy your ticket?
Don't be a smart-ass, Joe. My father was a man of honor. And things got pretty bad for us after Mussolini came into power. My old man figured I'd either get drafted or locked up. So he sent me to America and got me a job working for Clementi.
So what happened to your father?
He said he was too old to make the trip. Mussolini had him arrested, and he died in jail. They won't even turn his body over for a proper burial.
That's rough.
So how's your English so good?
They're coming. Those black cars. Vito, aim for the fat bastard. We gotta nail him before he gets in the building. Get ready.
All right, I'm on it.
All right, it's showtime. They got guns up there in the window. That's him, Vito. Waste that fat fuck.
Don't kill me! Please! I got a wife!
You should have thought about your wife before.
I'll do anything you want!
fucking shall kill me! Oh, for Christ's sake!
Don Clemente sends his regards.
Oh! Fuck! Please, don't make me do this. Fuck you, sorry, you fuck! Henry, you okay? Where'd he hit you? Of course I'm not fucking okay. He shot me in the fucking leg! You're right. Son of a bleeding all over the place. Get me to El Greco. The fucking painter? No, the fucking doctor,
Okay,
you
take
idiot.
it easy. We're gonna get you there in a minute.
The Greek guy lives up in Highbrook. Let's get you to the car. Oh, Madonna, you're heavier than you look.
Fat fuck. He almost shot my balls off.
Take it easy. You missed him by a mile.
This whole fucking place is... That's all we need.
Vito, head to El Greco. We don't got much time. Careful! That hurts? Shit, that hurts! Come on, Vito, let's get the fuck out of here. Say that, pal. It's just a scratch. The doc will give you a few stitches, then we'll all go out and sell. Right now. It's gonna serve you straight. You saw that in the movie. He died. Hey, Henry, you awake? Stay with me now.
Yeah.
Shit, what? We got the fucking road blocked off.
Oh, fuck! Take it easy, will you, Henry? Relax. It's under control. I got a hole in my leg the size of a fucking small dean. You're telling me it's under control? You're gonna have a hole in your head pretty soon if we don't get out of this. Vito, do fucking doctors! Do a doctor now!
This war has brought us pain, and suffering, and loss. There will be no second chances and no room for mistakes. You fight, or you die.
the code, I will serve you, Shepard. Your choices are my choices. Your morals are my morals. Your wishes are my code.
Find peace in the embrace of the goddess.
Hi, my name is Ed Boon. I'm the creative director for the Mortal Kombat team, and we'd like to show you a demonstration of our newest game, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. During this demo, you'll see a number of new features in action. You'll also see how we've managed to merge these two universes' mythologies, characters, and fighting abilities into one game. Let's start the demonstration with two of the more recognizable characters from both franchises, Superman and Scorpion. This fight should give you a good idea of how the game plays and how we've managed to get these radically different characters from two different universes to work in the same game. The first question that most people ask about our game is, how will any character be a challenge against Superman? Our story mode is going to fully explain the details, but the quick answer is that Superman actually does have two weaknesses, kryptonite and magic. Since the Mortal Kombat universe has a rich background in sorcery and magic, this brings Superman down to a more level playing field. As you can see, Superman has many of his signature powers available to him. In addition to his heat vision and freeze breath, he has a number of special moves that utilize his ability. Special moves like these can be custom linked together like no previous Mortal Kombat game has done before. Here is an example of some of the creative ways players can string together Superman's special moves. Scorpion has a number of new moves, as well as enhanced versions of his classic special moves. This is a good demonstration of how some of his new and classic moves can be strung together for some pretty devastating combos. Let's move on to our next fight, demonstrating some of Batman and Sub-Zero's abilities. Like Superman and Scorpion, both characters have a deep history with well-known abilities, all of which are represented in their fighting styles and special moves. One of the new features in our fighting system is something we call Close Combat. Close Combat is a brief, up-close, and intense fighting mode that either player can activate by grabbing their opponent and pulling them in. During Close Combat, the aggressor unleashes a series of brutal attacks, while the opponent tries to end it with his own set of defensive counter moves. Close Combat ends when either the aggressor gets in the maximum number of hits or the defender successfully counters an attack. This takes us to Flash and Sonya. Flash has some of the most dynamic moves in the game, and Sonya has regained all of her classic moves from the old Mortal Kombat games. Another new fighting mechanic we have is called Free Fall Combat. Now, when fighters are knocked off the edge of an arena, they can actually fight during their fall down to the arena below. Like Close Combat, Free Fall Combat consists of an aggressor and a defender. But during Free Fall, a successful counter results in both fighters swapping positions, changing the defender to the attacker. Fighters can swap positions several times during a fall. When landing from free fall, the fighter on defense takes the accumulated damage. After landing below, the action reverts back to the main combat fighting. This wraps up our demonstration of Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. We are very excited to show you much more in the near future, as well as the final version, which comes out this November on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 computer entertainment system.
strange visions.
Lord Raiden, what is wrong?
It is nothing, Liu Kang. The tournament begins. Thunder take you!
Another way that you can customize your gameplay in Modern Warfare 3 is by weapon proficiencies. We've basically given every weapon an experience bar. So now you're leveling your weapons as well as your player. Leveling will unlock all of your attachments, your camos, but it also unlocks a new thing that we've added called weapon proficiencies.
This allows you to get better with your weapon of choice, to practice with that weapon, and the weapon itself gets better.
Weapon proficiencies are enhancements to your weapon that are geared towards a certain playstyle. So for instance, I can unlock reduced kick. And now when my weapon kicks, it's gonna kick less. And maybe that stabilization on firing is what makes me a better player. There are a variety of proficiencies like reduced kick, reduced sway, and there are some that are actually unique to each class. So for instance, the assault class has an ability to hold breath similar to the sniper class. The SMG class has the ability to melee faster. The LMG class has the ability to run faster.
If you want less sway, you can earn it. You want 2 attachments, you can earn it. You want less kick, go earn it.
Proficiencies are great because I may have a favorite weapon, but that weapon may not be the perfect weapon for every map or mode. With proficiencies, I can customize that weapon a little bit more and actually fit it into different play styles that allow me to use it in different maps and modes.
We have brand new weapons across all of the categories. You've got an SMG called the PP90M1, one of my personal favorites. You've got the F80 or the FAT assault rifle, brand new to Modern Warfare 3. You've got the Bouncing Betty, a brand new frag grenade type, and the XM25, a new launcher.
One of the new things we've added is the EMP grenade. So this is similar to like your flash grenade or your concussion grenade, but what it does is it takes out electronic equipment in the area. Another new piece of equipment that we've added that I think people will really like is the trophy system. The trophy system is a portable turret that is an anti-grenade, anti-RPG system that you can use to defend a point. With all the new ways to level and all the new equipment, weapon proficiencies, we really are giving the player the tools to make Call of Duty play the way they want to.
This game is full of new weapons for players. It's super exciting.
Rated M for mature.
Oni Chandra TV.
Well, I mean, you're like impossible to shop for.
Undead live! How can the masses of undead be stopped? Burn them! Beat them! Zombie bait attracts the undead. Or send them to the afterlife with holy water! Ammo is scarce, so loot some body parts from the undead, pack it in a blunderbuss, and blast them to oblivion. Red Dead Redemption. Undead Nightmare.
My name's John Marston.
What are you doing here, Mr. Marston?
I'm here to capture or kill Bill Williamson.
Okay.
I rode in a gang. We robbed trains, banks, held people ransom. We killed people we didn't like. Bill Williamson was in that gang.
Dutch always said you were an arrogant son of a bitch! Man, it is time to start tearing this place apart and find out where he's cowering!
If I don't capture my former brother in arms, great harm will befall my family.
I thought you were supposed to protect us, Marshal.
Not up, men.
I know a cure for all ailments, Mr. Marston.
People don't forget. Nothing is forgiven.
You here to fight the war? I love patriots! We are love!
Thank God you have come. They want to kill us all.
I don't like women, partner.
Hello, old friend. Been a long time.
You arrived on Mars as our liberators, the Earth Defense Force, guardians of humanity's next frontier. But instead of freeing the citizens of Mars, you imprisoned them. And now, you are our enemy. You are our target. You are our war. Consider this a declaration of our independence.
this movie, we've designed it really from a script level. Working with Paul to storyboard, really kind of starting to envision the sequences and start to design them out. We really did get excited about it when we started to realize the real scope of this thing.
We'd use this. For my first thumbnail sketch, I'm always imagining, you know, what the camera sees, variety of looks and textures. It's a great visual journey.
I thought for this movie, are we really going to have another underground facility? Are people going to become tired of it? And I'd done a lot of research recently into Soviet submarine pens. They were massive secret structures, which is where the idea for an underwater umbrella facility came from. It gives me the opportunity to flood. In all these places, normally you wouldn't see a giant tidal wave ripping through Moscow.
There's quite a lot of joy in the interface between reality and perceived reality.
New York.
Ghost Recon is Ubisoft Red Storm producer Stuart White. Welcome.
Thank you. So, Stuart, we've heard a ton about Ghost Recon Future Soldier, but for those who missed the conferences or whatnot, who are we, where are we, and how are we invisible again?
How you're invisible is a technology called optical camo, which we're really excited about. I'll go into a little bit more detail on that later. What we're doing in this particular mission is the Ghost is a 4-player squad. You know, they're there to take down the bad guys. It's really all about inserting into a space that has some global conflict associated with it and making sure that the Ghosts are there to
put bullets through the back of people's heads.
Definitely.
That's what they do best, yeah.
And then, of course, how much teamwork is going to take place in these co-op missions?
Well, the thing we're most excited about is 4-player co-op through the entire campaign structure.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a huge co-op gamer, so if we can't amass 3 friends, if I can't pay people on Craigslist to pretend they like me, will the computer control them as well through the campaign?
It will, in fact, yes.
Okay, but let's get back to 4-player co-op, working together.
Yeah.
What are the tactics?
Yeah, so it's all about, working together, talking to each other, making sure that when you take that shot, that everybody is in sync. Hey, I'm going to do this. Where are you guys going to be? If you don't have, really nice synchronization, your plan's going to fail pretty quickly.
The Leroy Jenkins of the squad.
Yeah.
Is this something like if you don't have headsets, you're not going to win this? You're not going to get anywhere? Is that how
you might need a headset for this game.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, encourage the cooperation and the teamwork.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, what about, I always love Tom Clancy games because they're rooted, like you said, in actual technologies and whatnot.
Right.
What are some of the gadgets at our disposal in this game?
So I was talking about optical camo a little bit earlier.
Right.
Again, the nice thing that we have as far as contacts, we have a lot of military organizations that work with us. We have some insight into what they're working on right now, and we kind of take that knowledge and we say, what's that going to be like 10 to 15 years from now? Optical camo really it's a nanotechnology built into the fiber of the suits, so it's kind of bending light and kind of allowing you to have that sneak.
That's going to be at Baby Gap in 15 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a terrible thing to give to children.
Very bad thing.
Terrible. Now, is this something that I'm going to be able to keep on for a long period of time, or you see them in the demos kind of cycling in and out of the optical camo? Is there a limit, or how does that work?
Well, first of all, the enemies will have counter technology that they can employ. Whenever you run or sprint, you'll turn it off. Also, whenever you shoot, the optical camo is not going to engage. It is a technology that does have some drawbacks. And finally, it will have a power meter associated with it, so it's not over-powerful.
And is this something like if I'm, if we're hanging out here and a guy in optical camo walks here, would we be able to see him? Are they going to be able to see you that easily?
If you were paying really good attention, you could probably see him because it really just breaks up that silhouette. But if you're not paying attention, you're not going to see him.
Now, Stuart, there's a lot of focus on optical camo because it's flippin' awesome.
It's awesome,
to say the least. But that makes me think, okay, this is clearly going to be a stealth game. But it's not just stealth, right?
Right. We definitely want to have stealth as an element that you can enjoy. But we also want to give the action player everything that they deserve. So it's really going to be a choice. Do you want to go stealth in the situation, or do you want to go ahead and light things up to bring some firepower to the party?
So the missions aren't necessarily defined, okay, this is a stealth mission only. It's
Right.
more of a, okay, how are we going to play this squad?
Right. Yeah, it's really up to you. It's your choice. You want to go stealth, or do you want to go action, or do we're going to go somewhere in between.
I want silencers off and I want blood painted everywhere. That is how my squad
That's
will
my
roll.
choice too. So.
Yeah.
Now, is there a big sort of overarching story, or is this a very mission-based structure?
It is mission-based structure, but there will be an overarching storyline. As I mentioned earlier, the Ghosts are a unit that gets inserted into a global scenario that they don't necessarily want to have, explode into global conflict. So they send the Ghost in to sort of say, hey, maybe we can bring the scenario to an end before it gets started.
And co-op is great, but when I do want to, obviously I'll team kill because that's how I roll.
Yeah.
But will there be competitive modes online as well for me to actually kill my friends?
Definitely. We're going to continue the franchise of having really nice adversarial encounters. The actual game types I can't go into right now because we're still developing.
Sure you can.
those.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
No, what are you working on? What's on the whiteboard?
But we do want to give the players as much as they had before, plus a little bit more.
And what are some of the other gadgets that we're going to see?
We have not only the MRB is our major weapon that we'll have in the game, but we'll also have 30-plus other weapons completely customizable. You can add laser designators, optical sights. It's going to be a plethora of gadgets that you can stick on top of that gun.
And then,
go ahead, sorry.
These are all gadgets that exist or could exist?
Again, they're gadgets that right now you could go ahead and say they might exist, but we're just not sure.
Okay.
They're in somebody's camoed mind. Like, it's happening. You are on every platform imaginable. There's going to be the play-at-home board game as well. What are you releasing on and when?
It's going to be on 360. It's going to be on PS3. It's going to be on PC. We also are excited to have it on the new DS platform.
On the 3DS? Yes. You guys are going full 3D, huh?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Awesome.
Will I be able to take 3D photos of friends that I'm killing in real time as well?
If that's what you want to do.
Okay, I'll
Maybe.
just put it on the whiteboard as well. Stuart, absolute pleasure. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Just last month, more than 2.7 million fans helped make the Halo Reach multiplayer beta the biggest in console history. On behalf of our entire team, we thank you for your support. Halo Reach is the most ambitious game Bungie has ever created, and we can't wait to show you what we've been up to. And today, we're excited to unveil the world premiere of our campaign. Here's a taste taken straight from the game. This is just a small glimpse of what's in store for you when Halo Reach ships this September.
Noble. Is there any place the Covenant isn't? We've been engaged! Need a better angle. You are. Keep it up! Yes. Board on.
Close.
inside, 6. Let's go.
Spartans coming in!
Beautiful.
Oh, you want. Get to the Saber before the Covenant wreck it.
What's some more? Saber is prepped and ready for launch.
Struts disengaged. Commencing launch in T-minus 5, 3, 2.
Kinect's sensor detects both movement and sound in very sophisticated ways. It recognizes you. It responds to your gestures, and it listens to your voice. With technology like this, there are no barriers and no learning curves. So, when you combine the power of the Xbox 360, the services of Xbox Live, and the magic of Kinect, the result is a revolution not just for your games, but for all of your entertainment. Imagine a world where you can watch a movie without a remote, play a game without a controller, all in the comfort of your living room. Imagine that living room is smarter. It's ready to help you connect with the friends and entertainment that you care about. Imagine that finding content on your TV is so simple, everyone can do it. Kinect for Xbox 360 brings this vision to life. Kinect is here, and it's real. This is what happens when technology gets out of your way. To show you what I mean, let me introduce you to Ron, one of the engineers on our team.
Thanks, Mark. The first thing I'll do is show you how easy it is to sign in. All I have to do is wave, and Kinect recognizes me. And once I'm signed in, all I have to do now is just wave one more time, just like this. And I land here on this easy-to-use, controller-free menu of a lot of my favorite things to do on Xbox 360. This is the Kinect Hub, where I can find my friends, my games, and a lot of other great content, like Netflix, Facebook, and Last.fm. Everything's in one place. It's simple to use, and the best part is, no controller required. Now, using my hands is a very natural way to access my entertainment, but what could get any easier than just using my voice to select something? All I have to do is say, Xbox, and Kinect is listening. So if you can see it, just say it. Zune. Last year, we brought the entire catalog of Zune movies to Xbox 360, streaming many of them in full 1080p with 5.1 surround sound. And today, you can see how Zune is transformed by the magic of Kinect.
All I had to do was say a simple command, and it brought me here to all the entertainment that I care about. My movies, my TV shows, my music, it's all there. And now I can just use my hands to select the movie that I want to watch. Now, I love the special effects in Alice in Wonderland, so let's take a look. Can't go wrong with Johnny Depp, right? Tim Burton? All right, now I want to show you my favorite scene. All I have to do is just bring my hands up and a little to the left. A little far. How about right there? Yeah. It's simple. It's natural. It's effortless. That's how easy it is to control Zune movies with Kinect on Xbox 360. And what I can control with my hands, I can do just as easily with my voice. Let me show you what I mean. Xbox, pause. Now that's pretty slick, right? And when I'm ready to go, all I have to do is say, Xbox, play. This is what we mean by controller-free entertainment. I don't have to fumble around in the dark for the remote control. I don't have to remember which one is pause and which one is fast forward. It just works for me. Xbox, stop. And the great thing is, Zune isn't just about the movies, but it's also about an amazing catalog of music as well. Xbox, play music. All right, so now I can listen to Justin Bieber, or I can see what else is on this playlist. All right, also not bad, but let's try one more. All right, now that's more my style. That's more me. So that's Zune Music on Xbox Live. It's an amazing way to listen to all your favorite songs and music videos. In fact, over 7 million songs are now instantly available right in my living room, the place where I entertain my family and friends.
Thanks for showing Zune to the audience, Ron.
No problem.
This is our vision for entertainment for Xbox Live. With Kinect for Xbox 360, we're making entertainment controller-free, simpler and more social than ever before. You've just seen it with Zune, and you'll also see it with Facebook, Netflix, Last.fm, Canal Plus, and Sky, along with other live experiences. And we're bringing Kinect and Xbox Live to every country where the Xbox 360 is sold. Our vision for Live doesn't end there. This year, we're also bringing Xbox Live to Windows Phone 7. On Windows Phone 7, your friends, your avatars, and your achievements will be with you wherever you go.
Personally been waiting for this moment all show long. We are back, and it's time to go to Pandora.
The Pandora without the blue cat people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your world premiere pleasure, please welcome Gearbox President and CEO Randy Pitchford. Howdy, sir.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Borderlands 2! Not only did you have one of the best trailers to ever be released in the history of gaming.
Fantastic. Webb.
Yeah, all over.
I will pass that along to the guys. Mikey was pretty much in charge of that, and we had a lot of fun making
Mikey,
it.
good job, buddy. You get the employee parking space for the month. But I'm a huge fan of the first game. It meant so much to me personally. I enjoyed everything about it. Borderlands 2. I mean, how can you tweak something that people love so much?
You know, it's risky, right? Because, when we started Borderlands, everybody thought we were crazy. And we were definitely an underdog going into it, but clearly something worked. We didn't start with the largest marketing budget. We didn't start with the largest campaign, but everyone showed up, and it became one of the biggest sellers of the year. So to follow it, of course, you don't want to mess with the formula too much, but we wanted to bring a lot more.
Did you identify that something that worked? Do you think you guys narrowed it down?
We know pretty well how we built the game, and we know why it worked. So this one's just about doubling down on it. And it turned out, we thought maybe if the game's about the same size and we added this, that, and the other, Now that we're coming to the end of it, it's huge. This game is much, much larger. There's much more to it than anything we've ever done before. I can't wait. I'm very excited.
Okay, so today you're revealing Axon the Commando.
Yeah, you guys are the first people to show what it's like to play as the Commando, the new Commando class. Axton, he's a badass. He's a badass.
So what's his deal as the Commando?
Well, you know, as a Commando, he's basically the quintessential soldier. He's got a lot of the typical soldier skills, multiple skill trees that build out. His special ability is this turret that he deploys. And if you remember the soldier from the first game, there was a turret there.
Yeah.
This is like turret, I'm not even going to say 2.0, this is like turret 3.0. The thing grows and morphs as you level up. It becomes more and more powerful. There's lots of different ways you can take it and build it out with your skills. It's a lot of fun to use, and it becomes both an offensive weapon, a defensive tool, if you want to build it that way, and a utility mechanism on the battlefield. So it's got a lot of purposes, and it's a lot of fun.
I just had I had a junky twitch as he opened up the crate. Like, I realized I missed my fix of finding loot.
It's so weird to have that mix of the fun of a moment-to-moment shooting. You know, it's just great to pull the trigger and blow some guy away, but the looting, the character growth, the skills, and discovering more equipment, and the choice that you have along the way, that's what really transforms this from just a typical shooter into a hobby. And I played Borderlands like a hobby, and honestly, I think that's our biggest challenge right now in development. Because the game's almost finished, we're spending all of our time playing it. And we have a lot of bugs to fix, so we're getting through that and making sure that it's delivered on time.
So tell us a little bit about, you have sort of a new main enemy and a new bad guy.
Yes, you know, with the heroes of the first game and creating new heroes for the second game to join the heroes from the first game, to make them real heroes, we need a villain that stands up to them. And this guy is a character that we call Handsome Jack, and he's kind of a dictator, and he's taken over Pandora, and he wants to take control. In fact, in this footage, we're working with a claptrap that's helping us hack this Hyperion device. It's cutting down the statues in this city. It's a Hyperion city where Handsome Jack has erected statues in his honor, and we're part of a rebellion to take him down. So we've hacked this power loader here, and we're cutting down all of his statues in this mission. It also shows us that there's a lot more to do than just kill and loot. There's actually a story that unfolds in gameplay that has objectives with meaning for the plot.
And I'm assuming in true Borderlands fashion, a fully co-op story and gameplay.
Obviously, one of the greatest things about it is it's a lot of fun when we play alone, but at any time, your friends can join you, dynamically drop in and drop out. Up to 4 people can play together. Great experience. And you know, for the first time, in addition to split-screen co-op, we're also allowing the split-screen people to connect to someone else playing an online game. So that was difficult the first time around, but we broke through the technology that allowed us to offer that. So that's a really exciting new feature for Borderlands 2.
Yeah, I know something. One thing that Kevin wants to know. When's the release date?
Yes, please. When?
September 18th. Coming on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Windows PC. Can't wait. We cannot wait.
Oh my God. Well, we actually have a little special something that we want to do right now.
Absolutely.
If we can. Before we go, editor Gaz Deves of the Guinness World Records 2012 Gamers Edition wants to present a little special something to you, Randy.
Okay, all right.
Gaz, welcome to the show.
Randy, on behalf of Guinness World Records, I'm pleased to present you with this certificate for the most guns in a video game for the original Borderlands.
Wow.
Congratulations.
So
that is awesome.
Is that the final tally there was
17,750,000. You know what's interesting about this? You know, Borderlands had a lot of guns, but we upped the ante in Borderlands 2. So I think that Borderlands 2 has more guns than any shooter ever launched on the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, all added together, including Borderlands 1. So you're going to have to give us another one of these. That would be
That's another one.
Cheers.
Guys, thanks for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
This
Thank
is
you so much.
awesome.
Well, yeah, it's awesome and obsolete already.
I thought this was going to happen on Tuesday or Wednesday at the show floor. It's really cool that you guys did this here. This is a big surprise. Thank you to Guinness for recognizing Borderlands.
Thank you for making Borderlands and bringing it to us, Randy. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks to Randy Pitchford. To learn more about this game, all you have to do is go to g4tv.com/Borderlands2.
I'm going now. Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Hi, this is Sterling McGarvey, reviews editor at G4TV.com, and this is a look at God of War Collection on PlayStation 3. Now, there's a lot of PlayStation 3 owners out there with backwards compatible consoles who already own God of War and God of War 2 and are wondering if it's worth picking up Sony's new remastered compilation. Now, what we're doing here is showing you side-by-side comparison. The top of your screen is the remastered God of War Collection Blu-ray disc, and at the bottom is the PS2 version of God of War running upscaled through PlayStation 3 hardware. The purpose of this isn't really to get into all the nitpicking details of what's different, but instead to actually show you and guide you through this side-by-side comparison between the originals.
Death would be his escape from madness. But it had not always been this way. Kratos had once been a champion.
Now, what you'll notice as we start playing through this is that where applicable, we have split screen with remastered on top and the PS2 disc on the bottom, but also to show you more of the action, we've gone ahead and cut away to the backwards compatible version first so you can see how the PS2 game would look running on your PS3. And later on we'll go to a Blu-ray remastered cut where you can see it running with re-rendered assets in full HD glory. Now, as you can see here, we also decided to show off the Hydra fight running both on the PS2 disc and the PS3. You can see a dramatic difference with the Hydra head. The idea was that we wanted to show off how dramatic the introductory boss battles look, since that's such a highlight of the God of War series. In addition to an HD remastering, God of War Collection boasts 2 trophy sets, so that means you'll be able to get trophies for the first God of War as well as God of War 2. That's 2 platinums for the price of 1 disc. Now, part of that focus also zeroes in on the 3-headed Hydra fight that makes up the climax of the boss battle. So as you can see here, we're showing off the attack on the left lower Hydra head running on the PS2 disc, and then cutting over to the remastered Blu-ray version of the right head of the Hydra fight running on the PS3. Now, a really good way to compare the two, in addition to cutscenes, is to show off QuickTime events, which show off the in-game engine in all of its glory. As you can see here, when Kratos brings this Hydra down to its gruesome finale, you can see the small differences. And every time I see this scene, it always makes me wince 4 years later. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to check out the God of War 2 comparison video and more content here at G4TV.com. This is Sterling McGarvey, Reviews Editor.
Hi, it's Grace Kim, Playboy's Miss November 2008, and I am here at G4TV.com's office about to rock out to some Guitar Hero World Tour tunes. So the first instrument we're going to try is the guitar. Oops. Okay, obviously the bass is a lot easier than the guitar on this one, on this particular song. Oops. I think, sorry, Guitar Hero 3 is a little bit aesthetically more pleasing than World Tour, surprisingly. think I've been playing a little bit too much Rock Band because I'm not doing too well here. All right, that was pretty cool. This is exactly why I stopped going clubbing and just started playing Rock Band and Guitar Hero all the time at home on the weekends. Next up is the drums. So we are at the beginner level because I never play the drums. So let's see how we go. It's pretty. I mean, a 5-year-old can do this, but it's pretty fun. I actually tried it at the easy level, and that actually incorporated the orange button. So, you know, there's a big discrepancy between the two levels, but this is a lot more fun to rock out to, beginner level. I'm usually on my axe, so anyways, it's kind of fun. Hope you're missing like a drumstick or both. Whew, that's a workout. And last we have the vocals. I might normally be in the confines of my shower or have had a few beers, but hey, what the hell? I'm kind of nervous right now. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. One way or another, I'm gonna win ya. I'm gonna get you. One way or another, I'm gonna see ya. I wanna meet you. One day, maybe next week, I'm gonna meet ya. I'll meet ya. I walk down the street and find I can see it all. Find out who you call. I can't finish. Or another. I booed up the crowd, I'm sorry. I'm about to get booed. And I deserve it. I'm sorry. Okay. I actually have very little gaming industry experience. But I do have PR experience, so from the fashion industry. So they brought me on over to Activision. I was only at Activision for a couple months, and I just had a blast. I mean, playing, the game all day, and checking out the blogs and what they say about Guitar Hero was awesome, and testing out the prototypes. 2 days after my initial start date at Activision, I got the email from Holly and Hef asking if I wanted to try out to be a playmate. Both were just amazing opportunities, and just thought I could try and juggle them both at the same time, but unfortunately that didn't work out. So now that I've reviewed Guitar Hero World Tour, I do have some thoughts. I definitely think it's a little bit of a ripoff of Rock Band. I'm sorry. I had heard from my insiders over at Activision that the drum set would be a lot cooler and a lot more advanced, but I actually don't think so at all. So the varying levels between beginner and easy, there's a huge discrepancy, and that's for the guitar and the drums. So I would give just one thumbs down on that. And I think it's great though that they have allowed for multiple instrumentation. I think that's very important because that's why a lot of gamers do like Rock Band. Aesthetically, I didn't think the mic or the drum set were that great or as great as Rock Band's. I do think that the guitar's a little better, the accompanying guitar that goes with the kit. It felt a little bit more advanced with the features, like with the whammy bar and the fret and the buttons. They felt a little bit more on point than the initial guitar. But again, we have companies like Peak who can provide, way more badass guitars that have really optimal features. So it also just seems to hit the notes, more precisely. Overall, I give Guitar Hero World Tour A for effort, but could have been a little better. Hey everyone, pick up the November issue of Playboy, and you can visit me on the web at myspace.com/GracePlaymate or at playboy.com. Rock on!
Metal Gear was born from my desire to create something new, something that had never been made before. At the time, invader-style shooting games were the most popular. And I wanted to make a game that didn't involve shooting, but rather, I wanted to make a game that focused on hiding and moving forward. After Metal Gear was released, I received an incredible amount of positive feedback from many people. So I ended up continuing the series for 25 years. Over that time, there were vast improvements in all the hardware platforms. But the biggest change for us was with Snake. In the first Metal Gear, he was 2D and couldn't speak, so all of his dialogue had to be shown as text. There was also no linear music. As time passed, we added music, and then he could speak, and then he became three-dimensional. His joints and fingers started to move, he gained facial expressions and wrinkles, and over time we came to see the Metal Gear Snake we know today. I don't think there's another medium where you can really observe these sorts of evolutions. When I first joined the video game industry 26 years ago, video games were considered the furthest thing from an art form, and you would never see them near a museum. And though that was the perception, I believed that someday it would change, and the world would see video games differently. So I just kept making them. Finally, after 25 years, Metal Gear Solid was featured at a major American museum. It was at the prestigious Smithsonian Museum in an exhibition called The Art of the Video Game. That makes me very proud, and it makes me very glad that I chose to devote myself to this job. But what I think made all of this possible was our tremendous fans. All the incredible fans around the world. We hope that more people will get a chance to experience Metal Gear and become familiar with the series. Last year, the HD collection was released on Xbox 360 and PS3. And this year, a 3DS version of Metal Gear Solid 3 will be released. Then, on June 12th, it will be released on Vita format. So with our 25th year anniversary, I hope people will get the opportunity to rediscover the original Metal Gear and get excited for upcoming events, including the release of Metal Gear Rising. We are also very excited about the new Fox engine, which I can't say too much about for now, but please stay tuned.
Hi everybody, see? I want you to know I came up with a system. Everyone's bitching about not being able to get their Playboys back, and the thing is we have a room full. We can't, I said, how many boxes do we have left? And what did you say?
We have a room, not boxes.
Exactly. So we bring these down, and the other thing is that the Playboys have this weird wax on them, and so I used to have to like rub each one down, which is weird because it's a Playboy and it's a picture of me and I'm rubbing myself down. And I used to have to go like this and rub it down and then write on it because the marker would like ball up on it, and this is really weird. I'm saying rub it down and ball up, and the thing is there's a wax on it, and if I sign it without rubbing the wax off, then it smears. So then I thought, aha, these don't. You know, these silver ones? There's the metallic ones, the golds or silvers. These won't smear at all. So now I can start racing and writing notes for everybody. Because the thing is, I can just sign my name or I can do a stamp, but I'm not doing that. One, I won't do the stamp because I want to sign each one. You bought them all. Two, I want them to have a little personal note like this. Dan, love you, long time. And then I sign it, and then each one gets a tiny smiley face I try to make and a heart. Not everyone gets them, but if you get that, it's like, you know, it's like finding the Tootsie Roll Pop that has a star on it. Remember that? Remember back in the day, you get the Tootsie Roll Pop, you open it, the star on it. So some of them have that, the Chinese smiley face. So I plan to finish them in 2 weeks. Wait, do you think we can get them this week? No, you don't think so.
Skeptical.
I'm going for end of next week we're done. Oh, but I'm out of town. We go to Philly on Wednesday. I have to be out by Tuesday. Now, I personally called the web team down to take footage of this so you guys see that I'm working on it. This is a commercial break. I could be emailing or texting or eating Twizzlers, but I'm not. I'm doing this. So go back up, show the world Eugene. Eugene, right here. This is Eugene. Right there, Eugene. You can't really see him because he's black and it's dark. Show the world. Is that me? No. Show the world that I'm doing it, okay? I love you guys.
5, 4, 3, 2. I just don't like. Normally, you have the insurance sign them for you. So why are you even sitting?
I do not have. I don't have the insurance sign them for me.
Well, sometimes the PAs, yeah, but it's rarely you, is what I'm saying. So why are you trying to say that?
You not. Hi. I was just gonna get that for you. Eugene, it might be a good time for you to leave now. Go ahead and get that one edit point that I had for you here. Use that out. Can you write this to Bill? Make this to Bill.
There's some people that wanted to go out to celebrities to make their own magazine, basically. A magazine about the celebrity, for their fans, everything that they like. And so they came out to me. I think I'm the first girl out of the first 5. It's Brett Ratner, Russell Simmons, Pharrell Williams, Kid Rock, and myself. And the magazine is basically half of the magazine, the back half, are magazines that you like to read. So I've got like Geek Monthly and some other things, and we just tear from those magazines and put it into there with the permission of the magazine. And the first half of the magazine is just everything that interests you and that you think the fans would want. It's interesting for mine is more specific because like Brett Ratner has a lot of his own pictures and things that he likes to do, which is something that's personal to him. My magazine has to be more for the fans because there's things that might interest me, like makeup, that I know that like the fans are going to care about. So I made my magazine more specific to the fans, and I incorporated them into it. I answered Twitter questions. I went out to all the fans on Twitter. I said, ask me a question, so I grabbed the question off Twitter and putting it into the book, so they're going to have a whole big 2-page Q&A, and so they get to have all of the questions that they personally wanted to ask me answered in the magazine, and it basically is my love letter to the fans. I actually did special excerpts from my book for the magazine. I'm really proud of my book. It comes out July 6th, and you can pre-order it right now. It's called Suck It, Wonder Woman, The Misadventures of a Hollywood Geek. And it's a collection of stories from my life, from finding my first agent, which ended up with me staring at a collection of his girlfriend's vagina. It's true. To like random true stories of just like little bursts. Like they're all true stories, but sometimes I do these little bursts in it where it's just, I tell a story about an ex-boyfriend who ended up telling me that he, well, you're going to want to read it because I'm going to ruin the punchline because it's so short and simple, but it's completely true. So I just give a collection of stories from my life, from dressing up as superheroes to jumping into the pie and what that was like, and my 8th grade boyfriend who had Tourette's, and it's just like stories that I think are funny and that are real and honest and not always PC, but I think give you an insight into like who I am, but also have fun reading it. The one big thing I did was do a whole photo shoot. I'm the only person out of the 5 that did a photo shoot. Whenever I do photo shoots and covers of magazines, the fans always think that I don't look like myself. There's too much makeup. It doesn't look like, and that's true. I think that a lot of times people put too much makeup on me and I can't really control it because it's somebody else's magazine and their art direction. So I got to control the whole shoot, and the whole theme of the shoot is like Olivia raw. No props, no costumes, no pie, just me and stripped down. And we're making it a 20-page spread, 20 or 15-page spread. It's like a whole big layout of all the pictures, new cover. The difference with this My Mag shoot than the other ones is, well, one, for me personally, I've been doing a lot more Pilates and a lot more healthy eating because I went through like a pie binge for like 2 years. So I've always been able to like maintain my weight at certain place. So all the magazine covers you've seen, like, I'm in good shape, but just like, it's always been like, I'll have some pie here and then the workout. And it's just a time in my life that, not because of the shoot, but just because I just decided I should, be doing more Pilates and eating healthy. And so I feel like I'm in my best shape. So I felt comfortable and confident in the shoot. And also, it was just about natural makeup, making me look the most like myself. I honestly think that like makeup artists look at me and they put more on me, and it just becomes like so intense, and a little bit of makeup goes a long way. So I got to bring my own makeup artists on, my own hair people on. I created a whole series of the shoots, which is just me being very open, and it's very raw, and it's just like, you know, sexy, you know, bikini, not bikinis, more like lingerie, more like feeling like you're intimate with me at home. So the whole photo shoot, I think when you see it, you see that it's very, has a calmer feel, and just like the colors and tones are just more natural, and that's what I wanted to do with this photo shoot. I wanted to give fans an opportunity to see all these pictures of me where I look a lot like myself, and I'm just kind of chilled out, because really people see me on TV, or I'm making jokes and stuff, and it's really a heightened version of myself, but really the kind of person I am just more chill, like how I am now, just calm. We didn't know which poster to use. I really liked the second one. That was actually going to be, if you look at it, the second one, I was going to have that as my cover option, but then we ended up with going with a completely different cover picture. But then we thought, well, why don't we make that a poster? I believe that's going to be the table of contents picture now. But there was the poster, and then there was these two other ones. There were the number 1, the number 3. One was like, I call it boobs and butt. So there's boobs and butt, and I thought that I really liked the butt one more, not because it's the butt one, but because it doesn't look like a typical poster picture. It's completely different. I like the colors. I think it's more fun and flirty. The boob one, the number 1 was like just a lot of boob, and just like it looked like a poster. And it's funny because people will say to me, I know everyone's going to pick number 1, but I like number 3, which is funny because what happens is number 3 has won out like by over 60%, just hands down. And so I guess it determined that, at least in my world, it's a butt world. It's an ass world for my fans. I hope lots of people take it out and put it on their walls.
Or do other stuff.
Or other, whatever you want to do with it.
You really thought you could take this? Oh! Murder time! Fun time! just can't lose. Nobody stops me. Any other arseholes need
That
put
wasn't much
down?
of a challenge.
Nobody stops this. That's what happens when you fire and another one down. Never fight your betters.
Light 'em up, boys.
I am here with David Jaffe. He's the co-director of Twisted Metal, and right now we're taking a look at multiplayer. So will you tell me what we're looking at right now?
Yeah, this is a mode called Nuke that's taking place on LA Skyline, our rooftops level in the game. And it's kind of, we've been describing it as sort of our Twisted Metal take on Capture the Flag, but in essence really what it is we have 7 modes in the game, and we really wanted each one to be different, and so this is one that's really team-based and sort of almost class-based, where like Drew, who's playing the game right now, is playing Junkyard Dog, and this is sort of the medic in the version of Nuke. So he can launch these taxi cabs that you'll see, and he can detonate them wherever he wants, and that ring sends out healing to all of his team, and the longer it sits, the more healing power it gives. And he can also sort of team up with other players in the game, like I think Juggernaut, who's like our big semi-truck with the tractor trailers driving around. He can drive into the back of Juggernaut, he can man the gun in Juggernaut, and take out the other enemies. But what's really cool is because he's the healer, he can also back out of Juggernaut when Juggernaut, who's like the most powerful character in the game, is about to get his, get killed, and heal him up, get right back in, sort of tuck safely away inside. So there's a lot of people think of Twisted Metal and really look at the surface, which is a lot of fun, a lot of destructibility and stuff like that. But there really is, especially with this new one for PS3, there really is just so much strategy and skill and tactics and just a lot of depth that we wanted to build into this one. So in this particular mode, you're trying to kidnap the faction leader of the enemy team, and Drew actually has one of the dolls, and she's dragging behind the car. You can kind of see right now, it's a little dark on the screen. And he's trying to bring her to this sort of wood chipper / missile launcher and feed her to that. And if
it's a wood chipper and a missile launcher?
Well, it's kind of,
a little bit excessive.
It is, but in this economy, we figured if you could kind of take 2 things that are valuable, like a wood chipper and a missile launcher, and merge them together, you're going to get more bang for your buck. And we're really all about saving people money. So the point is that, so now what he's doing is, so the other team's going to try to stop him from sacrificing, and every vehicle has its own speed, right? So Junkyard Dog is an extremely slow vehicle to sacrifice people, whereas like a sports car, which is going to get butt kicked in the game, but can sacrifice really, really fast. So it's actually kind of cool, whereas Junkyard Dog, you only get a couple of them per level, so you have to kind of figure out strategically when you want to bring them out. But it's really cool because if you're driving around with Kamikaze, our sports car, he's really great at sort of playing defense and protection, so he'll be healing Kamikaze up while people are trying to take him out before he launches the missile. So all these different cars and sort of pros and cons of the vehicles work together. And in this particular version of Nuke, what you're trying to do is shoot the missile at the enemy statue, and you can get it, every time you get it, it's a point. And it's kind of like baseball. There's like 4 or 5 innings, and after all the innings run out, people with the most points win. But the problem is you don't see the statue right now because the people on your team in this mode have to be sitting on a pressure plate to raise the statue out of this building. And it sounds like no one on their end is being told they should do that. But let's see. Hopefully in a second you'll see a green triangle, which is your team, light it up, and now you'll actually see the statue rising. And as long as that pad back there is being protected, and you're flying the missile, you can get your points. And I love the fact that on one end of the spectrum, we have like free-for-all deathmatch, team deathmatch. We have great last team standing where the teams share lives and have to work together and heal each other to kind of win the game. And we have kind of more straight-up games, and then we have these much, much deeper sort of team-based games and class-based games. And I think, you know, we've been making Twisted Metal games, honestly, since '95 on the first PlayStation. And this one, I think, represents, you know, myself, the guys out in Utah, really the game that we've been wanting to make, you know, since we first envisioned it back in the day.
Relates most closely to the experience you'd have in like a shooter, like a Call of Duty online multiplayer, or you know, it more closely to something you find in a racing game?
It's not. I mean, we in our campaign mode we have some racing segments just to break things up, but it's absolutely a shooter. It happens to be a shooter that takes place in vehicles. It's vehicle combat, but it's not a racing game. In fact, even if you look at the default controls, we sort of, you know, gave into pressure, as we should have. I mean, if you set the controls for modern racing controls, like you can drive with the shoulder pads and things, but honestly, our default controls really are more mapped like a shooter because they happen to look like cars and they kind of drive like cars. But this really is kind of more of we've always called it like a fighting game in vehicles. So it's absolutely a cross between a shooter and a fighting game in Uno.
You balance if one team has a juggernaut and the other team doesn't. How do you work with that?
Well, in ranked games, it's actually a really great question that we'll have to see how it kind of plays out online. I mean, but in ranked games, you have a limited number of certain vehicles. So you only have one juggernaut in most ranked games. You have like 2 or 3 Talons, which are helicopters. You have like 1 or 2 junkyard dogs. So we would talk about this stuff, and I would always say, I get that a lot of people don't want to wear headsets. I get that a lot of people just want to go in and be lone soldier, and we totally have modes to promote that and to kind of make those players satisfied. For this one, what I love is if you really are a team or a clan that's really cohesive and you've trained, I love that we have a mode in the game that, like, when you ask, the team that's going to do well is going to bring that one juggernaut out at the right time when they need it the most. The team that's going to do well is going to say, you know what, maybe we should save our junkyard dogs because we're behind in inning 3. And let's make sure that we get a couple missiles off by making sure we've kept our junkyard dog in the garage and we haven't wasted them. And so it really is balanced in that way, in that, you know, everybody has the same amount of resources when they go into a battle, and it really has more to do with, you know, planning in the team games. Again, the free-for-all, go crazy, kill your buddies, it's fun.
And my junkyard dog is going to be exactly the same as somebody else's junkyard dog.
You mean visually?
Or no, in power.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes.
Or visually too.
Well, visually, you know, they said we couldn't talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it. One of the things I love about this game as well is that if you look, you know, I was, you know, getting into the industry when Quake was kind of all the rage and stuff, and I loved going online and seeing these crazy ass skins. I remember when I was like fighting like with Winnie the Pooh and Tigger, people had kind of created, you know. And today that's kind of lost a lot. You know, a lot of it's because it's first person. A lot of it's because, you know, your actual surface space to sort of creatively express yourself is very small. What's great is when we have vehicles, we have all this space to let players express themselves. So let's just say that that's certainly on our mind, and very soon we'll be talking about how your junkyard dog can be very, very different than mine.
Mine's going to be pink. You guys, if you ever want to find me online, I'm the girl in the pink car, uniform, helmet, everything. I'm pretty obvious. All right, so when can we see the game?
Valentine's Day, February 14th.
This is very romantic.
Yes, indeed.
This week on the MMO Report, NCSoft's profits go through the roof thanks to their most recent MMO, Ion. Normally I'd make some joke about soaring or ascending or something to do with flight, but I'm sure you've already heard them all, so I'm just going to assume you have a better punchline inside your head. Also, Star Trek Online's executive producer admits the game was a very risky undertaking because we all know how hard it is to get nerds to buy something that says Star Trek on it. And finally, World of Warcraft may be reaching for the beginning of the end of its illustrious career at the top of the MMO food chain. Prepare for human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, and mass hysteria. This week, we all celebrate the lives and achievements of great men like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and all the other dead old white guys that live in my wallet. They mean more to me than you will ever know. This is the MMO Report. Hello and and welcome to the MMO Report, location of the 4th secret underground presidential bunker. I'm your guest host for this week, Morgan Webb, and no matter how much you beg, I will not be giving a repeat performance of Blair's incident that opened last week's show. Mr. Herder has been checked into a rehabilitation facility for exhaustion and is expected to make a full recovery and return to his duties on X-Play sometime next week. We hope. Sort of. MMO publishing house NCSoft just released their financial numbers for the fiscal year of 2009, and to say the past 12 months have been good to them would be a gross understatement. GameSpot is reporting that thanks to their newest angelic MMO Ion, NCSoft was able to report an 83% increase in revenues from 2008, as well as a 623% increase in profit. Yes, I just said a 623% increase. I bet Enzyte wishes they could boast those kind of numbers. What's even more insane is that if you isolate just the 4th quarter of last year, their income was up 1,009% compared to the same quarter of 2008. So, banks, credit card companies, financial institutions, and the foundation of our nation's economy, all dead in the water, but a localized Korean MMO featuring androgynous winged humanoid creatures with strange skin tones and fashion-forward armor sets brings in so much money NCSoft needs to hire dump trucks to transport it. That's just wonderful news. Thanks to the MMO ingenues at Massively.com, we got our eyes on an interview with Star Trek Online's executive producer, Craig Zinkovich, where he admits that making the just-born MMO was a huge risk. Not only was it difficult to take on intellectual property as beloved as Star Trek, but the game also launched when there were other major releases scheduled, and had to live up to the huge amount of interest generated by J.J. Abrams' cinematic reboot. With a short 2-year development cycle, it's actually quite impressive what Zinkovich and his team were able to come up with. Let's just hope Star Trek Online stands the test of time and boldly goes where... forget it, you know the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, the unthinkable has happened. The MMO juggernaut that has ruled on high for so many years may have hit a wall. During a conference call, Blizzard's CEO Mike Morhaime confirmed that World of Warcraft subscription numbers have not gone up since December of 2008. That means for the past 14 months, WoW has held steady at 11.5 million subscribers, representing what might be the game's longest period of stagnant membership numbers since the game's original release. Not only that, Morhaime also revealed that 70% of the game's population never upgrade from their free trial account and don't progress their character past level 10. Ouch. While this certainly isn't the end for World of Warcraft, this may be the inevitable tipping point where gamers begin to forsake the once untouchable king of MMOs. That is, until Cataclysm comes out. You get to play as a werewolf. Just in time to satiate the post-Valentine's Day rage, EverQuest 2's new Battlegrounds update dropped this week, giving you all the opportunity to mercilessly slaughter each other in a safe, virtual, non-consequential environment. Cross-server play will be available on 3 different maps for up to 48 players at a time. This upgrade is available to all characters from level 80 to 90 and gives every player, no matter what class, a role to play in group-based and competitive PvP. You can check out EQ's 14-day free trial by going to everquest2.station.sony.com, but don't expect to meet the Battlegrounds level requirement for at least another 6 to 9 months, give or take. In a recent conference call, THQ chief Brian Farrell confirmed that their highly anticipated Warhammer 40k MMO will be shown for the very first time at E3 2010. Speaking about their planned reveal, Farrell said, "The highest-ranking revenue opportunity for us, clearly, is the Warhammer 40k MMO. I encourage you to come by and see what we are seeing at E3 when we fully unveil it, but we think we are going to have a very competitive MMO. While it could be a bit strange to have 2 Warhammer MMOs running at the same time, the 40k iteration is being developed by Vigil, the people responsible for the recent rated-R Zelda clone Darksiders. Couple that game's recent success with the fact that Farrell stated he thinks the 40k MMO could run for up to 7 years, and you've got enough pressure and expectations to drive a man to drink." Thankfully, I'm a woman, so I don't need an excuse. And because Mama needs to take her medicine, it's time for me to sign off. Don't forget to come back to G4TV.com for our continued coverage of everything from the 2010 DICE Summit, further analysis of the reveals at X10, and the triumphant return of Casey Schreiner from the land of Kiwis and legalized prostitution. So until next time, I'm Morgan Webb. This is the MMO Report. And if you'll excuse me, I just found out that a Scottish brewery has successfully created the strongest beer in history. So I'll be spending the remainder of my vacation enjoying the 41% alcohol quadruple IPA. Nothing says I'm celebrating the history of the American presidency like touring the Brewdog Brewery in Fraserburgh, Scotland. Happy President's Day.
Hey, I'm Adam Sessler, host of X-Play and editor-in-chief on G4TV.com, inviting you to check out our weekly web show, Feedback. It is myself, Abby Happy, Patrick Klepek, and a revolving third chair to have an intelligent, informative, and very, very humorous discussion about games, what happened in the past week, the big titles that are coming out, and anything else that you, the viewer, comes to mind and sends us through our website, G4TV.com. So yes, that's Feedback. I encourage you to watch it. You will feel smarter as a result of it. You can catch it on G4TV.com, going up every Wednesday, but up all week long.
Hey gamers, Mountain Dew is here to fuel your game when playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Every time you buy a specially marked Mountain Dew or Mountain Dew Game Fuel, just look under the cap for a special code granting you double XP. That's right, double XP. Just enter your code at dewxp.com to start ranking up and for a chance to win other cool prizes. Time to get your game on.
This week on the MMO Report, Lineage shuts down their North American servers and not a single was given that day. Also, Minecraft might get a huge launch event in Las Vegas this fall. Wait, the game hasn't even launched and Notch already has made millions of dollars? Yeah, no wonder they want to go to Vegas. And finally, Star Wars: The Old Republic releases a new trailer featuring the Sith Inquisitor. That's the class that shoots Force lightning from their fingers and makes small-town farm boys cry like little girls. Very different, yet still similar. This is the MMO Report. Hello and welcome to the MMO Report, located in the heart of LA, yet still not on the LA Noire map. Yeah, we're not happy. I'm your guest host, Morgan Webb. Casey Schreiner is busy celebrating his 30th birthday, which includes a long list of activities I'm not allowed to say on camera. So let's just wish him the best and hope he lives through the night. After 10 long years, NCSoft has made the difficult decision to turn off all the North American servers for the MMO Lineage, citing the fact that it is no longer financially viable. On June 29th, the game will cease to exist for Western gamers. All past accounts have been reactivated, and everyone will be able to play for free until the end of days. While the Lineage community has always been loyal, it's good to know that they have at least a friend in Lineage 2, and hopefully will be able to continue on with their lives once the game goes dark. It's never good news to see an old friend go, but come on, there are plenty of games out there. In the next 2 years, I'll have so many active MMO accounts, I may have to start doing consultation work on the side just to pay for the subscription fees. That or sell a kidney. The good people at Massively.com have informed us that ArenaNet confirmed the hub town of Lion's Arch will return in Guild Wars 2. Destroyed by the rise of the Elder Dragon Zaiton, the ruins of Lion's Arch were used as a safe harbor for troubled ships, which led to the town becoming a refuge for pirates, smugglers, and other independent businessmen. As a settlement formed, the city was built back up to something similar to its former glory. This social hotbed will function as a meeting place for players to group up, shout auctions, and try to pick up on the more scandalous female avatars. Any news about Guild Wars 2 is good news in our opinion, so as long as ArenaNet delivers the goods, there will be no need to storm their offices with torches and pitchforks. But don't rule that out completely. Well, Minecraft continues to defy all expectations by becoming one of the biggest games in the world, and its creator, Marcus Notch, person is considering a giant launch party in Las Vegas. Tentatively titled Minecraft Con, this BlizzCon rival may be held on November 11th and would feature a live launch on stage, a costume contest, speed building contests, and Q&A sessions. The tickets will probably run about $90 a piece, not including airfare or lodging. Normally, I'd say there's no need for such a gathering, but then I remembered that this would mean I get another trip to Vegas on G4's dime. Nothing says I'm an on-camera personality like running up $120,000 of cash advances on a corporate American Express and burning down a 3-bedroom hotel suite. Look at how well it turned out for Charlie Sheen. Oh. Another day, another character class video for Star Wars The Old Republic. The Sith Inquisitor hails from the desolate planet of Korriban and is the one-player character you really don't want to meet in a dark alley. With the ability to shoot lightning from her hands, create force fields, and influence some of the more susceptible NPCs, this lady will leave your body smoking on the floor as you thank her for the privilege. With strong offensive abilities and the power to hold almost anyone in their pocket, the Sith Inquisitor is the perfect class for anyone who had dark childhood fantasies about being Emperor Palpatine and bending the entire universe to their will. Actually, if the evil Sith Lord was the character you most identified with in Star Wars, you've got much bigger problems than picking what class you're going to roll in SWTOR. You might want to give your healthcare provider a call and find out if there's a licensed psychiatrist nearby. Perfect World Entertainment just released a fly-through video showing off the starting zones in their newest free-to-play MMO, Aether Saga Odyssey. The Gaplands will welcome new players to the world of Aether Saga with beautiful scenery, Asian-inspired architecture, and wind-powered flying machines that would make even the strictest environmentalist happy. The game just launched on April 27th and is free to play, so if you're feeling the need for Aether, go to eso.perfectworld.com to get started. Tell him Tiny Morgan sent you. And now, because I'm going to let this week's mailbag roll over until Casey returns, it's time to sign off. Remember, we put new episodes up every Thursday afternoon at g4tv.com/MMO, so click, bookmark, and share so that I can get paid. So until next time, I'm Morgan Webb, this is the MMO Report, and as good as L.A. Noire is, I gotta ask, am I the only person who thinks Cole Phelps is a total dick? I mean, maybe I'll find out why before the game ends, but come on, guy. Why you gotta be such a douche? All right, we are about to get some inside information with Phil Spencer. Now, you are the new, brand new, shiny corporate VP of Microsoft Game Studios.
Am I showing up as shiny? Yes,
No,
I am. Thank you.
You're very matte.
Yes, thank you.
And how long have you been in this position?
I started as head of Worldwide Studios last fall and was recently promoted to corporate vice president.
And what were you doing before that?
I've been in the Worldwide Studios since the launch of Xbox One, working on such franchises as Forza, Fable, Halo. Pretty much any game that we've built, I've had something to do with over the last 8 years.
And who was in your position before you?
Mr. Shane Kim.
Yes, we've had him on many times.
Shane's a good friend.
Is he sitting on a beach somewhere?
I hope so. I hope so.
Putting his feet up?
Yes, that would be, he's earned it. I think he's done a good job as head of the studios.
So what are you planning to do in your first 100 days?
The first 100 days. Well, obviously we're here in Japan to talk about the excitement around Project Natal. And what we've done in the last 3 months is introduce a new form of input to the industry. And now we have over 70% of the game publishers on the planet talking about their support for Project Natal. We have the top 5 game publishers in Japan here. We have a game developers panel where such people as Kojima-san are going to stand up and talk about the experience that they're going to bring to market. For us in the studios, it's about innovating on content.
And how long have you known about Natal and been involved in the Natal process?
Project Natal for us started really years ago, if you think about it from a Microsoft research standpoint. We've known that the controller can be a barrier to people playing games. And Don really challenged us to say, well, if there was no controller of any kind in between the player and the experience on screen, what could we do? If we use voice, we use facial recognition, full skeletal mapping. And kind of about a year ago, we really started to see the promise come together with hardware and software, and obviously we had a great showing at E3.
Now, I think that the core gamer is a little bit suspicious about any type of motion control because most of us feel a little bit left out of the Wii experience, for example. Do you see Natal being able to address the needs of the hardcore gamer?
Project Natal for us is about entertainment for everybody. We in the Microsoft Game Studios have a long history of building core games, as well as games that can be fun for everybody on Xbox Live Arcade and just live experiences in general. And we expect that we'll continue to innovate with all of our studios. You have Peter Molyneux on stage at E3 talking about experiences. You'll see casual content, you'll see core content, really content for everybody.
But do you think it's going to be a nuanced enough product to be able to be used in slightly more core games?
Absolutely. Now, there are experiences, we're not trying to exclude the controller from the gaming experience. We think there are opportunities for hybrid experiences where somebody uses the controller and they use motion control or voice control, as well as completely controller-free gaming, which opens up really the broadest set of entertainment possibilities.
You know, Xbox Live has been expanding in recent days and recent months, and we've got Facebook and Twitter, and you know, Netflix is obviously already a robust experience. Where do you see it going in the future?
From the beginning of Xbox One, we've looked at both digital distribution of content and not just gaming content. We obviously have movies and music. You talked about the introduction of some of the social services. We continue to watch and to help lead how people are entertaining themselves in the home, especially in the family room, which is the area that we've focused. You have people on their 360 watching movies together. We introduced Party Play. We have the Sky Player coming out in the UK. And for us, continuing to go big with live, it's core to what we are as both a game publisher and a platform, and we really think it opens up a new form of entertainment for many people.
And how successful have microtransactions been?
Well, we're coming right out of what we call Summer of Arcade, if I look at it as an arcade purchase, as a microtransaction. And for us in first party, we had Splosion Man and Trials HD and Shadow Complex there, I think all great games. Really the kind of content that's available online, if you contrast that, say, from the beginning of Xbox Live, is remarkable. I mean, you have games that are reviewing in the 90s that grab all kinds of gamers, from the kind of puzzle-based, just lightweight entertainment to full immersive experiences like Shadow Complex. Our real true, for us in first party, true microtransaction-based game will be Joyride that we're coming out with this fall. Free to play for gold gamers. People can play with their friends.
I'm here with Guillaume de Fondomier, and we're about to learn a little bit more about Heavy Rain. He's the executive producer. And it is not your standard game. It's sort of a genre unto itself. So tell people what to expect.
Heavy Rain is an evolving psychological thriller that combines dialogue, exploration, highly cinematic action sequences within a very dense, a very mature story. So you're playing 4 different characters. You're playing them one after the other. And it's really a game about emotion. Our tagline is how far you're prepared to go to save someone you love. So it's about love, it's about human emotions, and it's about creating your own story. So I guess for the very first time in a video game, we're really giving you the possibility to be at the same time the actor, the director, and the main protagonist of a grand journey.
And you don't just play as one character, you have the ability to play as more than one character.
Yeah, so we have 4 playable characters. The first one is called Ethan Morris. He's kind of the central character to the story. At the beginning of the game, he is a very talented architect. He has a great family, 2 children, everything's fine. One day, a dramatic accident happens. He is in a mall with his family, and his eldest son, Jason, gets lost in the crowd. He's looking for him, so this is actually, everything I'm telling you here is playable. So you're fighting the crowd, and you're trying to find your son in this gigantic mall, but by the time you find him, he's in the middle of the street, and he's run over by a car, and he dies. So you then see Ethan 2 years later. His wife left him. He feels guilty about what happened because he was in charge of his kid. He is broken by remorse, and he has to take care of his other child, Sean. And then another dramatic event happens. Sean gets abducted by the origami killer. And basically, once this happens, you're going to be introduced to the 3 other characters in the game who are all involved in the origami killer investigation. So we have Scott Shelby. Scott Shelby is a private investigator. He has been called by the families of the victims of the origami killer to do his own investigation on the case. Then you have Norman Jayden. Norman Jayden is an FBI profiler. He's been called by local police forces to help on the investigation. And then we have Madison Page. Madison is a female character of the game. She is a photographer. For some strange reason, she suffers from insomnia. She cannot sleep at night, and she's going from one motel to the other. And one day, she's going to meet one of the other characters of the game, and she's going to be drawn into the investigation of the origami killer.
How do you interact with the game as a character? Do you punch? Do you shoot? How do you interact emotionally with the other characters?
Heavy Rain is a very different type of game. It's a game that you don't shoot, you don't drive, but you constantly interact with the other characters and with the elements in the set. So the game is entirely in real-time 3D, and we've completely changed the way one interacts in a game. But basically, so you have the possibility to go around freely. You always control your character. You can interact with anything in the set. You can open drawers. You can interact with the objects. Whenever contextually it makes sense, you can talk to people. So you have keywords that appear on screen, and you can decide what you want to tell them. From time to time, you also have those highly cinematic action sequences. In those sequences, you really have to sometimes press buttons, sometimes use the analog stick to unfold animations. But it's sometimes people are saying it's about QTEs, but QuickTime events. But actually, we don't see them as QuickTime events. We see them as possibility to do any kinds of actions in a game. So what's very unique about Heavy Rain, I think, is that each scene is different. Each scene offers you bespoke gameplay. So it was very difficult for us to present the game during shows, for instance, because we really struggled to find 2, 3, 4 different scenes and to say, well, here, look, this is Heavy Rain. Because as each scene is different, as each scene offers a different gameplay, you can really expect something different each time. So you never know which character you're going to play in the next scene, and you never know what is going to happen within which context you are going to be, and how you're going to have to interact with the objects and with the characters.
And you can die.
Yes.
And then you don't come back.
Well, Heavy Rain is a game in which your actions have consequences on the story. So whatever you do, the story's outcome and your journey is going to be totally different. In Heavy Rain, we also don't have a game over, which means you can lose characters, yet the story continues. So you can lose 1 character, you can lose 2, 3, you can even lose all 4 characters. There's never a game over. So what happens is, if you lose all 4 characters, for instance, it's the end of the story. And there is a subtle difference between a game over and an end to a story, but it's a very important one. Heavy Rain is not a game about success or failure. It's a game about choices. You are in a certain situation. What are you going to do? And we have a lot of moral choices, which we hope are going to question the player. We really want to leave an imprint in people's mind and give them the possibility to be on an emotional journey.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very
Thank
excited.
you.
When are we going to see the game?
Very soon now. We are working towards a worldwide release beginning of 2010. But I think we're going to announce the official release date pretty soon now.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rated M for mature. message from the Order. Demons, we know your game. Your cameras watch us. Your media brainwash us. Your drinks poison us. And your banking system enslaves us. Demons, the game has changed. We have a new weapon. And he's coming for you.
Whoa. You're not coming in. You're not on the list.
I am now.
Your God sent us to destroy!
My name, by the way, is Dante. But you can call me Dante the Demon Killer. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Citizens, face your demons.
Just like your father. Too big for your fucking boots. Me, a god, versus you, a piece of shit.
You looking for a fight? Here I am.
Peggy 18.
Hi, I'm Dee Dee, and I'm a game designer for Far Cry 3 at Ubisoft Massive. And this is Co-op. For the very first time, we're bringing you the opportunity to experience the Far Cry universe with your friends, both split screen and online. You get to take on the role of one of 4 characters that's made just for co-op, as they make their way across the island searching for revenge.
So what we doing here? Offering a carload of diamonds, eh? I like it.
It's our best bet of delaying the captain. If he doesn't finish the deal, he's not going anywhere. And we don't want him leaving without a bullet between the eyes.
Bullet! By the time I'm done, you won't be able to tell his face from a squirrel in a wood chipper. That's sick, mate.
Come on, convoy's still a ways off.
This way.
So Far Cry has always been about playing the game the way that you want to play it. That's why in co-op and multiplayer you can create countless of loadouts with all of your favorite gear, guns, skills, attachments, and lots of more stuff. Now co-op takes place 6 months before single player, and these 4 strangers have teamed up and come to the island to hunt down the man who betrayed them and get back the money he stole. And with their backgrounds, they're just the sort of people who can tackle the island head on. Players have a choice right now, going quiet or going hard. We're going to use a brutal stealth kill to take down this patrol.
Game from over there.
So we've worked to create a unique campaign with combat scenarios that encourage and reward team play. Here, for instance, the players cover their teammates' back while he fulfills the objective. And as you can see, the player is taking a lot of hits. But a teammate uses her battle cry to help him out. The battle cry is a brand new feature tailored for online play, and it's just one of the many additions to the Far Cry 3 co-op mode. So the key to co-op is team play, but we also want to give players the chance to compete a little. And that's why each chapter has its own unique event where you get to show off your skills and compete for bragging rights among your friends.
Hands off! He's mine! Ouch! Another death.
So the mission here is to plant the explosives and blow up the bridge before the team gets wiped out. It's easier said than done. Luckily, when a teammate goes down, you have a little bit of time to get him back on his feet.
Уходим, уходим! There! He throws Molotov! He has Molotovs!
So, while a player is carrying a box, he is completely vulnerable. So it's up to the rest of the team to keep him covered. It's one of many missions that we have that's made just for co-op that one player can't tackle alone. So on this island of insanity, only the toughest survive. But you got the advantage because you've got teammates. And we've taken that opportunity to make unique challenges that only the toughest team can survive. And it's a part of the island that you won't see anywhere else, with all new features, skills, and levels made just for co-op. Stick together and play as a team, and you might just make it. Thanks for watching. Like us on Facebook for upcoming details about the game.
All clear.
Okay, boys. I want this fucking place turned upside down. It's not getting away on my watch. Got it, Sarge. Hey, and Fasano, find the lights.
10-4, Sarge. 10-4.
Someone bring me the blueprints for this place, for Christ's sake. What's with that Fasano kid? He should transfer to goddamn Sarganash. Hey, we need to make sure we got everything secure.
Area secure. No sign of perpetrator.
Fasano!
Everything clear.
It's about goddamn time.
Shh, check over there. I got it. Everything clear. You heard? Every district from Medicine Park to Hyde Park is coming in.
Yeah, no, just for one guy.
This has gotta be big.
No sign of the perp.
Nothing but dust.
Fasano! What the hell is happening here? Fasano!
It's just a few, Sarge.
Hey, Fasano! You got a dangerous man out there. You can't find him if the lights...
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh, God, what is his freaking problem? Every day he's yelling at me, yelling, just like my mom. Every time, I can't take it anymore. What is up his ass?
Don't worry about it, Fasano.
Oh, yeah? But he keeps busting my balls.
You knew. We've all been through it. I got your back. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Not again. Fasano!
I'm on it, sir. I'm on it.
Hey, let me give you a hand. Don't let him come down on you so hard.
I am doing my best. Okay?
Everyone stay on your toes until Fasano gets his shit together.
What the hell happened?
Oh, fuck, that looks bad. Shit. I don't know anything about this stuff. You're on your own, buddy.
Oh, thanks, bro.
You're fucking welcome.
Like, 2 or 3 car blocking accident in, Lane Street at
Look at this place. You read?
No. I can't say I do.
Good. Waste of time. Books are the root of all evil. Fucking commies, liberals, you name it. All got their ideas from books. Bet your fucking Fasano's a reader, huh?
Yeah, probably.
Did you check over there?
Just about to.
Where the hell'd he go?
All right, now where did we come in? Over here, right?
That's right, sir.
I've been told this guy is highly trained. He's not gonna be waltzing in through any of the doors. We gotta cover the upper areas, too.
We're already on it.
That's good. All right, we got the east and west wing covered, but he can still get through here. Do we have enough goddamn men?
Yeah, well, we got the night crew from Sarganash coming in.
Oh, Jesus. Sarganash. It's better than nothing. We're gonna nail this asshole.
That's one deep hole. Hey,
You think he'd survive that drop?
Don't worry about it. Just keep a lookout.
I am. I'm just saying.
Just get away from the ledge, okay? You could slip and die.
No one's gonna die. Hey, you're pretty quiet down there. You okay? Hey, you there?
Check it out.
Got it. We're on it.
Ah, the Saganash boys. You ready to play policeman?
Ah, Sergeant Meyer. See, you still can't sniff a fart out of your own ass. So where do you want us?
You? Nowhere. But cover and secure the area up there. He's gotta be here.
All right, you heard the man. Split up. It's good to see you. Think we can catch this perpetrator?
Perpetrator? Who the hell still uses that word? Oh, you retard. Don't worry. We'll catch that son of a bitch.
Come on, fucker, work. Come on.
Hey, Fasano, put it out.
But it's my flashlight.
I don't give a fuck, Fasano. I can't talk to two pussies at once. Rookie.
Sure you pussies ain't...
I'm sorry, sir.
Just let
Please,
go.
let me go.
Don't stand a chance. Hang in there, Fasano. Come on, you don't want to do this.
I don't want to die.
You ain't gonna die. Just stay calm.
Please. Please.
Man up. Screw this. Take him out.
What? You gotta be fucking stupid. Shoot! Hey,
fucking pigs!
Bro, dude, calm down. Maybe they just want to chill, you know?
They don't want to chill!
We gotta get rid of the stash! Whoa, you're freaking out, dude.
No, man. I say we take him like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Oh, man, that would be so fucking awesome.
Come on, Flash, you piece of shit toilet. Whoa, nice getup, man. Very disco. Dude, you want a toke? This is the police!
Holy shit, have you seen all that weed? Who the hell are you?
Oh, police brutality! It's totally awesome!
Chicago PD, open the door. Down. Got a search warrant. Open the door now.
In position on the 6th floor. Over.
Isn't he going the wrong way? Probably got called down.
You going down? Wow, exciting evening, huh? Lots of heavy stuff going down. Heard it's all about one man. He must be a dangerous son of a bitch. Don't know how you guys do it. I'll be shitting myself. It's good to know you guys are here to protect and to serve. Yes, sir. Much appreciated. Good luck on finding him, officer.
No, we haven't got any reports. No eyewitnesses from anybody. Yeah, probably. Right. Yeah. No, we haven't.
And then Fawcett. Never thought I'd see him again.
I never left.
Ever since wrapping my hands around the original Saints Row, I wanted to be part of the franchise. So, when I saw that the developer was looking for a new producer to complete the game, I knew it was the perfect opportunity for me. After all, I'm the best finisher in the business. So, we developed a game with limitless possibilities, starting with our expansive customization options.
You're next. Wait, what?
Intense, over-the-top combat. And co-op gameplay. Over the next few weeks, I'll be showing you all about how we've designed Saints Row 2 from the ground up. Stay tuned to the Saints Row 2 Tara Patrick Dev Diaries, and I'll show you how I'm taking this game to a whole new level.
Nobody could have ever predicted it would spread so fast. And once exposed, you never stood a chance. It got into your blood, burrowed into your brain. Countless lives.
We're both gonna die.
Altered in an instant. But that's ancient history. We were just getting warmed up.
I'm coming for you.
You cannot disobey.
Somehow, I always manage to come through. Not this time.
You think you'll get away with this?
I already have, Jill.
Resident Evil. Realizing your nightmares for 15 years. And counting.
What the hell is going on here?
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But...
Yes?
Please promise you'll take me again, James.
This town, there's something wrong with it.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
Is it dangerous? I'm looking for someone. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway?
You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there.
Killing a person ain't no big deal.
Didn't you say she died?
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Lost? Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars. Oh, it's you.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar!
Try to save me! I've never been so scared in my whole life! What's about you?
To sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take.
I've been sober for 9 glorious minutes.
And now I'd like to introduce you to webcam sensation Candy Godiva. She's once, twice, 11 times a lady, approximately.
It's pizza stuffing day here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's good. Oh, yeah. Let's see if I can make a pizza sandwich. Oh, so much sausage there. Oh, okay. I have to stop.
Okay, wait, guys, you ready? Those jeans make her asses look fat.
Oh, yeah!
Wait. She's so fat, her vagina has a D cup. Does the light curving around my event horizon make my ass look big?
Magic missile.
Do you have any idea how black you have to be into that ass? I think there's just one more. She should let out the front of those jeans to a family of 4. You know, making that many jokes at that poor one's expense makes me feel like some kind of
douchebag.
Yeah.
God of War 3, right from the start, you're thrown right into the action, and you're thrown into this multi-stage boss fight.
Yeah, no, they've done that in the past games, but it's so big, it's kind of overwhelming. Now, the thing is, and it's a good thing, that the game does not stay at that pace from the very get-go. And, it returns to some of the more classic God of War 3. Some people might think it's too familiar, but really, if you pay attention to what's going on with the AI, with the number of enemies on screen, it's really quite impressive. It's just so satisfying from that start point to the end because the controls are so good.
But just because something was really good in the years past, and it just typifies this sort of action brawler genre.
Yes.
That's okay.
No, and the story is strong.
Yeah.
And that it's not like it's been weak in the previous games, but I really wanted to get done with the game because I kind of want to know what's going to happen to all those gods that Kratos was so angry with.
And the end of 2 was that cliffhanger where the Titans are climbing up to Mount Olympus, and then it's like to be continued. You're like, oh man, like you just want it so bad.
Yeah,
and it
it's got a great
right
thrust.
There.
And I have to say, the one thing that's always been a weak point in previous God of War games is you have these extra weapons that you just don't tend to play with because the blades are so good. Here you have 4 different weapon sets, and I used all of them quite frequently, and they were all a lot of fun and had their unique styles to them.
Right. And I definitely liked. They have the context-sensitive buttons again, like they've had in games past, but they have them.
At the edges of the screen.
At the edges of the screen that they correspond to your controller. So you no longer have to memorize what buttons.
Now, it is tough at first, especially when something very exciting is going on, to look over to the sides. And I realized over time, you don't have to look at it to figure out what the button looks like. Because if it's on the far left side of the screen, well, that's got to be the square button. And it allows you to see all the pretty pictures. Because the game is gorgeous.
It is, but then there's the idea, if you're playing with a large television close up,
it is a little bit challenging.
You're focused on that center section so much that you don't even realize that there's prompts happening.
Exactly. I have died quite a few times, but you do restart right at that point. Typically, some boss fights, it's not exactly true, and it may be a little bit on the frustrating. But like I said, the game is so satisfying to play that dying isn't really a penalty.
Right.
It just allows you to just kind of really get in the middle of those controls so much.
And you just get very used to just kind of, seeing it out of the corner of your eye.
Exactly.
So it's a change.
Point being, play the game. It's really good.
Yes.
It is for mature audiences. It's about the most violent thing I've ever seen.
Okay, so the first thing that everybody says about Rage when they see it is, I have never seen the Xbox do anything like that before. I can't believe it looks so good.
And the footage everyone just saw, that was running off of the 360, which...
No, I know. I double-checked when we were on the stage at E3. I actually went down and I was like, yes, yes, yes. Consider me impressed.
Now, obviously, you always expect a very good-looking game coming out of id.
Right.
Now, this is one of those cases where I think that the design looks to be on par with the technology. Yes, there are familiar elements, but it doesn't have that corridor shooter that we so know from them for both Doom and for Quake. There seems to be something a little bit broader that's happening there.
I mean, what was so impressive were those beautiful mountain environments. I'm a little worried that we're actually going to see a fun game. I mean, they're very good at tech.
No, I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, and I think people, I understand people's concerns there. When I saw the AI functioning, and that's the whole thing. The monster closet was such an issue for Doom 3 that there was no sense of, I'm having to use my own skills to get through this level. And with, like, the various equipment that you have and the fact that the AI is going to be reacting to you, I think finally there's going to be a little bit more strategy put on the player than we've seen from other id shooters.
So we should hope.
I think hope. I think hope is a good thing.
I'm hoping for maybe a little bit of a quest structure. I'm hoping for some interesting interaction with some of the NPCs.
And especially in that environment. The environment looks so rich. Yeah, I hope they really can bring it to life. So you feel like you're somewhere special.
They did a good job of, like, when you actually see a person kind of sitting there, them actually feeling like they're existing in that environment.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
You always see people stuck on in these games, and they really exist in that environment. I want to have an interesting interaction with that person.
Yes, and I think they are playing from the Todd Howard school of Crazy Pants, where everything is being put in on purpose. You know, it's not just procedural, where the computer goes, oh, I'll put a crate there and something there.
Exactly.
Someone's making those decisions, and well, I tip my hat to whoever actually does that for a living, because, man, that would drive me crazy.
We're never going to see this game, are we?
Well, they're promising next year. They've been working for so long to finally start showing it. I would like to think means that it is going to be making its release sometime in 2011. Please.
Ninja Gaiden 3's story focuses on a curse that causes the murder-filled dragon sword to infect Ryu Hayabusa's arm, slowly killing him from the inside out. This is a clever parallel to the horrible design decisions that infest the game and slowly destroy the fun you expected to have in a new Ninja Gaiden.
You lack a sense of aesthetics, my friend.
The third installment has seen substantial changes that Tecmo would probably term streamlining, but we would term gutting like a fish. Inventory items? Gone. Hidden objects to find? Gone. Upgrading Ryu's weapons and abilities? Gone. All of Ryu's weapons except the basic katana? Gone.
What can he do with just a sword?
The combat system is no longer the fluid, skill-based dance it was in the previous games. Now it's a simplified mash fest, and most combos will end with a clunky cinema kill where the camera pushes in close as you hammer a button. While you're doing one of these cinematic kills, you're invincible, so forget about the planning and smart utilization of attacks that have defined the series. Just wade in like it's a Dynasty Warriors game. Ryu does get a bow early on, but it auto-aims and has infinite arrows. Many of Ryu's other actions are now entirely handled with quick-time sequences. This is not what we want from a Ninja Gaiden game.
It's you they want, Ryu Hayabusa.
On top of the simplistic combat, the story tries to focus on how Ryu is a brutal murderer and may be inhuman because of it.
Please, let me live. I should have never taken this job.
So, instead of demons, you're mostly fighting human soldiers throughout the game, all of whom are apparently British, and many of whom lose their nerve surprisingly quickly.
I don't want to die!
Maybe you should have thought of that before you joined the paramilitary terrorist organization, huh? Even the incidental dialogue makes no sense much of the time.
I keep forgetting you're a ninja.
How? Have you seen the guy? The newly added multiplayer mode is dull and forgettable. It also makes us wonder how many of the ruinous combat changes were due to tweaks made necessary by this unnecessary mode. I guess it's not all bad, though. Fans of walking slowly through hallways during radio dialogue will be in heaven.
Watch yourself, Hayabusa.
And to be fair, the boss battles are pretty cool, even if they do rely on quick-time events a bit too much. Overall, though, it's a tremendous letdown. In trying to make a game for everyone, they've made something that will appeal to almost no one. Ninja Gaiden 3 gets a 2.
I'd hoped the mighty Dragon Ninja would have put on more of a show.
Out of 5. Sure, iPad games seem like a great deal when compared to paying $60 for a new console game, but if you shop smart and listen to me, which is the most important part, you will pick up some great titles and still have enough money to put a gallon of gas in your car. Just one, though. The economy is in the gutter, but that doesn't mean gamers don't still have needs. If you're light on lettuce, let XPlay save you from playing free Facebook games. Here are great titles for great prices. LA has a seedy underbelly and a seedy everything else. If you're looking for a unique experience, LA Noire is it. Cole Phelps is a straight-laced 1940s beat cop on his way up the ranks.
I'm Officer Cole Phelps. This is Officer Dunn.
Search for clues, write in your notepad, interrogate suspects, write in your notepad. And it's only $15 if you're of the PlayStation persuasion. That's enough to flip your wig. Largely overlooked, Split Second combines fast arcade gameplay with a slick design and apocalyptic environmental hazards. So get your afterburner on. Split Second is less than $14 on Amazon. While the entire internet is in an uproar over the ending of Mass Effect 3, why not dive into the Mass Effect that everyone loves, Mass Effect 2?
Make it worth my while.
Commander Shepard battles the Collectors and every other kind of scumbag to save the universe. Inventive characters, solid combat, and a Dirty Dozen-style story written by the best in the business add up to the best deal ever for your 20 galactic credits. Portal 2 knocked our socks off. Valve must be staffed by wizards because they not only met our astronomical expectations for a Portal follow-up, they exceeded them. Portal 2 continues the elegant show-not-tell approach to gameplay and manages to expand the mythology of Aperture Science in hilarious ways.
Ah! Oh, God. You look good. Looking good, actually.
I heart Wheatley. Portal 2 can now be yours for $30. Cake costs extra. When discount games are this great, you'll never want to pay full price again.
Get your money back.
Hi, 皆さんこんにちは、小島です。Hello. 25年前なんですけど
Honestly, the simple answer would be no. This is going back about 25 years. And back then, more than just the story, it's just I didn't know if there would be another game after this. It was the first game that I was making, and, I just wanted to put my all into that one game because I figured that if I don't succeed at this game, then, I would leave the game industry as a whole. Really, 25 years down the road, here I am still making Metal Gear games. Honestly, I myself am quite surprised that I'm still doing it. I just try to put my all into every game that I make. I don't want to live with any regrets. So every time I create a new Metal Gear and I create the story for it, I do it in such a way that even if I were to die the very next day, I could die with no regrets and be happy about what I've done. Whenever a new one comes out, it's always the pinnacle of the series. And right now I'm not thinking of an overall end to the entire series. I'm just focusing on the game that I'm making.
Metal Gear Solid 1.
Metal Gear Solid 1, of course, is a very special title to me. And I think, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who would like to play it. And honestly, I'd love for them to be able to play it, upgraded to PlayStation 3 technology. However, if I were to do that and go back and commit time to recreating Metal Gear Solid 1, I couldn't move forward and create something new. it wouldn't be me personally doing it. If I could find somebody to helm up that creation, I'd be willing to produce it as a producer. But personally, I'd rather focus on something new. First of all, Rising isn't the first game that we've ever outsourced. We've worked with external studios before, and through those experiences working with external studios, one thing I've learned over the years is that you really have to trust them and create an environment where they can do their best work and be creative on their own. So what I've done and what we've done, as a production on Rising is just kind of taking a step back and just create the environment for Platinum to create. As you mentioned, I am very often, neck deep in production, in the actual game creation. So my fear is that even if I get slightly involved with Rising, I'll get pulled in because I like to do everything myself, honestly. And, if I were to even just participate a little bit, I'd get sucked in. So I've intentionally kept myself away from the project. I think it's a famous story by now that, at one point I did want to create movies, but, I was unable to achieve that goal. But then I found games. And, at that point in time, people said, well, games don't really need a story. But I saw a lot of possibility there for some sort of interactive storytelling. And so that's why I committed myself to it. So I guess, in some ways you could say that, because I wasn't able to get into the movie industry, that's why I turned to games initially. But once I actually started creating games, I found that it was really a lot of fun. There were a lot of unique things that you could only do with games. It's a really unique form of interactive storytelling. And I think there's still a lot of potential in that form of storytelling. And I think, from now on, I still want to commit myself to that. I still don't think I have achieved what I want to achieve with games. I think once games progress to the point where I can really achieve everything I want to with the medium, and I feel satisfied with it, then maybe at that point I would like to consider creating a movie. First of all, I think there's a slight difference. I'm not just trying to tell a story. So, rather than just trying to create something linear, what I want to do, at some point, what I want to achieve is create really a setting where players can create their own stories and, really experience things for themselves within this game world, and something that'll affect them personally on a personal level because it's something that they did within that world, and, something that affects them on a deep level. And I think that's something that's very different from movies, and, it's a very unique form of storytelling. First of all, I think games exist in a space where, yes, they're always cutting-edge technology, and as the technology advances, games advance. But at the same time, they're the user's needs, in addition to that technology, and also the marketplace. So you have to look at these three different elements. So I think if you lose sight of that fact, then you won't be able to keep up with the trends, you won't be able to fill the user's needs, and move forward with technology, and you'll be left behind. So I think it's always important to have that in your mind as an objective. I think, it's wrong to look at all these various technologies as independent entities. You can't look at them as dots on a map. They're not separate things. And I think really what's exciting about the future is imagining how all these entities, all these various elements will come together and form one really, combined form of entertainment. And I think, developers who lose sight of that will miss out. And I think you always have to have that in your mind. Like right now, maybe it's different, but, at some point it'll all come together. Right now, yeah, there's 3D, but you can't just focus on 3D, say I'm just going to make 3D games, because the 3D will come together with the online elements, and you'll have, online with 3D, with social game elements. It's all going to come together at some point, and I think really that's the exciting thing about moving forward into the future.
Call me Mama. Big Mama.
I think what's really important is that somebody has to, the people who want to make games have to realize that this is really a service industry. You're providing service to people. You're trying to entertain them. And so it's that will, that desire to want to make something and do something for others to entertain them, is very important. That said, there are a lot of technical things involved. There's technical aspects involved to creating a game, but there's also a lot of creative aspects like story writing, illustration, knowing what's good music or sound effects or whatever. There's just a lot of different elements to it. So I think having a wide range of interests is also very important. So you can't limit yourself to one thing. I think if you really want to be a creative individual, you have to have a wide range of interests and just try and explore a lot of different things.
Rapture is a body delta. I am the voice, and Big Sister is the hand. When Rapture speaks of you, it says only this. Sleep now. Your day is done. Look, it is the world for which you strive. You, alone among the dead.
Hey, get over here! Safe for now. If you have any medicine, use it now. There's several men out there. Check your weapon. Good luck. Hey, that's good. He's looking after.
You have one new message.
Map looks good. Now hurry up and blow motor pool so I can get to work.
Now, usually when Morgan co-hosts with me on Attack of the Show, we do a game break, which is catching up on the latest gaming news and talking about the latest releases.
Yeah, so I don't know why today should be any different. So it is time for a game break, X-Play style.
Great. How did you... Oh, nice chair, Morpheus. What's going on, really? I thought you wanted to do a game break?
Yeah, we are doing a game break. Game break is when we take a break from the show and we play games. Game break.
Come on. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I mean, we're on national television. I mean,
Really?
Well, we're sort of on national television. How can you just
Don't
stop
be
it?
such a square. Relax. Pull up an intern. Sit down. Sit down.
Sit on your intern?
Yes.
Madame, what title might you be playing this evening?
Oh, I think something light, Jarvis. Maybe a platformer, perhaps.
Oh, might I suggest Ratchet and Clank: A Cracking Time?
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
This doesn't feel right.
Oh, fine.
And for the monsieur?
I don't know about this. I mean, I appreciate
Okay,
it. This
first
just
of all,
feels-
he likes it, and second of all,
Yeah.
you're on X-Play now. You have to stop working so hard. Enjoy yourself.
Okay, it's a little awkward. I wasn't expecting this to be your sort of game. Oh, Rotgut.
Official booze of
Thank you.
X-Play.
But you guys get to drink and you get wings?
Yeah. All we really do here is we eat wings, we drink booze, and we play games.
All right. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a pretty great game break.
Right?
Jarvis, right? I guess I'll play Metroid Other M, please.
Metroid Other M?
Yeah.
Are you making fun of me?
No, Morgan, not at all. I just...
Get out of my study! Go review the new Castlevania game. Go!
Okay.
Go!
Can I get up now?
No. Fable 3 was one of the more heavily anticipated games of the year here at X-Play. We loved Fable 2, so the follow-up had a lot to live up to. We are pleased, but it's not quite perfection.
How dare you turn against me?
The heavier emphasis on character and cinematics is welcome, mainly due to the humorous writing and excellent voice acting.
Trust me, you have my word.
We don't take much stock in words round these parts.
You play the son or daughter of the hero from Fable 2, who became king and left the kingdom of Albion to your older brother, Logan. Logan is a bit of a tool.
Its people will do as I say, or they will die.
The people are miserable and cry out for revolution. So begins a journey around Albion to gather followers to your cause, with the ultimate goal of overthrowing Logan. You do this, of course, by plowing through hours of side quests, hunting down treasure, and interacting with the citizenry, much like in the previous Fables. Fable 3 streamlines the process through the use of several changes to interface and gameplay. Hitting start sends you to the Sanctuary, a mystical Batcave-style place that is so much better than clunky menus, it's kind of hard to imagine how we got along without it. Here you can view the highly informative map, change your clothes, check stats, and change weapons. Speaking of weapons, there's a big change there, too. Instead of picking up tons of weapons along the course of your adventure, you start with 4 standard ones that morph based on your actions in the game. You can also find legendary weapons that have 3 achievement-style goals that will upgrade their abilities and change their appearance. This is a great idea that doesn't work so well in practice. When a weapon demands you, for instance, kill 300 Hollow Men, it doesn't mean to kill them while having that weapon equipped, it means for you to do it with that weapon. It's a shame because instead of taking advantage of the fluid and satisfying freeform combat system, you're stuck hammering away with your rifle. It runs counter to what Fable 3 encourages you to do, which is whatever you want, however you want. The interactions with civilians has been changed to a one-to-one affair. The animations are fantastic, but again, this introduces some odd results. There's no way to pick your expression, you're just given one at random, which leads to a lot of tangoing between straight male strangers.
Oh, I can see my ass from here.
And really, it just makes impressing multiple people a longer process. Feels like busy work after a while. There are more involved side quests than the previous game, with the usual humor that makes the world of Albion such a treat to visit. We did run into a few bugs, though, like this quest in which we just couldn't get this woman to pay any attention to us. Fable 3 is beautiful, packed with humor, has greatly improved combat, can suck hours of your life away without notice, and there are many cool ideas here. But there are also flaws, and in a game with so much promise, they do stand out like, well, a hero in a crowd of civilians. Fable 3 gets 4 villager interactions. Woo! Out of 5. Bloody, adorable. Super Meat Boy adds a jolt of protein to Xbox Live Arcade, and you should be excited. Sure, there's a story about Meat Boy and his special lady friend Bandage Girl, and how some guy named Dr. Fetus kidnapped Bandage Girl, and who the hell cares? This title is all about the gameplay. Super Meat Boy must navigate increasingly difficult platforming puzzles to reach his love bandage. It starts simple, but quickly becomes so diabolical, you'll barely notice the enemies trying to bring the Meat Man down. The controls are smooth and flawless. With enough practice, flying leaps across a chasm full of death traps becomes second nature. Not to say you'll be the Zen Master right away. Super Meat Boy is brain-meltingly difficult. But a good difficult. A fair difficult. Every time Meat Boy ups the ante, you think, I can't do that. But after a lot of cursing and an epic Rocky training montage, you'll be cleaning Drago's clock. If Drago was a giant meat bubble monster. There are 300 platforming challenges in all, and it never gets old. The creativity and level design virtuosity on display is staggering. One thing missing is a level editor. Mac and PC gamers will get a level editor to go with their Meat Boy when it launches later this year, but console gamers are SOL. Super Meat Boy asks a lot of you, but also rewards you in kind. It's one of the best dollar-to-fun ratios you'll find anywhere. Pour out a tall, cool glass of meat slurry and drink deep. A 5 out of 5. If you're ready to buy games in bulk, Toys R Us wouldn't be a bad first stop. They're running a buy one, get one for $5 deal on many of the biggest titles of the fall, including Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, Fable 3, Medal of Honor, Halo Reach, and Madden NFL 11. You can also pick up Need for Speed Hot Pursuit for $35 at Best Buy, along with FIFA Soccer 11, EA Sports MMA, and NHL 11. Swing by Kmart for a chance to grab Mass Effect 2 for a crazy low $9.99. That is a lot of game for one picture of Alexander Hamilton. For an insane handheld bargain, the epic DS RPG Dragon Quest IX Sentinels of the Starry Skies can be had for $17 at Target. If you know anyone heading to Old Navy on Black Friday, tell them that the first 50 customers in line get a wristband that is good for a free copy of Dance Central if they spend $25 or more. Sure, Dance Central may be embarrassing to play in front of other people, but free is free. Finally, the best hardware deal may be at Sam's Club. You can snag a 250GB Xbox 360 Slim with Red Dead Redemption, Alan Wake, and Forza Motorsport 3, all for $349. Not a bad price for 3 of the better games on the system in the last year and the new reduced Red Ring of Death model. Good luck out there, and remember to dress warm for the overnight lines. Remember, frostbite is a small price to pay for cheap video games.
Coming in at number 5 is Grand Theft Auto. Who wouldn't want to drive on the sidewalk and have innocent pedestrians launched right at them? It makes the murders more real.
Number 4 is Silent Hill. I suspect that the first appearance of Pyramid Head poking through the screen would cause people to drop dead.
Now, our number 3 pick is Rogue Squadron. Maybe one day we can truly understand what it feels like to shoot womp rats in a T-16.
Coming in at number 2 is God of War. I don't know what would pop more, the QuickTime events or God's eyeballs as Kratos steps on them.
But in the end, our number 1 pick is Dead or Alive Volleyball 3 DDD.
That's actually not my number 1 choice.
Actually, it's not mine either. I just kind of like the pun.
That's a good one, actually.
You guys, do I get it? Number 1 choice?
No. Number 5 is Dino Crisis. Okay, fine, there were sequels already, but let's just pretend that those don't exist. We want a real sequel to the first one, back when it was like Resident Evil.
I hope you're listening. Number 4 is Jumping Flash. Today's first-person shooters are so serious and grim. Listen, I want to control a giant robot rabbit and jump ridiculously high in the air. That is not too much to ask.
It is not. Our number 3 pick is Bushido Blade. Forget about health meters, ultras, and supers. This is a real fighting game. You know, because you can die in one hit.
Just like in real life. Yeah. Sad. Coming in at number 2 is Vagrant Story. Square Enix has no problem exploiting franchises and running them into the ground, but they still won't revisit one of their best PS1 games.
But our number 1 game that needs to come back is Colony Wars. Where did all this space sims go? We want combat and drama and multiple endings.
Yeah.
Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception won't be hitting PS3s until November. But we went straight to the game's developer to get all the latest details on the brand new multiplayer modes right now.
Why are you guys trying to focus so much on the multiplayer when you have such a strong single-player experience going on?
You get off on all this, don't you?
And with this game, we want to take it just to the next level. We want to make that action-adventure sort of single-player epic event feel get translated into the multiplayer game.
That's all real pretty, but what the hell's it mean in English?
Uncharted 3's multiplayer is a big evolution from its predecessors, thanks to the addition of 3-team deathmatch and free-for-all modes.
Basically, 3-team is just what it sounds like. It's 2v2v2. It's you and your friend against the world, basically. So it's really tactical because you want to stay with your friend and sort of not run out on your own. It encourages people to play together. It's our favorite mode in the office. And then last game, everybody wanted free-for-all. They wanted to just have straight-up deathmatch, everybody for themselves, and we're adding that as well.
Should have known you'd be behind this.
Also new to the game is the buddy system, which allows you to pair up with a friend and collectively share your successes throughout each match.
Oh, God! This is a really cool feature. Basically, if you start off the game with a friend in your party already, you two will be buddies.
Damn it! Sully, I'm stuck! Help me out!
If you're in the game by yourself, you'll be randomly assigned one from your team. And basically the idea is that person should be important to you. So you want to kind of stay near them.
Let's go!
You can spawn on that person. So we're constantly encouraging you to stay where they are.
Perfect.
And you're also introducing something called the power play.
Yes, the power play is another one of our really, really cool features. So we wanted to make the game stay interesting for a longer period of time. And so when you are starting to lose by a certain number of points, we'll give a temporary advantage to the team that's losing, but it also means that the winning team has a chance to earn a lot more cash or XP. And so basically it's interesting for both teams.
Come here.
If you're still hungry for more, Naughty Dog has added overtime mode to fulfill your Uncharted appetite.
When the game ends and there's one kill left, 49-50, who's going to get the game, basically we're saying it's too close to call. And so we extend the clock by a minute. So what happens is it's one life. Everybody has one life left. They all get reset, and you're running around. If you're the last guy left, you win for your whole team. So you can be the hero, take on those last two guys from the other team, win, and then take the game for everybody as well.
I wonder what you're really afraid of.
Resistance 3 is due this September, and in terms of gamer time, that's an eternity.
All of us could be dead by then. That's how far away it is.
But if you want to get your hands on the shooter early, there is a way, and it does involve breaking into Insomniac.
All you gotta do is pick up a Blu-ray of Battle Los Angeles, which is in stores on June 14th.
Now, every copy will have a demo of Resistance 3 right on the disc, and you'll get a half hour of Chimera combat.
Sure, you have to wait 3 months for the real thing, but we take what we can get.
Where the hell are we headed?
At long last, Geralt of Rivia is back in a new adventure from CD Projekt Red.
Finally!
They've taken a good position, the bastards!
The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings is a direct sequel to the first game, continuing the story of Geralt, who has been framed for the murder of a king and must clear his name by finding the real killer.
Where should I start?
This, of course, is much more complicated than it sounds, especially since the real assassin seems to be a Witcher like Geralt. For those unfamiliar, a Witcher is sort of like a Jedi who kills monsters for money. Except many of their powers come from drinking toxic potions, and they constantly have sex with random women. Why, yes, this series is European. How did you know?
Did you dream of the Wild Hunt again?
You can probably attribute the well-written and adult-oriented story to its European roots as well.
Foltest defiled my mother.
The Witcher 2 is steeped in political intrigue, hidden agendas, gray moral areas, and a generally grimy, unvarnished fantasy version of the Middle Ages. As you can see, it's drop-dead gorgeous, even if some of the places it depicts don't look like they would smell very good. The level of detail is incredible. You'll need a beefy PC to run it maxed out, but everything looks great, from the finely detailed outfits to the horrific creatures to the local brothel.
Oh yeah, the brothel sounds especially interesting.
And as good as it all looks, the fantastic sound design is what really sells the world and its inhabitants as real, weighty, and solid.
Desist! Or be put down like the rabid dogs you are!
The gameplay has been completely overhauled from the original game. The Witcher 2 now plays as a full-on action RPG. Combat is fast, real-time, and somewhat reminiscent of Batman Arkham Asylum. It actually plays a little smoother with a gamepad, in fact. Don't think this means it's been dumbed down, though. The difficulty curve is high. You'll die a lot until you get the hang of things, and the tutorial is not much help there. But once you have it down, you can make Geralt practically dance through his foes. Unlike many games that claim your decisions matter, The Witcher 2 isn't kidding around.
I get the feeling that dream's important.
The middle of the game is completely different based on your earlier decisions. If you want to see all the content, you'll need to play through this 40-hour epic at least twice.
This I like!
The Witcher 2 gets just about everything right. The combat is challenging and engaging, the story is mature and makes sense in the end, the characters are well realized and feel like real people, and the setting perfectly balances the familiar with the alien. Buy it, play it some more, and wait impatiently for the third game.
You have just become the most titled Witcher in the world.
A 5 out of 5.
It's a good day to kill, Your Majesty!
Sony's newest portable, the PlayStation Vita, wowed audiences with its sleek design, sheer processing power, and promising lineup of launch titles. The lightweight console boasts a monstrous 5-inch OLED screen that displays the most stunning graphics ever seen on a portable gaming device. The Wii U is a real step up for Nintendo's console line. With the addition of HD gameplay, the unique new controller incorporates third screen features with Nintendo's own paradigm-shifting controller style. One of the hottest items this year has to be Ubisoft's Rocksmith, which should revolutionize the guitar game genre. With its unique plug-in cord, Rocksmith will allow you to use any real electric guitar with the game. Kinect owners with small living rooms can thank Nyko for its new zoom lens. The zoom is capable of reducing the required play range by up to 40%, which allows you to play closer to your TV. And its wide angle will have 2 people playing in the area that would normally only fit a single player.
Our pick for best hardware is the PlayStation Vita.
Yeah, I think simply it works, and it does things I've always wanted one to do.
I mean, the fact that it took this long to get 2 analog sticks is a little bit shocking, but that's okay. We'll accept it.
I mean, the benefit of this is that developers who make games for Big Daddy consoles, who are used to 2 analog sticks, don't have to kind of change the way that you approach game design to accommodate just, a D-pad and one stick. And that screen, this is a very hard thing that you can show on television. The screen is remarkable. Like, the clarity is something else.
Well, we'll see if they have all the dead pixel issues that they had with the PSP.
Remember that? People are scouring the screen. Also, one of my favorite moments of all of E3 was the announcement of the price.
Right.
$249 for the Wi-Fi version. Remember, I think the smallest version of the PSP was $300.
Yep.
Yeah, not quite the triumphant return that some were hoping for.
No, I mean, you did this review, and you were really excited about it at first.
At first, like the first 3 hours, because of the art direction and this kind of very classic platforming, I was like, yay, I haven't gotten to do this. But then that same thing is just replicated over and over again, and that specialness just dissipates.
And so the art design at that point is not enough to sort of save it from its
No, and that's why when we were talking about how there isn't much wonder in Wonderland, it's strange that you see aspects that at least aren't part of the popular imagination of Alice in Wonderland, though they may be related to some of the more obscure elements of Through the Looking Glass or Underground.
So it's just sort of the design choices, the level design choices.
Yeah, it's just very, and the word I use is pedantic. It's just like, okay, oh wow, this isn't going to go anywhere. If you look at something, say, like Super Mario Galaxy, you have a core mechanic that then gets manipulated to seem fresh throughout the game, whereas here, it's jumping to platforms and those vents, and that's pretty much it for the platforming. And the combat is very, very, very similar in that way.
Now, do you think this is something that if somebody at home really actually liked the way that looked, because it presents well? I mean, as you're watching that review, you're like, oh, this looks awesome. If somebody kind of felt that magic, do you think it's something that they should rent, or do you think that's something they should stay
Rent,
away from?
because once it's over, I think it makes a very, very bad case for why you would want to go back, even if it is to collect everything else. There isn't that sense of wonder and mystery in games, which is really kind of at the core, wanting to explore it, find every little thing in it.
Now, is this actually a full-price title, or is
Yep,
this...
it is.
So... Sorry, I just got speechless there for a second.
Yeah, and then once again, as we sort of said with Duke Nukem forever, that, had this kind of been released as something a little bit more modest, kind of lower expectations, and mine included, I think would once again really find a good audience that would put up with where its limitations are.
Because for $60, you can buy a Modern Warfare game, you can buy a game with a ton more content also, it sounds like.
Yeah, a lot more content, and something that has production values. I mean, while it's a very pretty game, there's weird things with loads that interrupt the story. It doesn't feel very finished or polished. And the Mad Hatter, he's a Mad Hatter, but if you look at his animations, he's kind of really more like a tired Hatter. It is an odd problem with the game.
Firepower.
Starhawk slammed onto our short list with transforming planes and the visually stunning build and battle system.
All in a day's work.
That game company took us on a journey through a landscape of beautiful tech. While Resistance 3 took aim at the FPS big guns with an arsenal of fantastic weapons. Naughty Dog showed off some new tricks in Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception. While the other Masked Crusader took the tiger by the tail for Sly Cooper, Thieves in Time.
Ready to face me now?
The best of PlayStation 3.
Good showing it. You cleared him out.
And the winner is Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception.
So this actually made a splash. It got a lot of buzz at the show. Because, everybody loved Uncharted 2, so...
And look, the game just looks that good. Yes, the bar was so high with Uncharted 2, but they seem to, understand what they need to kind of amp up for this. Just watching the ship list back and forth and the water swooshing around, that's not easy to do.
Well, and that's also, it's not sort of pre-generated or pre-rendered. It's actually happening. So you're actually on the ship, and as you walk, you're going to sort of react dynamically to how the ship is, and the water is going to react dynamically. These are exciting things.
And that's what makes that series work so well, is that sense of cutscene and gameplay. It's very blurry if you're not holding the controller in your very hand.
Right, so we're very excited for Uncharted 3. It had a lot of buzz at the show, so we'll get more info.
Now I just want to play it.
I've got Kyle here, executive producer, and he's going to give me a rundown of the PS Vita. Pretty amazing stuff. Tell me a little bit about it.
Vita, Latin root for life. We're going to put life in your hands. Brilliant OLED screen on the front, full multi-touch. You're going to have multi-touch screen on the back that we're going to be able to show you some fun games that use that. It has full 6-axis control and really giving you the highest fidelity motion control you can ever have.
What games are we getting at launch?
Okay, so in the launch window, we're looking at a very diverse lineup. Uncharted, Golden Abyss. We've also got Wipeout. We've got Little Deviants. We've also got Hot Shots Golf. You've got Reality Fighter, which is an augmented reality fighting game. We've got Hustle Kings. We've got Ruin, Mod Nation. I mean, God, every time I think about it, there's more games.
How are we getting our games? Strictly download?
The games are going to be available both via PSN and download to a proprietary card, which is like a micro SD card, but it's a special one that we have for the Vita.
Tell me a little bit more about this pick up and play thing.
With Ruin in particular, what we're doing is a cloud save. So when you take your game, you're playing along, you get through the dungeon, you get to the boss fight, and you're like, you know what, I really want to see this boss on my big screen. Save it, set down. When I get home, I pick up my PS3, and when I load the save game, it is the same save game. So it is right at that same moment.
So show me this bad boy. Let's check this sucker out.
Alrighty, so we're going to have some Uncharted here. So we're going to get in here and... oh, wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be doing this?
Can I do it? Can I?
Sure.
Can I,
Yeah.
Can you?
Fair enough. So now when you're going to climb, swipe your fingers on the back like you're climbing. There you go. So all you do is you're swiping like that, so it's a climbing motion. So this one is Little Deviants. So what you're going to do is you're going to shoot the robots and save the Deviants. So go and save the day. All right, you're getting the hang of this. See what I mean about the fidelity on the 6-axis is just phenomenal.
Thank you so much for the rundown on the Vita. It's been great. I love the rundown on the games. Everything looks fantastic, but one final question. How does it taste? Not gonna happen. No. Just joking. Awesome, Kyle. Thank you so much. I'll see you later, okay?
Hey, Jess, I'll take the Vita, you take the mic.
There are plenty of things to fear in life. The fear of public speaking. The fear of heights. The fear of commitment. With so much rampant fear-mongering in our daily life, Fear 3 may just be the game that proves you don't need to fear sequels. Fear 3 throws you back into the bloody boots of the Point Man, your first-person protagonist from the original game. Since then, you've been held as a prisoner until the ghost of your dead brother comes back for a little family reunion. It seems that Alma is expecting, and you need to throw a baby shower with blood, bullets, and plenty of dead bodies. But even with horror writer Steve Niles and legendary film director John Carpenter taking the helm, the story doesn't make much sense. Atmosphere. That's what it takes to tell a good horror story. Both the level design and pacing allows for players to really explore and fall deep into this world of madness. The game engine is starting to show some wear, but maybe developers were just afraid of change. Gameplay is as solid as ever. While you're still juggling the most rudimentary of weapons, the ability to switch into slow motion for a couple of extra glorious hits still feels just as good. Playing with a friend brings up one of our favorite buzzwords of the year, asymmetrical co-op. As the ghostly Brother Fettle, you can levitate enemies, throw a temporary shield around your brother in arms, or zap yourself into the body of the enemy, quickly turning a head-on assault into a tactical bloodbath. Multiplayer presents a slew of interesting options beyond your standard deathmatch. Keep gasping for that last breath in the Horde-like contractions, or take out the living in the Soul King mode. And then there's f***ing Run. The only problem here is that all of these modes only accommodate up to 4 players. In an era of 8 and 16 player matches, 4 just seems a little small. Fear 3 presents a frightfully good game, but falls short on a couple of key aspects. That's why we're giving it a 4
I gave them what they wanted.
out of 5. It's that time once again to roll out games best suited for those thrifty kids born out of wedlock, or anyone else looking to save a little dough. Here are 4 games everyone should own, and now you can get them on the cheap. You gotta love it when someone enjoys their work.
For the greatness of Olympus!
Kratos returns to put an end to Zeus in his latest adventure, God of War 3. With more blood, guts, and gods, Kratos takes one last stab at Mount Olympus in one of the best games to grace the PS3. Now it can be yours for the killer price of $15.
I will have my revenge!
Spending more money on hair conditioner than the GDP of Greece, Bayonetta combines off-the-wall aesthetics with fluid fighting mechanics. It's a game that will often catch you by surprise, just when you thought you'd seen it all.
You're in no position to decide that.
Look past the cheesy cutscenes and you'll find one of our hidden gems of last year, and all for $20. War never changes, but thankfully the price dropped. Fallout New Vegas pits you against the one-armed bandits, mutants, and wildlife of the irradiated wasteland as you try to find the man who shot you. Now at only $20, you can save some of those caps to put towards the new DLC that keeps on rolling in. Before you make your way to Constantinople, you might want to finish up your Roman holiday with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood.
Leonardo.
It is good to see you, friend.
For the low price of $30, you can ventilate guards in this open-world game and tidy up some ancient ruins before hitting Revelations this fall. Call up your congressman and let them know we don't have to worry about the debt ceiling. With games this cheap, you don't have to break the bank to have a little fun in the summertime.
So the amount of people you actually shoot in a Call of Duty game is staggering.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, after a while, your enemies just kind of turn into nameless cannon fodder.
But there are a few legendary heroes in war games. We are counting down the top 5 video game soldiers in today's X List, brought to you by KFC Popcorn Chicken.
Delicious. Coming in at number 5 is Private James Ramirez from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Now, he may not be as flashy as Price and Soap, but he did save the White House and Burger Town.
Our number 4 pick is Commander Shepard. She doesn't take orders from anybody, including the Council, which totally got wiped out. But let's be real, they deserved it.
They did. Tim Shep is hot, by the way. Coming in at number 3 is Bill Mad Dog Reiser and Lance Scorpion Bean from Contra. Now, if those names don't sound badass to you, something is wrong with you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Our number 2 pick is Master Chief. I'm still not entirely clear on the specifics of what happened in the first Halo trilogy, but it was heroic as all hell.
Very much so. I also agree. What was that?
I don't know.
What was that game about? But our number 1 video game soldier is Solid Snake. You know, he only managed to save the world from a nuclear war a few times. Yeah. Plus, he's really fond of cardboard boxes, which I appreciate.
Drink blood like a vampire without warning. Who do you voodoo, bitch?
If you're officially bored with the zombie trend, it's probably best you stay away from Dead Island. The overall mechanics are fine, but the only significant change this game makes to the genre is moving the outbreak location. You play as one of 4 thinly sketched characters who are mysteriously immune to the zombie plague.
Said you were resistant to whatever this is.
Subtle.
You got no symptoms, but those aren't love bites, are they?
It's a good thing you can't become a zombie, because the action in Dead Island emphasizes close-ranged combat.
First, you need to get hold of a weapon.
We have to admit, it's pretty fun to discover a random weapon nearby and start bashing zombies in the face.
Thanks, mates.
Repairing your weapons costs money, so it's important to keep in mind that you lose cash every time you die.
What the do you want from me?
Oh, and for some reason, cola magically replenishes your health. Because if there's anything we learned from the nation's obesity epidemic, it's that drinking high-calorie sugar water makes you stronger.
I'm stronger.
Stronger with diabetes. On the day 1 release, the game was loaded with glitches. After an initial patch for the PC version, developers announced via Twitter that they are, quote, working on a multitude of patches and updates for all platforms. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but Dead Island's largest problem is not a technical one. It's a feeling of general malaise, brought on by rehashed zombie plot points. Nothing makes you realize the writing is hacky quite like hearing a third-rate voice actor struggle to deliver it.
My wife, my dad, my own brother. What else could I do? Let him kill me?
On the other hand, the open-world gameplay works nicely for a zombie game.
Oh, thank God.
Listen, if you don't mind an overwhelming sense of familiarity, then Dead Island may be worth a visit. It's a 3.
1, 2, 3
out of 5.
It's been a long journey, and no one's coming out without scars. But it all comes down to this moment.
Now that's a woman I'd follow into battle. Strong, commanding, and gutsy. It's Jennifer Hale's voice that instilled these qualities into everyone's favorite commander. We spent some time with Ms. Hale to discuss how she breathed life into such an iconic character.
I think the broad appeal of FemShep is, well, she's well written, you know, and the way BioWare's put these games together, you get to hang on to your choices and your consequences, and that's a rare thing to go, you know, through a trilogy that way. And I think the great thing about FemShep is that she's a strong female leader, and we need more of those.
If we stick together, we'll make it.
With a character as complex as Shepard, it's surprising to note that Ms. Hale relies on very little to create such a believable voice.
When we're recording lines, we don't see anything, although occasionally we will have the benefit of watching a cinematic in sort of its rough form.
Make me proud.
The ability to create such a believable voice developed over many years of voice acting.
Apparently I've been in over 100 games. Metal Gear Solid, I'm Naomi Hunter.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
Metal Gear 2, I was Emma Emmerich.
Who are you?
Knights of the Old Republic.
Talk of an escape is somewhat premature, don't you think?
Metroid Prime, Samus, the original, and lots of them.
With so many projects under her belt, there was definitely something special about being Commander Shepard.
I love the character. She's an awesome leader.
Awesome indeed. We can't wait to see her vocal talents return in Mass Effect 3 in March of 2012.
This is Commander Shepard, and G4 is my favorite website on the Citadel.
In Arkham Asylum, you wore the cowl and used the gadgets, but in Arkham City, you are the damn Batman. In the years since the events of Arkham Asylum, Gotham City has made the clearly brilliant decision to fence off a chunk of its real estate and dump all the criminals and murderously insane people into it, calling the place Arkham City. When Bruce Wayne protests, he is captured and tossed into the Escape from New York-style zone by classic villain Dr. Hugo Strange, who is overseeing it all. A quick Batsuit delivery gets Bruce ready to clean up the town.
Did it arrive, sir?
This will not be a quick or easy task. Arkham City is a sprawling, gothic industrial concrete jungle, and you can traverse it freely using Batman's grapple and gliding abilities. Just about every Batman character you can think of is in this game. From the big names like the Joker,
you left me to die,
to the guys only comic book nerds will know, like Calendar Man and Azrael. All of them come to brilliant life thanks to one of the best voice casts ever assembled.
That's how we get respect.
Several of the major villains don't even appear unless you follow their side quest paths, which are often so fully fleshed out that they're hard to tell from the main storyline. While Arkham Asylum had a Metroid flavor to its design, Arkham City has a bit more Zelda mixed in. The city itself functions as an overworld of sorts, with tons of side quests and secrets to find. The buildings you visit are basically dungeons, and they contain level design and gameplay similar to the Asylum. You get all you loved about the first game with tons more content layered on top. It's just all so well put together. The gadgets are fun and useful, the combat flows even better than before. Grappling and gliding through the beautifully twisted architecture of the city makes you feel just like the Dark Knight himself. Riddler's trophies require real puzzle solving to get much of the time. Plus, Riddler has his own Saw-style puzzle sequences.
Is that really you, Batman?
There are opportunities in the story to play as Catwoman, who has her own way of getting around the city. 36 challenge maps let you hone your skills and compare scores with friends. The controls and interface are polished to a gleaming sheen of joy. Batman Arkham City is one of the most ambitious sequels ever attempted, and it is so well made we're not entirely sure it wasn't programmed by alien wizards. Or maybe the folks at Rocksteady are just the Batmen and women of game development. 5 brutal beatings out of 5.
Isn't that information supposed to be confidential?
Some kind of deep religious significance.
In November of 2001, a game came out that revolutionized the video gaming industry as we know it. It united a nation and altered the course of entertainment history. That game was Luigi's Mansion. No, we're joking. The game was Halo Combat Evolved, and it's getting a special anniversary edition on November 15th, exactly 10 years after the original release.
I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
We've got exclusive footage of the third level of the game titled The Truth and Reconciliation. This was the one where you board a Covenant ship to rescue an ally.
The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
If there's any doubt about how far the game has come, let's look at this comparison footage. Here's what it looked like before, and here it is now. Here's what the original looked like, and here's the remake. Now, the cool part is that you can switch between the two views on the fly. That, my friends, is true fan service. 343 Industries is taking over developer duties on the series. They recently revealed that the game will support voice commands through Kinect. So when you yell grenade, you actually throw a grenade. We don't currently have footage of this feature, but we imagine it would go like this.
Grenade! 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 Grenade!
You can stop now. Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary allows you to switch between versions of the game by saying classic or remastered. It's a nice touch.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
A number of classic maps have been announced to return, like Beaver Creek and Hang 'em High. If those names don't mean anything to you, then you clearly didn't spend your childhood system linking Xboxes together. We're so sorry to hear that. The core gameplay looks to be perfectly intact. Yes, sniper rifles are in full effect.
A Covenant is making a run for that stationary gun. Take him out.
The amped up visuals make everything look beautiful. Check out the subtle smoke from a needler explosion.
Great shot!
To be honest, Halo was so significant it isn't even funny. We're excited to play this digital walk down memory lane. We'll have our review for you when Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary comes out this November.
The last 3 games pushed the envelope, these next 4 took the envelope and shredded it apart. Here are the final 4 goriest games of all time. Coming in at number 4 is Ninja Gaiden 2. Once upon a time, there was a ninja. He had a sword. Some evil ninjas decided to mess with his clan, and you know what? I don't think it takes a genius to figure out what happens next. Here's a tip, evil ninjas. If you see Ryu's sword doing this, just walk away. Seriously, just go. At number 3 is Dead Space 2. Space might be the final frontier, but for Isaac Clarke, it's something much worse. And nothing punctuates that notion more than moments like these. If the marker doesn't turn you into a raving psychopath or a necromorph, you're fighting for your life trying not to get dismembered. So, future engineers of the world, this is what you have to look forward to. Hope you have good disability insurance. At number 2 is God of War 3. Be thankful you never have to confront Kratos, because if you do, the outcome is never good. God of War 3 showed us that if you're bold enough to incur Kratos' wrath, you can kiss whatever body part you cherish goodbye, because he's deemed it a waste of flesh and in need of tearing apart. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay out of your way, thanks. And finally, at number 1 is Mortal Kombat. This granddaddy of gory games set the bar 19 years ago. When arcade games were still dabbling in cel-shaded character models, Mortal Kombat took the status quo and ripped it a new one. The fatalities Mortal Kombat introduced still stand as some of the goriest things we've seen, and the tradition doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. So, to Mortal Kombat, we give you a well-deserved gory salute. You've earned it. And there it is, my friends, the goriest games of all time. Hopefully we've given you a fresh new perspective on how lucky you are to have your torso intact. But if we haven't, well, just remember this guy. Yeah, it's as horrible as it looks.
Bethesda has always excelled at creating games with expansive worlds and excessive content. With the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, they have topped themselves so thoroughly that it isn't just beyond what we expected the game to be, it may actually be beyond what we thought was possible this generation.
This hasn't happened in centuries, at least.
Naturally, this 5th installment takes place in Skyrim, the northern province on the continent of Tamriel. As such, it has a heavy Nordic flavor, both due to the environment and the fact that the people of Skyrim are rather Viking-like. On one hand, that means lots of funny accents.
These are our sacred traditions that go back to the founding of the First Empire.
On the other, it means dragons. The dragons of legend have returned, just in time to save your neck from an execution.
A dragon? Here in Skyrim?
After escaping from your Imperial captors, you bring the whole creatures of myth burning up the countryside thing to the local ruler.
Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative.
This leads to a confrontation with the dragon, and an epic battle ensues. When you absorb the soul from the defeated dragon, it is a startling revelation to the Skyrim natives fighting by your side.
I can't believe it. You're Dragonborn.
Turns out you have the soul of a dragon in the body of a mortal, which means you're destined to do great things, and more importantly, you can learn the dragon language and spit it back out as shouts. This is the main thread of the core narrative, but veterans of the series know that what you really do in an Elder Scrolls game is wander. The world of Skyrim is more fully and richly realized than just about anything that has come before it. And we don't mean in this franchise, we mean in games, period.
But was it worth tearing Skyrim apart and maybe destroying the Empire?
Whereas Oblivion was sprawling and large, but relatively shallow in terms of discrete pieces of content, Skyrim is absolutely packed with narrative, both explicit and implied. Every location feels handcrafted. Every dungeon you explore rewards you for the effort in the end. Every fight plays out differently and makes you feel like a badass when you emerge victorious. You can easily set off to accomplish one particular task and find yourself distracted for literally hours as you stumble over new quests and new locations to explore. Well over 50 hours into the game, we were still discovering new aspects of the world and its inhabitants. But as we'll see shortly, the biggest differences between Oblivion and Skyrim are in the way you play the game and evolve your character.
While the world of Skyrim is unquestionably astounding, the character you control within it is no less impressive.
Who are you?
You can choose any of the usual Elder Scrolls races to create your avatar, and every race can become proficient in whatever abilities you decide you want to specialize in. There's a lot of flexibility in the leveling system, which fixes the oddities and flaws of previous Elder Scrolls games. The character upgrades have been significantly streamlined. Instead of adding numbers to your various stats, each level offers a perk point which has a clear material benefit to a particular skill. The result, you can be a jack of all trades or you can specialize. For the first time, being a straight-up pure mage is a viable character build choice. Love it. Combat itself is visceral and rewarding, whether you're blasting enemies with magic or running bandits through while dual-wielding like a badass. To say nothing of the always epic clashes with the dragons themselves, which can happen at any time in the world. Do be aware that the game does not scale to your level the way Oblivion did. What I'm saying here is, don't mess with the giants too soon. Yes, difficulty can occasionally spike dramatically, but it's not like you'll be short on alternative activities. You'll accumulate quests at an alarming rate. I mean, look at my quest list. That's ridiculous. Even better, the side quest storylines are interesting, coherent narratives that could have been the central quest lines of less ambitious RPGs. But when you play Skyrim, you won't be thinking about all this. You'll just be playing the game. This is the ultimate achievement of Skyrim. The game architecture stays in the background, and the experience of existing in this phenomenal world is center stage. Rewards come not as XP or stat boosts, but in seeing new areas, finding new items, and discovering new quests. It's like a Christmas present you open for hundreds of hours. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim gets a 5.
It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant.
Out of 5.
This week, the first batch of PlayStation Vitas are being delivered to those that bought a very special pre-order bundle. So upon first glance, this handheld looks very similar to Sony's last one.
That was the PlayStation Portable.
Yes.
Now, despite its flaws,
Yes.
which it had,
Yes.
it did have some great games. And we're counting down our 5 favorite in today's X list.
Coming in at number 5 is Lunar Silver Star Harmony. This game makes X-Play supervising producer JP Shub cry on an alarming basis.
Number 4 is Persona 3 Portable. Atlas managed to take the best version of their hit RPG, cram it onto a UMD, add a ton of content, and really make it work.
Yeah. Coming in at number 3 is God of War Chains of Olympus. And that is despite the fact that this game has Kratos denying the affections of his daughter as a quick-time event.
Training for parenthood. Number 2 is Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. Awkward Square Enix titles aside, this is a terrific strategy RPG.
But our number 1 PSP game is Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. It really should have been called MGS5. That's how integral the story is to the series.
Oh, that's wheel. That's pretty great.
Oh, I know how much you love unicorns.
I'm riding a pony. Oh, hey, photo, John. Oh, I got it. Oh, whoa.
Wow, that turned into a whole bag of no fun.
I was gonna pee. What? What? You have to brush the curtain?
Your show's no fun anymore.
You're telling me.
I want to play with that monitor, though.
Who the hell is that guy?
That's Carol Burnett.
Oh, okay.
That's who that is.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
All right, this has been a big month for DLC. Tons has been released, which may or may not have been overshadowed by E3.
A little bit, and a lot of, not a lot of games come out around this time because nobody wants their game to, get lost in the news
lost
cycle.
in the announcement of a game that won't be out till 2012.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what happens around E3. So let's jump into it. First, we have the Modern Warfare 2 Resurgence Pack.
Yeah, you get 5 new maps, 3 of which are new, 2 of which are actually throwback maps from Call of Duty 4.
So rehashed levels. Okay.
But they spruced them up a little bit. You know what I mean? They put
a new coat of paint on the textures. I got it. Yeah.
A little spit polish.
A little lipstick on that pig. All right.
You have a vacant, which is good for close quarters combat. It's become a little bit of a problem because people are now grenade spamming on that level.
What were the odds?
I know, crazy, right?
Yeah,
it happens. Which kind of takes a little bit of the fun out of it. There's also the Carnival level, which has been very popular because it has a very different look than a lot of the other levels, and it has Funhouse. It's colorful. It's almost a little too colorful in a way because, you get lost in your targets a little bit, which is sort of the point of it.
Right. But it's nice that they're mixing it up. Slightly different scenario.
Right. And then there's fuel, and it's an oil refinery. Some people say it's great for snipers. Other people say the snipers are so easy to pick off in that level, it is ridiculous. So just go and pick up all the snipers.
Wait, you mean differing opinions on the internet?
I know.
Come on.
It's a little weird, but so there's sort of both sides to it. So it is fun. Of course, not all maps are going to be the best for different game types, but that's going to be true in any maps. The big controversial thing about this, though, is that it is $15.
I was going to say it has to be the price because you're talking $15 for just a handful of maps.
And people just bought the previous map pack, Stimulus, very short time ago, which was also $15.
So, I mean, is this a recommendation then from you? Would you say stay away from it? Would you say that it's worth the $15 if you're a diehard?
Well, if you're a diehard, you're going to have to get it, basically, because, it's going to call you out for not having the maps on your list.
It shames you in the game lobbies, doesn't it?
It calls you out. It's like, oh, well, let me pony up the $15, that cheapskate.
Yeah.
It does. It shames you a little bit. It's a little crazy, but a lot of people, the hardcore people, have already bought it.
Right.
I think people are eventually going to buy it, but it also highlights the fact that they need to find some sort of subscription system for these map packs so somebody can maybe pay $15 a year, $30 a year, and have access to all of them.
Yeah, once they completely milk all the hardest of hardcore, then maybe they'll go to that route. All right, next up we have Mass Effect 2 Overlord Mission Pack.
Okay, this one's cheaper.
Right, but do I get to bang new aliens?
Sorry, kid.
No?
No. Sorry.
Right, so we're giving this one a skip. What else is there?
I have no sympathy because when you play as a woman, Commander Shepard's a woman, there are no guys to have sex with.
But there's you can still have sex with
Jacob is a company man and kind of dweeby. Everybody else is old or a lizard. I'm just saying.
Don't be so quiet. Future Morgan would take off her space helmet for some space lizards. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so there are...
Should we talk about the DLC? 5 new levels, right?
Sure. There's new levels. You get to use the hover tank again, which some people didn't like. I actually did like. There is a good story. I don't want to spoil any of it for you, but you are dealing with the Geth again. And
does it matter if you've beaten the game or if...
You could do it either way.
Really?
Yeah.
How does it seep into the storyline, or does it just sort of pop out randomly?
It's like a
side quest. Okay, got it, yeah.
I personally found... You get about 2 hours of gameplay, I should say.
For $7.
Just sort of in your head, be like $7, 2 hours of gameplay, and you can make that decision for yourselves. Like, if you've played Mass Effect, you know.
Price of a movie. If you want to extend it a little bit more, go for it. All right.
I think it's worth it.
Now, finally,
not everyone will.
This excites me. Red Dead Redemption, Outlaws to the End. It's the co-op pack that they teased inside the game when I got it.
And tell everyone the best part.
Well, it's free. I didn't want to spoil. I was gonna let you play Santa.
No, you could take the glory.
But
for
no,
this
it's free because when I first pulled out that insert and I said, "Oh, co-op's coming," of course I was really, really upset because I felt like that was the one thing that was truly lacking from multiplayer. But they got it in there. So what are we downloading? What missions do we get?
You get a bunch of different missions. Like there's one where you're gonna rescue a girl from a village. There's one where you're gonna be rafting. There's one where you're trying to herd cattle through a field of snipers or through. For example, right there, we're herding cattle. We're going to kill snipers. I like when the TV matches what I say.
I like when the cowboy gets off his horse to just herd them manually.
Get her up. I don't know how to do cowboy shit.
Get her up there.
Get her up.
Tie her around, milk. What? Huh? Those aren't.
We're city kids.
Yeah, we're exactly. Rockstar.
Get along, little doggy.
Obviously, they're offering it for free. Are they trying to make a statement with that, or are they just?
I think that Rockstar need, like, for example, Call of Duty doesn't have to be as worried about people selling their games back to GameStop, whereas I think that Rockstar has to be a little more aware of that situation in Red Dead, because once you do finish the campaign, and the multiplayer, not that great. So they're trying to kind of extend the life.
Extend it, all right. Well, good for them for making it free and fun. So that is new downloadable content for Modern Warfare 2, Mass Effect 2, and Red Dead Redemption, and they're all out now, everybody.
And do not forget Crackdown 2 demo.
Yes.
Also, tomorrow, XP will be announcing the Best of E3 awards, so you should go to g4tv.com/bestofE3 for more info.
G'day all. I have a sensible Australian solution to zombie outbreaks. You just take those undead blokes and send them to New Zealand. They can work as the orcs on the Peter Jackson the Hobbit. No special effects required for those ugly buggers, eh? Right, I'm off to toss the old boomerang. You Yanks make your laptops out of air? That doesn't sound very sensible to me in Australia. In Australia, our laptops are made out of hand-carved platypus bones and kookaburra feathers. Oh, and koala glue, of course, which is the strongest glue known to man. Now that's sensible. Also, they run Linux.
In store, delicious sukiyaki beverage.
It's sukiyaki cola time!
Yummy, yummy.
Domo arigato gozaimasu! Nutritious fluid! Good for your health!
Stamina increase.
Contains a soy ball.
Curry fiber!
And the squid part.
Wait, squid part?
Alison, hey Slippu-san. Drink Apu.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. It's a contraction. Oh God. Oh God.
Now we soil the man panties.
So tasty. This is awful.
Over a delicious sukiyaki beverage.
It's Wednesday, November 17th, and here are your top stories. Amazon.com wants to be a movie studio. The e-commerce juggernaut launched Amazon Studios yesterday in search of budding screenwriters and filmmakers looking to get a foot in Hollywood's door. Those interested are encouraged to submit feature-length scripts or films they've already shot. Amazon plans to offer cold hard cash for the best submissions with the eventual possibility of getting developed and distributed with the help of Warner Brothers and other major studios. The work is ultimately judged on commercial viability, so I would hold off on submitting your documentary on the mating habits of Indonesian parrots, because I already submitted it. Good news for those who have already busted through Fallout New Vegas. A DLC is on the way. Dead Money was just announced as an Xbox exclusive. Beyond expanding the terrain of New Vegas, players will be challenged with recovering the treasure of the Sierra Madre Casino, a nod to the Humphrey Bogart film. If you're still trudging your way through Vegas, don't worry, there's still time. Dead Money arrives on December 21st, just in time to get you through the holidays. Part 1 of the final Harry Potter movie hits theaters this Friday, but a big chunk has already leaked online. The first 36 minutes of Deathly Hallows found its way onto BitTorrent sites yesterday, and needless to say, Warner Brothers is not amused. The studio is reportedly hunting down the leaker and has vowed to prosecute to the full extent of the law. However, one observer said that a fair amount of torrenters are opting out of grabbing the leak and deciding to wait for the theatrical release, or, you know, for the whole thing to be torrented, because why waste your time with just 36 minutes? I mean, come on. In other Harry Potter news, a Quidditch world champ has been crowned, and yes, there's actually a World Cup for Quidditch. 46 teams and 757 athletes showed up to straddle broomsticks and run in circles in New York for the Muggle Quidditch World Cup, organized by the completely legitimate International Quidditch Association. Returning champs and creators of the sport, Middlebury College walked away with the trophy after trumping Cinderella squad Tufts University. Congrats, Middlebury. You've been anointed with virginity for life. And finally, attention fans of The Howard Stern Show. The show's executive producer, Gary Delabate, a.k.a. Baba Booey, is on a nationwide book tour, and our Chris Gore caught up with him to get some behind-the-scenes gossip from the radio show.
They call me Baba Booey. Not me, this guy, Gary Delabate, legendary producer of The Howard Stern Show, and now accomplished author. What's been the fan reaction? Because it's not what you would expect. I mean, the stories from your life are just amazing and heartbreaking.
Yeah, I think that if you're a fan of the show and you've listened to me for a long time, which would be 27 years, and you might be interested in how I came from, A to B, how I got to the show, and I think the book describes that. There's stuff in there about how I met Howard, the whole deal.
You've been criticized for some of the lists in the book by some of your coworkers in jest.
Only 3 people don't like the list. Unfortunately, it's Howard, Robin, and Fred.
You've got such a great sense of humor about yourself. How do you stand that pressure? Do you guys just brush it off at the end of the day?
I always say you got to forge ahead. Like, we got a job to do. So if we're going to get mad at each other for every little thing, nothing's ever going to get done. So I've had arguments with Howard where we've been really mad at each other. And then we go to commercial break and I go, okay, so listen, here's our next guest. And that's just what you have to do. You just move ahead. Baba boy!
You can't tell us anything about the future of the Stern Show.
I'm in that weird position where if you listen to the show every day, you know what I know. And Howard said he wants to continue to work, so that's the good news. That means that we're going to work somewhere. And, I hope it's serious because I like it there.
Congratulations on your success with the book. They call me Baba Booey. They call this guy Baba Booey.
Oh, hey, yeah! Baba.
Thank you, Chris Gore. I am Morgan Webb, and you've just been fed.
I grew up in a very teeny tiny town in Oregon called Scappoose. Population 5,000, believe it or not. It was very country, and I grew up even further in the country in Scappoose with my dog and my horses and me pretty much just running around living a country lifestyle. Pre-G4, I was at Oregon State. I was going on 4 years there, and I was going to school for business marketing, and then Playboy came into town, and I auditioned. I wanted to do something crazy. I was just this good little sweet innocent girl, and I wanted to do something, and I wanted it to be crazy, and I wanted to do it for me. So I auditioned, and within weeks, I kid you not, I was shooting the cover of Playboy. I was auditioning to be a Playboy Playmate. I was at the mansion meeting Hef, shooting for the Girls Next Door. It's like one day I was a college student finishing my degree, and then the next day I was literally whisked away to LA and given all these opportunities in Playboy in this industry, and I have no idea what happened. I came in and auditioned for Confessions of a Booth Babe at E3, and that was my very first job with the G4, which was interesting. E3 is crazy, and the Booth Babes are crazy, and it was the best first experience. After I did Confessions of a Booth Babe, it did really well, and I expressed to G4 my interest in being a part of the network. and they just started putting me on things. I told them, you know, I'm a little crazy, I like outdoor things, maybe you could include me on that. I'm not sure what my first package for Attack was, but I think it might have been Ninja Warrior when they flew me to Japan and I was there for a week and I competed in Ninja Warrior and kicked butt, by the way. I just started doing those things, and then every once in a while I'd start filling in as a co-host with Kevin on Attack of the Show. I was terrified. I let my nerves just overcome me. I think my hands were shaking the entire time. I was flubbing up lines, telling him, roll the prompter back. I missed the words. Kevin did his best to help me along, but I was so nervous, and I'm so thankful that they gave me another chance and another chance and another chance to get to where I'm starting to be today, where I'm comfortable with it and sort of know what I'm doing, and I understand the concepts of it and everything. So I'm really glad that they gave me a chance, because I was afraid after that first time I'd never see G4 again. Attack of the Show is so different than all the other things that I've done in my life. Well, everything has been great. Everything's been a life experience. The thing I love about being part of G4 and being on Attack of the Show is I get to come to work, have fun, and laugh and be silly and be me and hang out with all these other amazing people like Kevin and Candace and Allison. I've just sort of become a part of this family, and it's an amazing family. They just want to have a good time and just see you having fun and talking about what's going on in the gaming world and the technology, and as long as you're having fun around it, everybody loves it, and it works. So what a great job, you know. Before I would have to, you know, I'd have to be a playmate, and I'd have to hold myself a certain way and act a certain way. And while that was great, I wasn't getting to be me. I'm not a playmate. I'm a silly country girl. It's just such a better experience. The best thing about this job is when they let me play dress up all day long with them. And I get to wear sexy costumes, and I get to pretend that I'm someone else. I've been Padme from Star Wars. I've been Batwoman from Batman. I've been a schoolgirl. I've tons of bikinis. I mean, the list goes on and on and on the characters that I've gotten to play with G4. And that's my favorite part. It's fun. The worst thing about this job is I have to deal with Kevin checking out my boobs and butt all day long. Outside of work, I have tons of different things I like to do. I'm like I said, I'm an outdoorsy girl, so, you know, in the summer I wakeboard, in the winter I snowboard, I still ride my horses, I like to do four-wheeling, going to the dunes. I do all those things. When I can't get out and do those kind of crazy things, I'm usually at home. I play poker online a lot. I love poker. I play Nintendo every once in a while. I play Donkey Kong on the Wii. It's my favorite, yeah. I don't know, what else do I like to shop and hang out with girlfriends and drink beer and go to dive bars, and my life's fun. I wouldn't leave G4 for the world. I am looking forward to all the other crazy things that they're going to have me do. I know it's going to get crazier and funner, and I just can't wait to see what's in store.
Whenever people put in long hours together, they become like families.
Here's a look at Ryan Dunn's time with his friends and his family from Proving Ground.
I'm Ryan Dunn, and this is Proving Ground. Oh! Ah! Harry Potter's must hurt like all the time. Hate being a superhero. I don't know. You need to prove something, call me.
You're so pretty.
That's what I was going for. It breathes. It's got that going for it. It's definitely a breather. Boom! Explain that. Feel this. I cannot even believe they let me hold this thing. Is this good for the scene?
You're hurting him.
I'm not hurting him. I'm helping him. Oh! You're okay. You're okay.
Thank you.
You did so good.
Give me a hug. Oh, that was awesome. Come on, Dawn, stop it.
You got some oil on you. Been there, me that. Ladies?
Did you learn anything from this?
I don't think we learned anything, and I'm all right with that.
All right, with us now, Ryan Dunn's Proving Ground co-host and partner in zombie fighting and booby trapping. Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Chobot is here. Hey, Jess.
Hey, Sish.
Of course. When I first met Ryan, it was actually at E3 with you, and he was wearing the giant mushroom helmet from Mario, and didn't seem... He could have been wearing a baseball cap. Like, it was a no-brainer to him. He was like, hey, what's up? Yeah, it's my giant mushroom hat.
Nothing ever fazed him, which was really surprising to me. I mean, when I first, met Ryan, I actually, even before that, when I heard that he was going to be the co-host of the show, I'm like, oh, God, what did I get myself into? Like, with the Jackass guys, and he's like, just a little nervous. And then when I met him, and when we actually started shooting Proving Ground, he was always super supportive. A lot of this stuff, I mean, these trials and tribulations we go through on the show are legit. Yeah. And we actually had to go through them. And anytime I felt nervous or scared or anything, he'd pull me aside, separately from the crew, and say, if you need me to say anything, just let me know. Or if you're scared, I'll do it. And then, a couple times I'd speak up, and he's like, no, you got to do it. So I'd be like, no, okay, what I said. Protect me. He's like, no, this one, you got this. But he was right. I did have it. And he sat there, and he knew what, he just had an eye on me, and I really appreciate it.
What was it about him that made you two click?
I thought I had this under control. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize.
What made us click is that we both don't like to shower. And it's true. And we both kind of had the same sense of humor. I mean, people on G4 have gotten to see more of my personality lately because of the things that I've covered, and they're like, wow, you're a total spaz, and yeah, I am. And he was in his own way too. He was just a little bit more grumpy, and so that really, though, something about, I felt like I could trust him. So it was like having a best friend in the shortest amount of time you could possibly have, and it's just really hard, and it's, I know that the situation surrounding it, people don't agree with, but at the same time, it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt for those that are here, and I know how much I hurt just from meeting him for such a small amount of time. I can't imagine what his friends from school and the Jackass guys and people that he spent all his time with must feel, and thinking about that just makes it that much harder. And so, it's just disappointing. Yeah. But that being said, I'm very fortunate that I got to spend as much time as I did with him, and that even though it was quick, it was incredibly meaningful to me, because this was also like my first time doing a show and doing a series and things of that nature, and to have somebody that was experienced and really kind of take me under their wing and let me make my mistakes and not be upset, or kind of guide me through things and just be a pal meant a ton.
Mm-hmm. And to shock you with go-kart steering wheels, which he loved to do. He really enjoyed doing that.
And to shock me, and to blow cannons of baby powder in my face, and to shoot me in the back of the leg with an airsoft gun, and the list goes on and on and on and on.
He just treated you like one of the guys.
Exactly, and that's what I wanted. And he didn't pussyfoot around treating me that way, and so I found that was the way that he showed me respect, and I really appreciated that.
Well, I certainly know it was anything but easy for you to be here and talk about that, and I can't thank you enough for joining us, Jessica.
Thanks. Sorry. I thought
you dare apologize. You're part of his legacy and his life as well, and we're glad that you're here. She's not even here right now. She's in a weird, special place filled with tiny spoons and fluffy animals.
I wish I was there.
It's time for the moment you've all been waiting for, Candace.
Not me.
What? Please welcome the head of Action Reptiles, Chris Giacoletti. How are you, sir?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Candace, how you doing?
I'm doing a lot better than Candace is doing. So, Chris, you are a bug expert.
Expert wrangler.
That's good enough for me. I'll take. Sure, why not?
I
That's
know
what
more
it says
than
on
you.
Craigslist. Yes, you do. About everything, actually. By the way, Candace, do you want to stand closer?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I don't bite. Good here.
You've provided bugs for everything from Fear Factor to Proving Ground. Like you're the it guy in Hollywood for stuff that makes girls like her squeamish and vomit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wish I wasn't such a girly girl. I just am.
It's okay. Most guys are like you too.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
good.
believe
It
me,
makes me feel a lot better.
We're in much similar places. You have no idea.
You just don't act like it as
I'm
much.
trying not to.
Okay.
Can they sense her fear? Will they attack because they can sense that?
You do put off a pheromone, so if it's really strong, they could get a little more agitated that way.
Great. I'm so glad I asked that question.
Yeah.
Really? For real?
Yeah, so just be real careful.
Okay, well, let's get into it, shall we? All right.
No!
What's up first, Chris? Just be confident. It's like, no, that's not. That is not. Hold on. Wait,
This guy right here, this is called a vinegaroon, or it's called a whip scorpion.
Oh, well, that's
The scorpion?
Well, it's not a true scorpion. It's called a whip scorpion.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that these guys do is they'll actually excrete an acid that smells exactly like vinegar. So these guys are completely harmless.
Like if you pet it too long and too hard?
Yeah, I mean, if you kind of squeeze them. You see it's trying to get me there.
Does it claw you?
Can you smell that?
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
Candace, you should really come get a little sniff.
No,
You want to get a little
no,
sniff?
did it go out of its
You want to get a
butt?
little? No, it comes out of the ads,
It's
right?
it's got a gland. It's got a gland that removes.
Everybody's got a gland,
The
Candace.
Stay
antenna
there,
is
stay
actually
there.
just for scents to feel around and stuff.
Okay. Do you
Oh my
want
god. Oh my god.
Do you want
It
to hop under there?
pinches.
Want to see?
No,
Yes,
it
it does. That's how
Yeah, it does.
grabs
See?
its food and
You're
tears it
lying,
apart.
Kevin.
This looks like something that came out of Keanu's stomach in the back of a car in The Matrix.
Yeah.
That guy's gnarly. I do not want to touch that thing at all.
I don't
I'm not
wanna
going to
touch
lie.
that.
You want to hold it? You want to try?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's try it real quick.
Because if I can do... Oh, wow. Oh, thanks for agitating him right
There you go,
before.
you know.
Do you want to hold him here? Let me just punch him a few times.
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
thank
I'm
you.
gonna be
Get
brave.
too
I'm gonna
mad.
be brave. I'm gonna be brave.
She's going to be brave?
Okay, I'm gonna be brave.
What?
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah,
But if it goes on my arm, please get it.
okay, just don't let it drop. You don't want to hurt him.
I can't promise that.
You got it. You got it.
Okay,
No,
that's
he's-
good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
You did it. you put on enough padding to fight a bear.
This next guy is actually really interesting. This is called an assassin beetle or assassin bug.
Assassin?
Assassin.
Why?
Because what they do, if you look close,
'Cause it
on
loves
the
to hug.
point of his head, that little rostrum right there, what it'll do is it'll stick that in an insect, and venom actually starts dissolving all the innards of the insect. Then he sticks it back in there and slurps it up like a Slurpee.
So it's a poison delivery and a straw.
Yeah, all in one.
Wow.
Stick it in a human?
Yeah, well,
let's find out.
Oh.
If you did get bit,
stick your hand in
it
there,
would
Kevin.
cause a little bit of pain and swelling, maybe
Really?
vomiting, but nothing too bad.
Oh, try it. Try
Pain and
it.
swelling
It
and
can't be
vomiting.
that bad. It
It's
can't be that bad.
That's a
Kevin.
Saturday night for me, but we're going to leave this guy here. That's insane. Like, if people are so worried about, like, folks being afraid of bugs, why give them names like assassin beetle or melt your face
Well,
a
fluffy beetle just doesn't sound too good.
Right? I guess.
So.
What's next here?
This right here, this is called a Vietnamese centipede, and these guys are also have poison. He looks really nice and calm, but they're actually fairly aggressive.
Oh,
and they move around a lot. As you can see, he's trying to attack the tweezers
I
right
thought
now.
he was about to do the ping pong trick.
Yeah.
Those Vietnamese centipedes. Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Relax, buddy. Relax.
These
Now-
guys actually eat small rodents and snakes and lizards. Dead serious. They actually put one of my employees in the hospital for a day. Just to manage pain, he was okay. Just
So what? But what? Like what? Describe the pain. Like on
just a lot of pain, burning, swelling.
What do they give you for that? Like Tylenol PM?
They'll give you like morphine or Vicodin or something. Depends on how bad the pain is, where you got bit.
Wow. Okay.
That is a mean
He's still
thing.
not a fan
That
of
is
us.
Mean.
Yeah. You don't want to get bit. That's why I use these.
Yeah.
So
You want to, Candace? You want to try and pick him up?
you want to try?
No.
Like operation?
No,
it'll be like getting water on the knee.
Oh.
No, don't. No.
Okay.
What's next? What's next?
All right, this guy right here. This is an interesting guy. This is called a trapdoor spider.
Hold on. You know who would love spiders is Sara Underwood. Yeah. And she's in the studio.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah. You just look like you're over
Bring
there.
another terrified screaming girl into the mix.
Sarah, have you met Chris?
Hi, Chris.
Have you met his trapdoor spider?
No.
Would you like to?
Nope.
So what's the deal with the trapdoor spider?
Trapdoor spider's really cool. What they'll do is they'll dig a little burrow or something, and then they lay a little web and cover it up, so you won't see nothing. And then, like, say a cricket comes by, he'll actually flip it open, grab it, and come in
That's
within a blink of
awesome.
an eye.
That's
They're
cool.
very fast.
And then how does he kill?
He'll just bite it. They have a little venom. They'll paralyze it and then just tear it apart piece by piece.
Wow.
So they're really interesting.
Can you imagine waking up with that thing on your face?
Could you imagine having it on your back?
What would happen if this thing, if it bit you?
They're mildly toxic, so you could have the same thing: swelling, a lot of pain.
Could you die? Could you die from
more
any
than
of these?
You could die from a bee sting, so technically if you're allergic to it, but they're not, deadly. Not like the next ones we have.
So yeah,
Not
these
like the
next guys. No, these next guys. These are like the Cadillac
Ooh,
of the
this one's
bugs on the table.
This one's coming.
Candace.
Yeah. But that one's filled
These are called.
Those are the scariest things ever.
What? The little. These are hissing cockroaches.
Yeah, these are hissing cockroaches. They're one of the largest cockroaches in the world.
Why do they hiss?
They'll actually create a gas. They're the only insect that can actually expel gas to actually make a noise.
Thank you.
One thing that.
Wait. Oh, no, here's. I just want you to name it. I just want you to give it a name. Any name.
You're crying. She's crying, Kevin.
I'm further away from you than the tray of them.
I'm just so scared.
What would you like to name them?
I know nothing. Get it away. Get it away.
Okay. Well, hey, little, get it away. I'm sorry. I use Terminex. I really am. They're adorable as one. What's going on? What are those little guys?
If you see, actually, when we were in the green room, one of them had babies, so there's probably about 40, 50 babies in there. And when they're born, they're completely jet white. I don't know if you can see that in there.
It's a miracle of life.
Yep.
You want to take Hubert back by any chance? Because he's eyeing me. I don't trust him.
There you go.
Sarah,
So we
you
got
want to
some
hop in on
future
this,
movie
guys?
stars right there.
I'm
Would you like
trying
to
this
try
thing
hold
where
one?
I want to face my fears and
Do you want
stuff,
to?
but I don't know.
Take a glove.
No, it's.
You want to do
Do
it?
they bite? Do they
No,
bite?
it won't bite you.
It won't bite. It won't bite.
Okay.
Just don't.
Okay, wait.
Don't shake
wait
your
a
arm.
minute.
Just-
Okay, just.
You can't let it fall though. I can't have that thing.
It's totally fine.
Can't have
It
that thing
feels
around.
like a fake one. I promise.
Okay, fine. Let me hold your hand. Tell me don't take away.
You did it. That was awesome. Wow. Chris, thank you so much for bringing the guys down here. That's awesome. Thanks to Chris and Action Reptiles. Thank you to Candace Bailey and Sara Underwood for being awesome. It sounded like she was giving birth to the cockroach.
Exactly.
It was very awesome. If you're looking for any insects or reptiles, look for Chris's 3 reptile island stores in Southern California. He knows his stuff. Thank you again, Chris. Please
thank you.
come back anytime. Really. We would love to have you. Candace, you want to try one before we go to break?
You can do it. Do it, honey. You can do it. Do it. Come on, Candy. It's not that bad.
It's
You
up
can
to
do
you.
it. You can do it.
It's up to you.
She's gonna get her glove.
All right.
But
Take the book.
I can't have it crawling up me.
It won't crawl up you. It won't. Candace, you got it. You got it. Just stand there.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Do you want to try again or no? You want to try again?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we're good. Chris, thank you. Stick around. We got more time coming up. Stay right there. You did it.
Please welcome back Amy Teagarden. Ooh, Kevin's excited. Yeah. It's so great to see you again. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. What'd you do for it?
I went to Vegas last weekend.
How was Vegas? You go to parties and strip clubs?
Yeah, tons of strip clubs. No, didn't actually hit the strip clubs. I went with my 3 other girlfriends. It was like 4 girls road tripping out, and
that's fun.
It was. We had a suite, and it was a lot of fun.
Nice.
Yes.
I heard you went to some. I don't know if it was a restaurant or a club, but it has tons of suites.
Oh yeah, we went to the Sugar Factory, had a fun little dinner there, and got these crazy like goblet drinks that have like gummy worms and stuff in them. And
that is so
dry
right up my
ice. Bad news. They were amazing, but yeah, it was a good Vegas trip.
Nice. Did you meet any boys?
No, I don't know what it is about Vegas, but I feel like
just not the kind of guy you want to meet.
Yeah, that could be it. There just wasn't the cute boys in Vegas. Bit of a bummer, but...
But you have a little code with your girlfriends, right? If it's a hot guy or if you need to abort.
Yeah, okay, because you know when you're dancing in a club and there's some guy that comes behind you and you're like, it could be okay, but I don't really know, and you can't really turn around. And so it's sort of this signal we have with each other, and there's code words. So it could be like something like, I really want a Butterfinger right now, and then everyone knows.
Is that one of the code words?
I can't tell you the real code
Come on!
words. I can't tell you.
I know, because everyone will know, and then they'll be like, I guess I'm not hot.
Then it'd be gone. But like you, like, I really want a Butterfinger right now, and so then you know that like you need to be like, oh no, sorry, we just all love each other instead. No boys. Or
I love this. Okay,
or if he's like a cute guy, you're like, I really want a Cosmopolitan right now, and then they like kind of disperse, and then you're like, God, awesome, there's a cute guy behind me.
And then you just turn around and start dancing with him?
Yeah.
Look at this girl. That's awesome. You got some moves.
Sneaky.
Now I hear you also brought your dog Gizmo.
Gizmo, yes, she didn't actually come to Vegas.
Oh, she didn't?
No, she got babysat at my grandma's house.
Oh, I bring up Gizmo because I have a dog named Gizmo too. I love it. Oh, there's our Gizzy.
Oh,
how cute. They both do look like Gizmos. Did you name it after
the Gremlins?
Yeah, me too.
Because when she was small, she kind of was like a crazy little dog, and she would like if I left paper on the floor, she'd tear it up in little bits and leave it all over the place. And she's got an evil streak. Does your Gizmo have an evil streak?
Not really an evil streak, but she sounds like a gremlin. Sometimes I like to throw her. Just like a little toss, and she goes, and she just starts to sound like a girl. I don't throw her hard. It's not like that, y'all. It's really cute. Okay, so let's get to your new show on Facebook, Aim High. It premiered today, right?
Yeah, it premiered today.
Can you tell us what it's about?
Yeah, so what it is, it's the first of its kind.
Like how? How does it
So
incorporate
it'll pull
it?
things. So maybe you're like watching a scene and there's a poster on the wall, and they'll take a photo from either your Facebook or your friend's Facebook and throw it up there.
Oh, that's really cool that they do that.
Like your name, they could be graffitied on the wall or something like that. So everyone who watches it will have a different experience from each different profile. So if I watched it, it would be with my stuff and my friends, versus you watching it would be your stuff and your friends.
I think that's such a great idea. Now, final question. What is going on with the rumored Friday Night Lights movie? Is it happening? Is it not? Everybody wants to know.
As far as Friday Night Lights, it was so amazing being at the Emmys and Kyle getting an Emmy and our writer getting an Emmy. And just being nominated. So hopefully a Friday Night Lights movie is in the works.
Because I heard it was happening. Okay. All right, we'll just leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. You neither confirm nor deny, but hopefully it would be great to see everyone again.
Well, I hope it does for y'all. It's such a great show.
Thank
you so much to Amy Teagarden. Aim High premiered on Facebook today, so check it out.
You wanna play me? Just like a dream come true.
Now it's time for Candace's super sexy time tips for sexiness.
There's nothing more intimate than surrendering control to your partner during lovemaking. And nothing heightens the sensation of submission like a little bit of bondage. Ow! The first important thing about bondage is to choose your safe word. Ours is artichoke. Isn't that right, sex partner?
I can't breathe.
Right. So now we turn to the issue of restraints. Bondage isn't super sexy if your partner can move around easily, right?
I can't breathe.
Exactly. But at the same time, you don't want to tie them up so tightly that their airflow is restricted.
I can't breathe.
Uh-huh. He's got the collar, I've got the cuffs, and the fun has just started. Artichoke! Artichoke! Artichoke!
And that was Candace's super sexy time tips for sexiness.
Welcome to a very special Halloween edition of Attack of the Show. Please welcome your host, Gavin Barrera, as the Terminator who was bitten by a zombie. And joining him today is the one and only Sara Underwood, who is wrapped in toilet paper.
Hello.
Yes, she's Lilo. Right.
Happy Halloween! We are coming to you live from the G4 studios in Los Angeles.
And in case you haven't come to the conclusion that I have, I spy with my little Skynet eye something very sexy right here.
Oh,
don't mind if I do.
Thank you
Let me
so
just
much.
little once over if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, how about a twice over? All right. Oh. Let's enhance, Skynet. Terminator words. Skynet.
Kevin.
There's no zoom on these things. You think they would have figured that out? I can totally analyze the situation. I just can't
Kevin.
zoom in.
I'll let you do one thing and you just...
Where's your housekeeper? I can't. I should have picked a character. I can't do the voice. I can't.
No?
It was either this or Gay RoboCop, and it was a coin flip.
I rivaled it last week, I tell you something.
Did you?
I did. So, you guys might have missed it, but all week Candace and I have been fighting over who is the best at what the ancient Romans called Irping Bay.
So we are going to settle this right now with class.
And now it's time for Attack of the Show's semi-annual Burpathon.
The rules are simple. Best of 3 belches. For this challenge, I shall sip a delicate bubble-infused ale laced with ginger extract.
And I will be enjoying a 2010 vintage sugar-free cola from the southern region of the United States. We'll measure each belch with our handy belchometer, which will judge the volume and density of each eruption.
The winner receives the AOTS Queen of Burpin Tiara, which may be worn for the rest of the show. Sarah, would you love to go first?
Oh, yes, I am ready.
Okay, then, round 1. And now round 2. Candace, please proceed. Yes.
My lady.
I'm sorry, I almost threw up on myself.
Excellent. And now round dream. Sarah, once again, you shall go first.
So my ginger ale came out with that one.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The winner with a burp of a million bajillion, 1,100 decibels is Sara Underwood. Very lovely. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Hello, boys and girls. Well, we got the gals here. We're going to do a little routine. We're going to do a routine that I do with the troops. I've been to Japan and Europe all around, and our military wants to be in shape because they have to pass a PT test. Oh, right. So you don't even need to know what that is.
No.
All
I
right,
want to be in shape because I want good abs and a good booty. So
you're kind of already there, but I'm going to make them even better, and you are as well.
Jessica, you look amazing.
Awesome,
Thanks, Sarah.
Jessica.
You do too.
Awesome. So this routine is 4 moves. All right. So the first one's going to be a push-up.
Okay.
All right. We'll just do a couple. All
Okay.
right.
So
then we're going to do a little cardio move, and then a little ab move, and then a little leg move.
Got it.
Are you ready to rock?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. So.
Push up position.
So push-up position.
Okay.
We're going to do 5.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Ready.
So I'm going to do a push-up, then we're going to go to up dog. You know what up dog is?
Yeah.
All right. So just follow me. Follow me. The folks at home will love it. Here we go. So we're down, and then you come up here. This is upward dog.
You want to do upward dog?
Oh, shaking already on the first move. That's not good. All right, you go ahead, another push-up if you can, low as you can. And this is downward dog. Stick your booty in the air. Nice. And then back to push-up. And then upward dog. Jessica, you all right? I got a program called P90X. You're digging it. You're going to dig it. Good. Now downward dog. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Stick it in the air. Then walk your feet to your hands. All right, now we're going to do a little sprint run. You ready?
Yep.
When I say sprint, run in place.
Okay.
When I say freeze, bring one leg up.
Okay.
It's about balance. Balance is important. Speed and balance. Are you ready?
Speed and balance.
Sprint, girls, go! Freeze.
Frozen.
Nice. Nice. Good. Go ahead. Sprint again. Sprint. Freeze.
But both my legs are down.
Sprint again. Start sprinting. Hold it. Nice. There you go. So there's number 2. Let's hear it for the girls. Come on.
I have a moist stash already.
A moist stash.
Moist stash right here.
Nice. That's hot. That's totally hot. All right. So let's do a little row your boat. All right. This one's about balance as well on your abs because I know you want the ab thing.
Yes.
All right. So start with your knees in.
Okay.
Hands out. Yeah. Knees in. Hands out.
Huh?
There you go. Like that.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, well, don't get too sexy with it. Here we go. All right. So here we go. Feet out. Hands in. Like that. And back in. Oh, look at you. You found your wheel. You found your wheelhouse. Huh? Nice. Nice. One more. And up. All right, good. So we got a little plyo lunge move.
Okay.
This is the brand new P90X. Are you ready?
I'm good.
You're misting nicely. All right, so get a lunge. Arms down. All right. So watch out for your mats. They might slip. So when I throw my arms up, my body goes up, and then I switch my legs. Switch the lunge. You ready? Up and then switch. I'm the one that fell. You both kicked butt. Nice. And then again. Again.
Yeah.
And again.
Yeah.
And again.
Yeah.
And again. Ladies, fantastic. Nice, nice. Ready for the next push-up?
Yeah.
We're not messing.
I'm not so good.
Aren't we done?
8, 7, 6,
Push up.
5, 4.
Raise that leg.
Oh, that's
Raise it up. Raise it. Oh. Other side. Nice. One more.
I'm tired.
Paramedics. We need Jessica.
That was good.
That was good.
So good.
Good.
So you do that for an hour?
We do a version of that for an hour.
Oh my goodness.
It's good, right?
I see why you like it so much, Kev.
Do you love it, Kev?
I enjoyed watching all of that. Yes. I had a great time not having to go through any of that right there.
The very abbreviated version of P90X and everything else. Are we done?
Good.
Yeah, we're done.
Are we out of time?
I think we're out of time.
And everybody,
That is it.
thanks to Tony Horton. And now, Kevin, we have a special treat for you.
Hooray. What?
No, we've asked some of our old guest hosts to reflect on the time that they spent with you.
When you say special treat, I thought like something different, not like a group of people who I owe money or favors, or if it's Chris Gore, then it's 7 minutes in heaven. He's owed. He's owed.
I was wondering why they all agreed to come in.
That's why.
That's why.
I remember when I first did Attack of the Show with Kevin, and it was, lightning in a bottle. And I have to say, I am so proud of all of the fun, crazy, wonderful stuff that Kevin and I got to do. But there comes a time when you have to try to make some other dreams come true. So I want to let you guys know that I will no longer be on Attack of the Show. Today will be my last day here at G4, and I have to say, I will miss you guys so much.
Olivia, this is your goodbye to Kevin.
Oh, but I never got to say goodbye.
Yeah, but this is Kevin's last show.
So I can't say goodbye?
No?
Kevin Pereira's leaving Attack of the Show.
Do you remember the first time you met Kevin?
I had seen Kevin before I guest hosted on Attack. I saw him on To Catch a Predator.
Perrier. So I thought he was the heir to the Perrier fortune.
G4 bought Tech TV, so we turn on the TV to see what this network that bought us was, and all I see is Kevin Pereira in head-to-toe denim.
And Kevin Pereira's mustache was a co-star of this event. His tiny little four-hair scraggly mustache.
With slightly less skin and more fellas.
You were like 12, and I was old enough to be your mom.
And I sort of noticed this twink walking around with all this power.
He was so much more sarcastic and disgusting than what he was on TV.
The first thing I think we talked about was an anti-rape protector that you put in your vagina.
Just knows his stuff, and that was really what struck me.
Who's ready for a hayride?
You hit on me. Inappropriately, and I was 17.
The first time I met Kevin, it was his first opportunity that he hit on me. It continued from every other time I work with him.
I did prepare a proper goodbye for Kevin, just Kevin. I'd actually like to read a chapter from my New York Times bestselling book, Suck It, Wonder Woman. You guys probably actually know of it already. A very infamous interview, thanks to Kevin, helped boost up those book sales. So I would like to read a chapter on the first time I ever met Kevin. The first time I met Kevin, I walked into his trailer and he was holding a prawn in one hand and a Portuguese penis in the other hand.
Olivia!
I think my favorite AOTS Kevin memory, Kevin leaping onto a giant exercise ball, dropping him about 4 feet onto a solid concrete floor.
We used to do a thing called MySpace Girl of the Week. It was the first G4 groupie I remember. And I was sort of like, look, married! But Kevin wasn't married. How'd that go for you, buddy?
Twice. Nice.
The funnest time I've had on set was when Candace and I did the oatmeal wrestling.
Kevin came out in the little car all dressed up.
And then, when I won, and then you took me on that horse over to that spray thing and it was supposed to spray me in my mouth.
What was that, Sarah?
All over my boobs, Kevin, not my...
Thanks for that, Kevin.
Kevin chopped up a dildo through a woodcutter or whatever those things are called and put dildo pieces all over my face.
Voila!
My favorite memory of you is lying face down in a pool of your own saliva over my headshots.
When we were playing this video game, I had the largest NES controller, he had the smallest one, and I actually beat him. It's the only time I think I've actually beaten Kevin at anything.
This controller sucks!
When I guest hosted, the cable station had screwed it up, and what ended up playing was Macbeth or something, and then we reenacted the entire first segment.
Well met, friends!
I got to murder Kevin and puke and have him lick up my own vomit.
Don't blame him! We never got to dance. chance. You never took the chance.
Kevin, I love you. You've been like a brother to me for the past year and a half.
Kevin, it's really been awesome working with you, and I have a feeling we'll be crossing paths again in the future.
As you go forth into this real world, life after Attack of the Show, my main advice to you is never take a job called America's Best Celebrity Ice Sculptor.
Don't be afraid to keep wearing cardigans as blazers.
You're an innovator, an entrepreneur, and one time your dog peed all over my leg.
Kevin, I think that you are one of the smartest, most talented, funniest, quickest, most brilliant people I have ever known, and I am beyond honored to have done so many years on Attack of the Show with you. And I truly cannot wait to see what you conquer next.
I'm gonna miss you.
Such an awesome guy, and I think I don't want to cry.
And what a lot of people don't know about Kevin is he's a sweetheart off camera.
I'm gonna miss ya.
Seriously, Kev, love ya. Wish you all the best.
Best of luck to you in your next adventure. Love you, man.
I'll be rooting for you.
So, like, what would be the best way to send you, Kevin Pereira, out with a bang? And I came up with it. I am going to jump into a giant pie again for you. Right there. Okay. It's smaller this time. It still is fun though. Good luck.
Oh, by the way, Kevin, that MySpace chick called, and apparently this is yours. Just call me.
Can I submit my reel? I heard you guys were looking for a new host.
We never got to dance.
Worse than being chased by hundreds of flesh-eating zombies. How about being chased by flesh-eating zombies with guns? Against impossible odds, Alice is back in Resident Evil Retribution. This time, she's taking the fight to the Umbrella Corporation in their underground city of clones.
You're in the prime Umbrella vicinity, belly of the beast.
Which was more difficult, playing ass-kicking Alice or playing kind of suburbanite victim Alice?
Suburban Alice was the tougher one. To be the victim, to have to be running away and screaming and terrified and taking care of a child.
What the hell's wrong with you? I'm sorry.
Oh my God, I was exhausted.
How much training did it take for this role?
Yeah, I got like 2 weeks to learn like 80 moves. That's standard for one sequence in Resident Evil. Not as much as Mila. Dude, she had like how many action sequences? I was like, ah!
There's this fight scene where Alice and Jill pretty much have 200 choreographed fight moves.
I'm never blasé about action sequences because that's dangerous. That's when accidents happen. And I feel like if I don't believe what is happening, why should an audience believe it?
You and Mila are married.
We are?
You are. And with
Wow.
all that training, are you ever frightened of her?
I was frightened of her before the training.
The zombies in the first film were very slow and lumbering, and now they're shooting guns at people. Don't you think that's a little not fair?
But I have to compete with Mila and Michelle in this one, so I had to give them some kind of advantage. We're really taking our lead from the video game. You know, when I made the first movie, there were 2 video games in existence, and the zombies were very much kind of slow, shambling zombies. And then in the video games, they evolved.
Now there's a lot of slow-mo in the movie. It seems to me like what really sells it is your facial expressions. Mine would probably be like, ugh. In real life, I'd be jumping around, snot flying everywhere.
Yeah, I've been caught out there a couple times making some ugly ass faces, but you know, thank God that the directors usually have good taste and don't put that into the movie.
It's a challenge for actors. There are things that you do when you're shooting at 24 frames a second and things just rattle by, that when you put it slow motion, it is kind of like, they're not that attractive.
Rest assured, the slow-mo in this movie looks way better. If there's one thing to be said about Resident Evil Retribution, it's that killing zombies never looked so good.
Attack of the Show, weeknights at 7, only on G4.
At the top of the show, I was describing that weird kind of fetish porn, if you will. It's not pornography, it's just whatever. We did get a piece of plexiglass.
Of course
And so what you want to do, Candace, is... What? No, it's fine. We totally cleaned it.
It is clean.
No, absolutely. You want to just really get in there, open mouth, and really explore the space, and then the camera's going to get in there nice and close. It'll be like, pretend you're licking their screen. You're cleaning their monitor. Go for it. Go ahead, get on in there. You're good. It's not going to get any cleaner. No, you got to get right on into there. There you go.
No, what am I doing?
No, see, look, it's like you're cleaning the... Oh, wow.
Hey, sexy.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. I thought this...
It smells like whipped cream.
I thought this had a chance of being clipped out on the internet. I guess not.
It's like my process getting into an interview. I've worked with a lot of people in your business, and no one's ever been as unprofessional as you. So, Jesus Christ. Well, I wasn't done. So, can you just give me a second? I'm so sorry. It's really unprofessional here. My boobs look okay? In 5, 4, 3, 2, right here. Thanks so much for coming all the way out here. Definitely, I'm really I'm excited, very excited. So where did you grow up? Well, I was born in Oklahoma, and then I was raised in Japan. That's so great. I have to tell you, big fan, Thanks. Big fan. I love what you did in Charlie's Angels. It was so fantastic. What's Cameron really like in real life? I wasn't in Charlie's Angels. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were. No, that wasn't me. You were one of the angels. Either. No, I wasn't. I think that's... You're thinking of Lucy Liu? No, I'm not thinking about Lucy. Yes! Do people tell you look like Lucy Liu? You look a lot like her, just less Asian. You don't look as Asian as her. Yeah, she's really Asian looking. Yeah, I'm not. I'm Olivia Munn. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get ready for my big swimsuit shoot. I have a big ritual before I do these kind of things. So I kind of like to do some yoga, some relaxation, just some meditation on just getting myself, my body ready. So I'll be right back out in a minute. Excuse me. Well, I feel thin. Let's go.
Beautiful.
Tell me about your days in clown porn. This is ridiculous, okay? Okay, you're not walking away from me! Damn it!
Come on, babe. Rise and shine. Let's get that beautiful ass out of bed.
You want cereal?
Watch it, Tiger.
Please get a room.
Sorry.
None of this is real. None of this is real.
All these memories were imprinted.
My name is Alice.
Alice, how nice to see you again.
What the hell is going on here?
Just so excited to come back and play Alice again. I mean, it's such an incredible world. We've got some favorite characters of the fans coming in, so it's just gonna be bigger and better and just more badass. You haven't changed a bit.
I don't know you, lady. I think the fans are definitely gonna expect me to kick ass and take names. I love the video game. I'm a video game fanatic. And I was like, there's gotta be something in there for me, please. I'm coming for you.
Jill can do stuff now that she could not do before. Kicks and all these martial art things that, you know, she didn't know about before. And she loves fighting and she loves getting her fist dirty.
The undead are constantly mutating. They can ride motorbikes, they can shoot machine guns, and I think that gives a whole new level of threat to the undead.
What's up?
You know, when you do so much action, you run around and stuff, and you forget about the cold because you're having such a good time.
Stand by. Master sequence initialized.
We have the undead in massive locations around the world. We have them in the center of Tokyo. We have them in Red Square, Times Square.
God, you're kidding me.
You know, this really is a global infection.
A lot more stunt sequences, a lot more fight sequences. It's still, you know, bigger than life. I mean, we want people to just leave the theater having a blast. I mean, that's the most important thing, is for them to leave the theater going, yeah!
At number 2 of the Women of the Web sports list, the lovely Miss Allison Stoke. Faster, higher, stronger, hotter. Way hotter. Allison Stoke just wanted a quiet life of pole vaulting, trying for an elusive college scholarship. Yet at the tender age of age 17, somebody took a photo of her at a high school track meet, and the internet walls soon came a-tumbling down. Allison didn't want or seek out the attention, but what do you expect when you take up the pole vault? It's the most glamorous sport in United States history. Thank you, Allison Stoke, for making pole vaulting the sport we always knew it could be. I guess. I mean, honestly, I don't know anything about pole vaulting, but there's a pole and there's you, and that makes me happy.
Why did I think riding my bike to Comic-Con was such a good idea?
He can't beat Loki.
No, okay, hear me out. If Loki wants revenge, shouldn't he be attacking Asgard?
No, he wants to rule us all.
I think Batman would make a great Avenger.
Shut up.
Is that girl hitchhiking?
Maybe we should pick her up.
No, she could be a serial killer. Yo, forget that. Pick her up. Pick her up.
Hey, you guys headed to Comic-Con?
Yep. You know, it's cool if you're a serial killer.
Oh, thank you. By the way, I'm Sara
Underwood. We know.
And that's why Loki was the only candidate that Chitauri could send to receive the Tesseract.
You're amazing.
Hey, you haven't said anything the whole ride.
I have to pee.
Hey, you don't have to be intimidated by my looks, you know.
I'm not. I just don't want Lady Debbie to think I'm fawning all over you.
Does she know that you like her?
No.
You know what? I'm gonna help you out. Yep.
Please don't.
Hey, I made a few calls.
Oh, surprise eclipse, cover your eyes.
Gary, what do you do? Gary! Oh, it's okay. There's like 30 more along the way.
Gary, your shortcut got us lost. Now we're never gonna make my Game of Thrones panel.
Not on my watch. Well, okay. According to the location of the sun, the direction is, I'm not sure. Well, water always runs south, right? So if I pour a little on the ground.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Why do you even care about my panel anyways? Is it because Sara wants to go?
I don't care about the panel. I care about fuel efficiency, which is why this car
Gary.
is fine. I care about you.
I care about you.
Oh my god, so adorable. We should do that.
No.
Can we find a sane way to get unlost now?
The car has GPS.
Guys, we should use the GPS.
Yeah, let's use the GPS.
San Diego. Comic-Con T-minus 10 minutes, everyone.
Sara, I just want to say something before we stop. I'm really sorry I was jealous. Your looks are pretty intimidating.
Well, at least someone thinks so.
We're here.
This isn't Comic-Con. Where's the convention center?
Are you kidding? We can't park anywhere near the convention center.
Yeah, we have to walk 2 miles and then stand in line for an hour. It's awesome.
Yeah.
No, this is not how I get into Comic-Con. This is how I get into Comic-Con.
Best road trip ever.
Wow, let's never say anything in unison again.
Yeah, that was weird. So I'm here at the dressing rooms at Ninja Warrior because the way I see it, if I'm gonna run this course, I might as well do it in style. So I'm gonna try on a bunch of outfits throughout the show till I find the perfect one I wanna run this course in. This is totally a Japanese thing, right? What do you think? I like the idea of bringing a little U.S. pride to Japan. What do you guys think? The whole fat chick look, I'm kind of feeling it. I'm kind of digging this superhero thing. This is a lot of skin. Alright, I like the outfit, but I'm not sure I can run Mount Midoriyama in this. I've tried on a lot of crazy outfits, but I finally picked the one I'm going to run this course in. I really, really hope you guys like it. Come on, guys. Did you really think I was going to run this course in Daisy Dukes and heels? I'm in this thing to win it. I've had all the training, I've looked at all the courses, and all that's left for me is to take my mark. before I go, I'm going to leave you with a very special behind-the-scenes look at my journey through Kunoichi, up to the very seconds before the competition. It was amazing. Wow. Kunoichi is so much bigger and grander than I thought it was. So before you even can think about stepping foot on the course, you have to go through this registration line. So I'm 84 out of 100, and I heard that the higher number you are, supposedly the better you are. You got them fooled.
How's your condition today?
Good.
Good.
Athletically speaking, I would say my strengths are my strength. I feel like I have a lot of core power. I do a lot of yoga. I work out a lot. My weaknesses are definitely my balance, and that's what I'm really worried about. So I just found out one of my competitors is a medalist in Japanese Ultimate competition, and then the second is an arm wrestler, and the third is an acrobatic performer. And me, a TV host / model / student. I've heard a lot of advice. I've been asking a lot of people who've been here before, people who have seen other people do it. So what do you think the key is to beating stage 1?
まあ周りを気にせずにもう自分の持てるものすべて出すことだと思います。
I'll try and keep that in mind. My hope, obviously, is that I'm going to make it all the way to the end in the amount of time allotted. But if I don't, I'm going to try my hardest, and there's no regrets. All right, I think it's my turn. Wish me luck. My heart is racing, my adrenaline is pumping. I'm gonna give it 100%, win or lose. I'm gonna do my darndest to get to the top. It came so fast, I was 84, I was towards the end, but I don't know how, but I'm up now, and I haven't even had time to think about it, so maybe that's a good thing. Wish me luck, I'll see you at the final stage. I hope.
Sara Underwood.